Video games are one of the most powerful mediums ever created. This merger of imagination and technology has introduced a fundamental evolution in human interaction. And now represents a culture of 2.4 billion gamers connected worldwide. Yes! But just 20 years ago, the console that kicked off the era of online gaming in the living room almost didn't exist.
Buenas. ¿Cómo estamos? Metimos una intro ahí al pie del cañón, porque lo que hoy nos trae aquí es disfrutar de este documental / serie, si se puede decir, dedicado a los 20 años de Xbox. Me acompaña, como casi siempre en todos los directos, con cámara en mano, Carlos, y atrás de cámara, en la penumbra, Gabox. Así que bienvenidos, chicos.
Hola Andy, hola amigos, bienvenidos a otra transmisión rara, especial, esas locuras que por eso nos ocurren hacer acá en el canal. No sé si ya lo han visto, pero siempre es un gusto ver este tipo de cosas junto con ustedes, así que vamos a descubrir juntos un poco de la historia de esta marca que tanto nos apasiona y nos gusta, ¿no? Bienvenidos a otra transmisión en vivo de Colectiva. Gracias por estar.
Muy buenas tardes y bienvenidos a este streaming especial directamente sobre todo el documental. Los invitamos a debatir, los invitamos a verlo con nosotros, aunque es para verlo más de una vez, la verdad, por lo bien hecho que está todo esto. Y sobre todo, ahí el señor Andrés, usted no tiene la cámara activa, me parece, o quizás, no sé, hoy quiere esconder la cara o quiere esconder el desorden de todo.
La gente sí me está viendo, ustedes no me están viendo. En Discord no puse la cámara, pero sí en el stream.
Bueno. No, porque no te estoy viendo entonces directamente.
Ya me extraña, Gabos, es así.
Pero bueno, estás ahí, digamos, o sea, mientras... Bueno, ustedes saben que yo como costumbre no suelo poner la cámara, pero bueno.
Bueno, paso a
hoy
saludar.
Es todo sobre el documental.
Paso a saludar antes de arrancar y contar más o menos cómo va a ser la temática de hoy, porque tenemos un directo largo, pero seguramente muy entretenido. Así que paso a saludar a Mr. Cronos, que siempre está, a Pablo Damián, a Xbox Forever, a Fernando Lescano, a Juan Pablo Auset, que está, a Matías y León, que acaba de llegar, que nos dice: no grite, don Gabox. Sí, yo creo que, Gabox, deberías bajarle un par de decibeles a tu micrófono o a tu voz, de ser posible. Y me gusta que ya también eso es como marca personal de la casa. Cuando arranquemos un directo, la gente nos vaya diciendo: subile a aquel, bajale a aquel, subile a la transmisión, todas esas cosas, sí, a nosotros nos sirven.
Decime cuánto tengo que bajar el volumen, no sé, ¿querés que hable con este tono?
Bajale un poquito. Aunque chequeemos todo.
¿Cuánto más querés que le baje?
Y en términos de tiempo, o en tiempos de... bajale un pelito, no sé cómo explicarte, bajarle un pelito.
No sé, o sea, estoy probando algo nuevo además hoy, que estoy no conectado por el teléfono,
sino que estoy conectado por la consola.
Sí.
Pero bueno, buenas Nalzar, ha llegado también. Acá estamos por disfrutar del documental de Xbox. Bueno, la temática o la idea es ver todo el documental. Sabemos que es un tiempo bastante prolongado, pero lo bueno es que son capítulos relativamente cortos. La idea va a ser ver un capítulo, charlar un poco arriba del mismo capítulo, no pasa nada. Acá Nacho nos dice bajar un 15%, me encanta. Ver el capítulo, después una vez que termine, charlar sobre el capítulo que vimos, incluso también en el medio vamos a charlar, obviamente. Yo no lo vi, yo estoy cero, no sé todavía qué me depara. Carlos y Gaux tengo entendido que ya lo han visto, no sé si alguien en el chat ya lo vio. Si lo quiere volver a ver, obviamente es bienvenido. Y si no, vamos a disfrutarlos todos y todas juntos. Así que, bueno, nada. No quiero dar mucho preámbulo, mucha introducción, porque los espero un stream largo. Y va a ser como extendido aparte. Obviamente, búsquense algo para tomar, algo para comer. Pónganse el ventilador cerquita.
Ya Carlos tiene lo suyo, ya está ahí, viste, tomando. Ya está todo preparado yo.
Porque hoy nos espera largo el tirón.
Sí. No sé, o sea, esas son las ventajas de estas sin cámaras. Si tengo que ir al baño, creo que puedo hacerlo sin ningún problema.
Claro, Xbox puede moverse por toda la casa que no se ve afectado.
No, igual no me puedo mover mucho, o sea, ya tengo los problemas de volumen, así que bueno, igual.
Los volúmenes están bien, gente, necesito que me confirmen eso. Ya Xbox creo que le bajó ese 15-20%. Así que
personalmente,
sí.
Si no va a tener que retocarlo.
Coincido con Cronos, escuché muy buenas cosas de este documental. No solamente desde parte del staff de Colectiva Xbox, sino en general. Está muy bien logrado. Así que esperemos que sea una linda tarde / noche, no sé, depende de dónde estén.
No, sí, bueno, ya hasta la noche hacer todo esto, imagínate, son las 11 de la noche y seguimos haciendo el streaming. No terminamos.
El streaming más largo de Colectiva. Pero bueno, ¿les parece si arrancamos con el primer capítulo? Dejamos un poquito la intro al principio.
Arranquemos.
Porque nos parece interesante. Y ya arranca con una entrevista, aparentemente, supongo que...
Mandale.
De la CNN, porque dice ahí, del año 2000. Me voy al baño, espérenme, no, mentira. Bueno, genial. Arrancamos, gente, a disfrutar. Avísenme cómo está el volumen de la transmisión en relación a nuestras voces y yo le voy bajando, ¿sí? Bueno. Power On, The Story of Xbox, Chapter 1, The Renegades, o Los Renegados.
You ever want to make hardware?
No, that's one thing that we decided not to do.
The idea that Microsoft could ever create a game console was seen as a bit of a joke.
Microsoft? They wear khakis, and they're boring, and they're Office, and they're Windows.
Might as well call it Nerdbox, right?
I can't imagine how it could be better.
A new console was seen as a risky bet.
There it is.
At a company not accustomed to losing.
You're proposing taking money away from Windows in order to fund some game system?
That is an insane business to get into.
It was fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
We're gonna make it, aren't we, sir?
This is the story of how a passionate group of gamers forever changed the course of a corporate titan.
They saw the future.
Broadband internet to the television set.
Like, you can do that?
And then Bill says, we should do this. We should let these guys do this.
And the journey to get that controller into our hands.
This thing is going to be the most badass thing you can imagine.
Fire at will!
Think about the way you could tell stories with that.
No matter where you are in the world, we can all be part of one bigger community.
We need this. This is like the hotline for us.
You take it for granted now, but back then this was like science fiction.
We weren't sure how we were going to do it.
Xbox, watch TV.
Oh, God.
Hell no, Microsoft. Gamers are not going to be tolerant of any level of bull at all.
The risk here was enormous.
You're always just one catastrophic bug away from not making it.
I remember thinking, hey, maybe we're in over our heads.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood. The company is going to face fierce competition. Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Hello, I'm Bill Gates, chairman of Microsoft.
La juventud.
In this video, you're going to see the future. Microsoft first came up with the Windows concept back in 1983. I'm going to show you real quickly a couple highlights from the product. The graphics interface is an integral part of this new generation that take PCs much further than they've gone before.
When I came to Microsoft in 1987, the average age was 27, and I was 27. We were an amazing young company with an amazing young founder in Bill Gates.
He knew business better than anybody out there, and he also knew technology. He was able to synthesize things that nobody else in the industry could.
It was incredibly fast-moving. It was the kind of place where people didn't hold back. For someone who just wanted to really let loose and grow and learn, it was an amazing place.
Bill Gates and the team back then were the disruptors, which was exciting and palpable.
We just thought of ourselves kind of the rebels, kind of, you know, where the big companies like IBM were these huge companies, but we were this little rebel group of hackers, you know, doing this cool work.
I'm very optimistic about where we're going.
But that really changed in '95.
Windows 95 has taken over computer stores.
They were online in the middle of the night. Personal computer users packed into stores dying to get their hands on one.
When Windows 95 launched, it was like a coming out party for the whole company.
Microsoft made a thing that everybody in the world wanted. It was like air to me. It just was. It existed and you needed it.
Today's world, you can't make it without a computer.
It has thousands of programs that some of us may need.
I can run 3 or 4 applications at the same time.
Windows 95 is so easy, even a talk show host can figure it out.
By the late 90s, Windows was dropping $1 billion to the bottom line every month.
3, 2, 1,
It was the most profitable business in the history of the human race. I don't think there's ever been anything remotely like it unless you count the Spaniards going to the New World and like literally hollowing out a mountain made of silver.
Microsoft, which has a business relationship with NBC, is the most powerful engine in the new age of computers, a giant cash machine, and it strongly disagrees with the government.
In the late 90s, we were sort of the bad guys, the Death Star.
The perception of Microsoft, I think generally, was not great. They were in the middle of the Justice Department monopoly issues.
We were the big gorilla in the room on most subjects. And so people viewed us as sort of the big bad tech company.
By 1999, 90% of computers worldwide used the Microsoft Windows operating system. They were untouchable, without comparison or viable rival.
We've been successful in the operating system world, built a huge PC business, built Microsoft Office into this big business. We were the tech behemoth.
Windows overtook that industry and transformed the world. But during that period, disruption was coming from all sides.
For decades, Sony had been a Japanese electronics giant with a history of producing personal and home entertainment hardware. And then, in 1994, Sony struck gold with the PlayStation, a gaming console with unparalleled success.
The launch of PlayStation really thrust gaming into popular culture in a big way. And Sony saw an opportunity for gaming to be even bigger and touch entertainment.
What Sony discovered was a console was really a Trojan horse to the living room. And once that device got into the living room, it could be a multimedia entertainment device.
Sony was putting different things into the home. They're putting a hard disk here in like a DVR. They're putting memory here. They're putting a processor here. And if they could connect all those things together, it would be a computer, a potentially existential threat to Microsoft.
Without further ado, let me introduce to you the next generation PlayStation technology.
Even before Sony launched PlayStation 2, they were just creating this perception of inevitability. PlayStation 2 was the next big thing, and anything in its way was going to get crushed.
They said our new PlayStation is so powerful that it's going to replace the PC.
Sony was showing a slide at trade shows and to our customers of a future home that was full of PlayStations and didn't have any PCs in it.
Which was like shooting cannonballs over Microsoft headquarters.
It was an incredibly arrogant thing for them to do, but it was pointed too. I mean, that was a very serious threat.
In the 90s, Microsoft was a paranoid place. And when somebody said Sony's going to put a PC in the living room, that got everybody's attention.
And if Sony was at the point of locking down the living room, what was Microsoft going to do?
One possible answer was brewing not from the top executive ranks, but from deep within the Microsoft corporate structure. 4 renegades on the DirectX software team who were working on tech to help developers create games for Windows, and who were united by a fervent belief that games were the future.
I was leading the DirectX development team
with one of my colleagues on the marketing side of DirectX, Ted Hasse. You know, the question that we were starting to ask is, where was all this graphics technology headed? Windows had won the desktop operating system wars. So we're starting to ask where there could be threats or opportunities in the future. We quickly narrowed down to games and an all-encompassing entertainment platform for the living room as being an opportunity for us.
Otto had carefully built a career at Microsoft, and he had already taken a risk because Otto could have been an important programmer in a legitimate Microsoft group like Windows or Office. Instead, he chose to be in this DirectX group because he was passionate about graphics.
Ted and I both had folks on our teams we felt could bring some additional brain power to the conversation, including Seamus Blackley.
How do you describe Seamus? He's just a piece of work. One of the most brilliant people I've ever met.
Besides being a physicist and a really amazing mathematician, Shane has really embodied the heart of what it meant to be a game developer.
When I saw arcade games when I was little, when I saw Computer Space, my first idea was not, I want to play this game for hours. My idea was, how can I make my own thing?
One of Ted's employees was Kevin Bacchus, who had a financial and market analysis background.
Kevin's like a Vulcan in the best possible way. His interface to the world is entirely intellectual.
That is correct. We had day jobs for DirectX, but a lot of our thinking was how we could build brand new technology that was single-mindedly focused on making the very best games.
Four of us, we played games, and we love games, and we wanted to make them. That really meant something for us.
They were working on DirectX, a set of software tools that standardized game development across PC hardware, and which was readily embraced by PC game developers. But the team saw a way to push DirectX further, with an idea that could revolutionize the foundation of console game development.
Avisen si ahora el chat solapa. Ahora capaz que nos solapa a nosotros, pero es preferible que lean el subtítulo.
Do the work on to make the games. We already have the entire infrastructure of everything you need to create all this technology sitting on our platform. If we could only create a single hardware standard, a box designed just to run DirectX. It gave us the idea that we could produce better games than Sony and Nintendo and Sega.
At that time, Japanese game consoles had very proprietary chipsets, and they just didn't work very well for, Western developers. The instructions on how to use it would be in Japanese. What the DirectX group was proposing was, there's a better way to do this. We're going to use PC architecture that you're familiar with, which is just going to work out of the gate, so they could spend more time crafting and building their games.
They had an incredibly developer-friendly story. You already know how to write these games if you've written them for PC. You can write them for console as well. That message is pretty powerful.
For us, this was about advancing the gamer's interests and the game developer's interest, which would advance Microsoft's interests. So we decided that this was the right time to try to build support for the idea of Microsoft building a game console. At the same time, nobody ever believed that Microsoft would actually have the audacity to attempt such a thing.
The four of us, we were on a journey to get support for this crazy idea around putting a DirectX-powered box in the living room to deliver interactive content.
We were trying to crash
¿Qué tiene un laburo de producción esto?
We were an annoyance. Nobody knows who the hell we are. And we were constantly discovering super
No es solamente entrevistas y material de archivo.
who wouldn't get it and who didn't think games were important.
You're proposing taking money away from office development in order to fund some game system?
These people dreaded having meetings with us.
No surprise, displacing the stated direction of a company at the scale of Microsoft was not a trivial undertaking.
Realizing that who you knew inside of Microsoft was at least as important as what you knew, we brought in the guy who could try to build support for the idea of Microsoft building our game console, Nat Brown.
I had a lot of time spent talking with different teams and working with kind of long-term strategic planning.
Nat had an incredible network of connections. He opened up a lot of doors for us.
Nat was sort of like our Obi-Wan Kenobi, this wizard figure who would show up and go, oh, I know who you need to call. You need to talk to the guys in this division or that division. He knew the structure to Microsoft.
It's been nothing but a fight to figure out how the place works.
One of the first things Nat said was we needed a proper code name.
Something that would plant in people's head and take on a life of its own.
Nat said, well, isn't it really a DirectX box in the living room? I'm like, yeah, it's like a DirectX box. That's what it's about.
And we just put up on the board, let's call it the DirectX box.
So we had this awkward thing in our mouths all the time. It was a DirectX box.
And I remember saying, that's too long. It's just Xbox. And we liked that.
That was our code name as a stand-in until we had something better come along.
We built a business case that showed how big this business could be. To get buy-in on that, you have to distribute it. You have to go socialize it. My trick was getting our stuff in front of executives to make them say, I want to understand this business.
The team set their sights on a logical choice. A senior executive who spoke their language, literally.
Yeah, I'll play real quick. Ed Fries was a Microsoft lifer. He joined as an intern.
Ed had been critical in the development of Office, one of the biggest franchises, even at that time, that Microsoft ever had.
He had this passion for games. He loved games. He programmed a game at a very early age.
When most high schoolers were getting their first minimum wage jobs, Fries was already cashing royalty checks from his first game.
So let's take a look at this high-quality product.
A clone of the hit arcade game Frogger, aptly named Froggy.
As you can see. Yeah.
When I left Office to go run the games group, people told me I was committing career suicide.
Thank you, that's it. Good night.
They said, why would you leave Office, one of the most important parts of the company, to go work on something no one cares about? And when I got there, running the games group, I found out they were right. No one cared about what I was doing, and that was awesome.
In 95,
Hola,
the
Fede,
games
¿cómo estamos?
was really small. It was like 20 people. In a lot of these tech companies, there's not as much respect given for those other disciplines.
Microsoft at the time didn't care very much about games. I think we were just more of a hobby.
We were gamers working in like the bowels of some Microsoft corporate building. Our goal at the time was to push Windows as a gaming platform.
I always felt like I was doing underdog stuff, and that's actually what I really enjoyed. I enjoyed trying to bring Microsoft from behind in PC games.
After Windows 95 launched, we had to wear these t-shirts that said Microsoft knows games.
You know, it was obvious we didn't really know games, otherwise we wouldn't have had to put it on our shirt, you know what I mean?
Choose your favorite form of world domination in Age of Empires.
But after a couple of years, we launched Age of Empires.
It was kind of crazy what a fascination that game became.
And it was one of the signature PC strategy games for years.
That was actually a huge success for us, and we started to do some acquisitions, and we were growing our publishing business.
As we started to ship more quality games, we finally got to the point where we were respected in Microsoft, and people were like, okay, Microsoft actually does know what it's doing when it comes to games.
Ed took a broken games business and fixed it and made it profitable and found a way to do it at Microsoft. These are difficult double black belt Aikido corporate moves.
Steering the tiny PC games division into a profitable department had won Ed the trust of Bill Gates. And yet, Fries himself wasn't satisfied.
Our PC market share was growing into the teens, and at the same time we weren't doing anything in the console space, and that to me seemed like a bit of a waste. You know, there was this huge market out there. One day, these guys from the DirectX team walked into my office, and they pitched me on this thing, the Xbox, and basically what they pitched was a disguised PC. I thought, oh, this is great. This is like a bridge for me to get to the console business.
This box that will run a native version of DirectX, which is the part of Windows that's really focused on the game developer, was revolutionary.
It's going to be easy to port to this machine, easy to take my games and make them run.
Buenas,
Unlike running
Charles.
a PlayStation at that time or a Nintendo machine that were just very alien hardware compared to a PC.
Ed understood all this game development is happening on the PC. We wanted to make a console that was specifically designed to be easy and fun to make games on. And if the most creative people
Justamente lo que estaba diciendo, parece que tuve una interrupción. Hay gente que hay muchas cosas lo que dicen sobre que Microsoft veía muy mal a los juegos, algo que incluso hasta varios años después que Xbox incluso esté ya como parte del sistema o parte de la compañía, lo estoy viendo. Y acá, por ejemplo, como pasaba eso. Hay gente que lo veía rarito, o lo sigue viendo raro quizás.
Sí, todavía siguen...
I think a big win for them to get me on their side.
Todavía siguen diciendo el tema de los exclusivos, que los
This
exclusivos como
unlikely
que...
alliance would bring the Xbox team closer to the biggest test of all.
Sí, es una pata que se le atacó.
Bill Gates. And that opportunity would come sooner than
No, más que nada por eso, porque son gente que tienen como la ideología de la vieja Microsoft todavía. O sea, como que les cuesta pensar que Microsoft es una empresa que ya se despegó de Windows y está más con la nube, con el gaming, servicios, etcétera.
Holy crap, you know, an emotion engine.
Our new CPU architecture significantly outperforms even the fastest Pentium 3 architecture that's in the market today.
They showed beautiful fighters, models twirling around. They showed 1,000 delicate rose petals falling from the sky to show just how many polygons, just the raw math that this behemoth of a device could process. And guess what? It's got the power of 1,000 suns behind it.
For Microsoft, that really crystallized what the stakes were. And Bill asked the DirectX team to do an analysis of these claims that Sony had made.
As you can imagine,
Voy a bajar yo el sonido. Tengo miedo que se desconfiguren las cámaras, pero bueno, me voy a arriesgar.
A huge sense of pressure to make things happen and make them happen quickly.
Otto and Seamus provided a fantastic breakdown, very technical, what the Emotion Engine did and did not do, which claims were true, which claims were exaggerated. And at the end, they very audaciously slipped in a little
Felicitaciones,
mention
Martín.
of the fact that, you know, we could build a console too. And we put together what we thought at the time was a pretty compelling argument.
Gates had been curious about the viability of a Microsoft console, but it wasn't until mid-March of 1999, just 1 week after the formal announcement of the PS2, that the possibility was finally starting to percolate amongst the company's elite at its annual leadership retreat.
Semiamu was Bill Gates' annual Think Week to think about strategically what sort of projects did they want to greenlight.
One of the programs that you do at this 3-day offsite is a idea generating effort.
We all sat in a room and people could propose a topic for a breakout.
We would write down a question and we'd stand there with our question in front of us.
People moved around and everybody voted what topic they wanted to work on.
And the question I wrote that year was, what if the cable companies like AOL and Sony all got together and they all pooled all the subsidies that they were paying to acquire customers? They could put out a box for free because it'd be so ubiquitous and so highly wanted. That's all I said.
If they could get it into the home as a game console, it would be like the comet that hit the Earth and wiped out the dinosaurs, meaning the Windows PC.
I got a big line of people behind me on that one, including Bill, and off we went to start talking about it for a couple hours.
And so we had a sort of a 2-hour thrash.
¿Cuánta distancia hay, no? Con, por ejemplo, el contexto de acá, por ejemplo. A mí nunca se me ocurrió por la cabeza que la Play 2 ponía en juego la PC. Y eso que tenía ambas, pero los tomaba como ecosistemas separados.
Senior managers all over the company saying, anybody working on any of this kind of stuff?
And so in March of '99, the DirectX team and every
Después
other
vamos a jugar
group
a Among
that
Us
touched
seguramente.
games in any way was brought together for a meeting to talk about whether we should have a
Me han llegado
comprehensive
noticias
game strategy for the entire company. We took that
de que estuvieron
opportunity
jugando Among
to
Us.
say, listen, not only do we have a perspective on this, we actually have a presentation, a PowerPoint deck that we'd like to share with everybody that says what we, the DirectX team, think the company should do. And obviously that created a great stir at the meeting. Nobody was expecting that. But it was a great surprise to us to find out there were other parts of the company that had aspirations of doing the same thing.
I was running a team in what was known as the Windows CE group. Windows CE was an operating system designed to run devices like handheld computers or even game consoles via a partnership we struck with Sega around their last game console, which was the Dreamcast. We had a pretty capable hardware team.
Some of the guys in that group had worked at 3DO.
Have you experienced the awesome power of the Panasonic Real 3DO system?
And that was a legitimate game console, albeit one that was not a success in the marketplace, but it was a legitimate console play.
Together, we had the hardware expertise, and we had a proposal for what Microsoft should do next in the console space.
Obviously.
3DO fue una consola muy particular. La fabricaban 3 empresas.
Mira, yo ni sabía la existencia de esa consola. Bueno, está de Gastón.
La fabricaba Panasonic, la fabricaba Goldstar, creo que Philips. Eran 3 marcas que fabricaban su propia versión de 3DO. Obviamente compartían catálogo, pero digo, eran hardware completamente
The DirectX team was young and hungry, full of tech
Mira,
know-how
ni sabía
and
la
vision.
existencia de esa consola.
But Windows CE was well known within the company and had experience on their side.
El FIFA de esa 3DO tenía la particularidad que podías usar auriculares de joystick. Y era una locura, por ejemplo, jugar FIFA y escuchabas el vamos, Argentina. Era una locura para la época. Imagínate, eran los primeros juegos que usaban pistas de audio de CD, qué sé yo. Consola rara la 3DO, tuve la suerte de jugarla.
The stage for the cage match was
Ya, Andy, ¿me podés tocar el audio?
Ahí te
subí.
subí.
Que
la gente
for the right to make a Microsoft game console in front of founder Bill Gates.
Ahí te subí un poco.
To the victors
Bueno.
belonged the spoils.
Bueno, comentaba a grandes rasgos que 3DO fue una consola que la fabricaron 3 empresas distintas.
As well as increasing the tension at the same time.
Somebody's confused. Somebody's just not thinking.
He was legendary. If you went in and you're full of you get shut down.
No, you don't understand. You guys never understood. You never understood the first thing about this.
So, we tried really hard not to be full of
He is brilliant, but it was a very aggressive, male-dominated culture. Lots of expletives, super, super smart. But man, if you said something stupid,
Well, I'm done.
Tenía lindo juego la 3DO, Nacho, sí. Need for Speed estaba muy bueno. Hay un juego de lucha de Yu Yu Hakusho que era una locura.
From my group's perspective, we felt good. We thought they didn't really understand the console space, so frankly, we discounted them a little bit.
Ready? Fine.
We proposed something that aligned very much with how business was done in the game console market as it existed. You gotta meet the market where it's at.
Está muy bien hecho, ¿eh?
The WinCE guys were sort of like preaching the model, but the model isn't very interesting.
In their pitch to Bill, as we're sitting there horrified, they're basically talking about recreating the 3DO or making a game console similar to everything else that's on the market. And we're like, you don't enter a market and copy what the competition does.
Señor Pablo,
You enter a
el
market
Hex
to
sobre todo.
disrupt it, to do stuff they can't do.
Windows CE presented, and they talked about this device and blah, blah, blah. And then the DirectX team got up and presented this vision for Xbox.
There were 2 things in our plan that we thought absolutely critical to the success of Xbox and games on Xbox, which had never been done before on a game console. Number 1, a hard drive that would be important not only to save information about the player's state and what accomplishments they had done, but also so they could store large amounts of data somewhere and be able to access and change that over time.
I remember there was a big debate about should there be a hard drive in it or not a hard drive in it. We were the not hard drive folks. We didn't see the benefit of it.
The second component that we thought was absolutely critical was Ethernet. The Sega Dreamcast was basically the first console in history to have any kind of online component to it. But theirs was dial-up internet using a modem. That was the technology of the time. We realized that that was a short-term solution. What we wanted to do was to point towards the future and integrate Ethernet and high-speed broadband internet to the television set. We wanted to bet on the future rather than on the present.
The ability to connect machines to each other and to the internet was a core part of the DNA
We were pitching a very traditional game console, and the Xbox team proposal, as I understood it, it sounded to us like, hey, we're going to take a PC and we're going to go build a console out of that, and it just didn't seem credible. It's just not the way the business worked.
Final round. 5.
These two groups came at the idea
La mejor consola que tuve en mi vida fue
in
Dreamcast.
very, very different ways.
Así, sin pelo en la lengua en un canal de Xbox.
We have to watch these guys like on our plan and tell us it's not going to work and talk to Bill about how game consoles really work.
Sí, una
I'm waiting.
incomprendida.
I'm like, come on, Bill, kill him, shut him down.
Sí, totalmente.
He doesn't do it.
I wanted to see the Bill Gates of old. I wanted to
Tenía un
see
tío que la
Old
tenía
Testament
y
Bill
cada vez
Gates,
que iba a
the
la
guy that
casa,
was famous for throwing people
manera
out
de
of
viciar.
meetings and telling them never to come back and telling them that they're the dumbest person in the company. To my horror, Bill sat back and stroked his chin and was very thoughtful. Bill said, well, I think both teams raised some good ideas.
But he didn't seem really that impressed.
In front of that audience, we realized we had to bring out every stop.
Esta parte es buenísima del,
Tech side knew
del
that you
documental.
don't go to a Bill Gates review without showing something really spectacular.
And so, leading into this meeting, none of us had slept for like a week.
We made this little device that had relatively old PC technology with a game console-like case on it. And we modified Windows with a hack that like tears open a hole from the bottom up and exposes the hardware.
It was a bunch of PC components and a game controller, and it was literally just held together by chewing gum and tape.
Soldering stuff, stripping wires.
And this was like, in the back of our car or like, on the floor in a conference room that we were making this stuff.
An ugly timer on it that showed Windows booting up from power.
Booting a PC 20 years ago would take like 3 minutes. It could take longer. It could take 5-6 minutes. These guys played with a PC, pulled stuff out that wasn't necessary, changed the BIOS.
And I turned it on, and so it booted in like 3 or 4
Lo que
seconds.
dice Nacho estaría muy lindo, ¿eh?
Bill Gates almost jumped across the table. He was so excited when he saw that.
Bill immediately looked at us.
Why the doesn't Windows boot like that all the time? Yeah. Bill wanted to see it multiple times. He's like, turn it off and do it again. Turn it off and do it again.
I saw his jaw drop. This is a guy who knows more than most people in the world will ever possibly know about PCs. Saw a PC, probably for the first time, come on immediately. And we had a software emulator of a PlayStation that had been written for Windows. So you can imagine the executive's surprise when we took a PlayStation disc, stuck it in the Xbox prototype, and immediately Tomb Raider came on screen in all its glory.
It bridged the gap of believability. It made the idea of Xbox seem tangible and real and achievable.
The DirectX guys were stuntmen, and they played the game a lot better.
We, frankly, I think, underestimated what they were going to walk into the room with. That meeting wasn't a great outcome for
Esperemos,
us.
Nacho, esperemos que sea
You guys
que seas un
literally said,
visionario.
it's not fair. We weren't given
Especie
the
de gurú.
opportunity to make hardware. And somebody said,
Eliminate him.
well, nobody told them to build hardware, but they did.
Unfortunately for the Windows CE team, they brought a PowerPoint to a demo fight.
Finish him.
Looking back on it now, I
Llevaron
really
un
do think
PowerPoint
Bill
a
looked at us
una
and
fría de
saw
demos.
some aspect
Qué
of
buena
himself or the early days of Microsoft, and that's what he thought was going to work.
Bill's reaction was, you guys are proposing that it's doing good things for Windows, and it's based on Windows, and we get Windows in the living room. That all makes sense. You're proposing that we spend $500 million on it. You need to make this presentation to Steve.
How much do you think this advanced operating environment is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. Watch as
Steve is one of the most enthusiastic and energetic people I have ever met in my life. That energy and enthusiasm that you see on stage is 100% authentic.
At the time, if the biggest fan of Xbox was Bill Gates, the biggest opponent was Steve Ballmer.
Steve, as a good businessman, liked to make money. He liked, big, bold bets, but he liked big, bold bets that would pay off.
This was right at the time when Bill was transitioning the CEO role to Steve. And they had already agreed for a couple years that if Bill came up with some crazy idea that cost a lot of money, that Steve should get a chance to say yes or no on it first. And that led into this final meeting where we really had quite a large group of executives across the company.
The room was packed. There were a lot of different constituencies there, all the way from the field sales force to the most technical side of the company.
Pensé lo mismo, Martín,
a lot
cuando
of
lo
people
dijo ahí
very, very interested.
Steve's a big guy. And Bill's in there. And you're in there with these two super famous guys who hold your destiny. And Steve is really upset that we wanted to take this risk.
Ballmer understood very well where Microsoft's bread was buttered and where the money came from. We were a company known for productivity software. He didn't want some video game, or even the fact that we made video games, to threaten the very lifeblood of the company.
Steve looked at the Xbox idea and saw insanity. He went to his whiteboard and he said, okay, what's this going to cost? What's the hard drive going to cost? What's the Ethernet port going to cost? What's the graphics chip going to cost? And he totaled it all up and said, there's no way you guys, what's your reserve for returns? Reserve for returns, what does that mean? Well, we freely admitted that we didn't understand the first thing about hardware, but we were
¿Y
gamers.
qué carajo
and we
significa lo
were
de reserva entonces?
Our entire careers have been built around games.
Es el margen de ganancia que iban a tener vendiendo cada consola.
3D gaming was taking off and online gaming was just around
Cosa que
the
no
corner.
existe, digo,
And the
las
best and
consolas se venden a
brightest in the
pérdida y la
game
ganancia viene
development
después.
They were moving all their thinking from the PC
Valve no entendía el
to
concepto de
consoles.
vender una
We had the
consola
opportunity to go
y de esa manera
was
atar a la
going to
gente del
take
software.
all of the equity, all the goodwill, all the technology, and all of the programming tools that had ever been created to make Windows applications and carry it forward to the living room. And that was the product that we were proposing, Xbox.
Looking back at that moment, what Steve and Bill were seeing was the future passing Microsoft by. You know, Microsoft was thought of as this dominant company of the era, but success or even survival was anything but preordained. If Microsoft didn't grab this opportunity, that Microsoft would be on the wrong side of the future of tech.
It made everybody step back for a second and think.
The console business was something that we needed to seize. I think that that was where Bill and Steve realized that they needed to move forward with Xbox.
An incredibly electrifying moment.
We'd finally convinced Steve. Bill was convinced.
They've done an outstanding job so far, haven't they?
I think Bill did have a view that software running on hardware in a family room could really bring some unique experiences into the home. We could start with video games, but it could go many directions from there.
It was really an opportunity to recapture the soul
Full
that
Throttle, qué juego, ¿no?
Microsoft had at the beginning. To create that revolution, to create that new platform.
Me gusta más Day of the Tentacles.
Had done. We were going to launch a console
sí,
from
bueno,
a software company. Microsoft had done nothing like that before.
And then it became clear that there was just
Sí, en
some
Game Pass,
really
¿no?
big challenges for us.
At the beginning, it was about credibility.
We had a task ahead of us to ensure that we were taken seriously in the game industry.
This equation of power, performance, and price. You have to come correct on every single part of that, you know, to be successful.
There were so many tasks that had to be done on both the hardware and
No
software
coincido
side.
con
We
vos,
realized that we needed to have a leader.
Valve no odiaba a
That
Xbox.
that
Valve
person was Rick
es un tipo de
Thompson.
negocio.
He had asked the best questions, the most insightful
Claro.
questions. We wanted him to be part of the answers.
So Rick was
Más adelante, en el capítulo 4, una cosa de eso va a entender que no odiaba a Xbox, todo lo contrario.
Had experience in hardware with peripherals, mice and keyboards, and he had to construct a plan and a go-forward strategy.
My comment at the time was, I'm not big enough for this job. But a couple days later, Steve Ballmer calls me into his office and says, let's get this straight between the two of us. This is your job now.
You're making a big splash. You say you're getting into this consumer market. You know, if that doesn't work out well, it could really give the company a huge black eye, and that would be very difficult to recover from.
The risk here is enormous, the amount of money we could lose on this project. And for me, it was fear, uncertainty, and doubt, because you got a business guy who's going to try to figure out a business model with my little team of people who help me with the hardware business. You got 4 people coming over from DirectX. None of us actually knew the rules of the game that we're playing. And we basically just stood there and looked at each other and said, oh, like, now what do we do?
Primer capítulo.
Bueno, ahora
Momento
queda
de
prepararnos
charla.
para la emoción del segundo.
Momento
Unos minutos de charla.
Un minuto de charla, toma agüita,
Como un
que hace
descanso,
bien. Tomen
¿viste?
agua,
O sea.
gente, que hace bien.
A ver,
Auspicia el siguiente segmento.
no, pará, todavía no hay sponsors. Todavía no.
¿Cómo todavía no? ¿Qué estás diciendo, Davo?
Atentos, lean sus palabras. Analicen.
Spoilers del futuro, o sea, guiños a otras cosas en el futuro.
Vamos a dejar ahí listo el segundo capítulo. Bueno.
Sí.
Momento de hablar. Momento de relax. Tanto en el chat como en nosotros. Momento para ir a buscar algo para comer, momento para ir a buscar algo para tomar. Hoy estamos como de tarde de relax. ¿Dónde está el gato? Supongo que preguntan por el de Xbox, no sé.
No sé, la gata está por ahí.
Me han llegado rumores y los confirmo. Bueno, sí, dale. Iba a tocar otro tema, así que no, iba a tocar otro tema.
No, dale, a ver.
No, que me llegaron rumores y confirmo por el chat que estuvieron jugando a Among Us y que Xbox la pasó mal.
A mí me llegó el rumor también.
Yo me lo perdí porque estaba en otras cosas, pero...
Pero casi me salgo de la suya. Hice que echaran a 3 o a 4 de la misma partida inculpando. Vos estabas haciendo algo sospechoso. ¿Por qué me estabas siguiendo? E incluso me cambié en un momento. O sea, me cambié a otro. Porque de uno de los niveles te da la habilidad de tomar la forma de otro jugador. Maté a uno con esa forma y otro fue testigo de eso. Así que la jugué bien. O sea, me faltaban 4 por matar. Estaba ahí nomás.
Bien.
Hola, Claudio Muñoz. Sí, vamos a ver todos los capítulos juntos. Acabamos de ver el primero, vamos a ver los 6 hoy. Vamos a ver una mini maratón con ustedes.
Justamente tengo un par de noticias. Tengo una noticia de medio de último momento, pero bueno, lástima que no. Creo que es de último momento. ¿Verdad que? No tiene nada que ver, pero en algún momento puede ser que se mencione. Supuestamente el próximo Mass Effect va a abandonar el ¿cómo se llama?
Frostbite.
El Frostbite, sí, va a ser un real.
Bien. La mejor noticia que le pueden haber dado a Mass Effect.
Sí.
Libertad creativa para...
Pero bueno.
Para algo.
Cosa, es que esto es un documental. Voy a hacer una pequeña mención rápida, o sea, con respecto a todo este primer episodio, o sea, fue toda la introducción, o sea, toda la mayoría del primer episodio fue la introducción para ubicarnos, en dónde estaba Microsoft parada, qué es lo que hacía, qué se dedicaba, qué es lo que está bueno que la gente entienda básicamente que la empresa, era básica. Como muchos sabemos, era básicamente Windows, o sea, era Windows, PC, y no se salía.
Se quedó perplejo, Gaux. Ahí.
Ups. Me diste el susto, pensé que se había desconectado.
Creo que fui yo por el tema del aire acondicionado que hablábamos atrás de cámara con Carlos.
Yo creo que es interesante conocer las historias de las personas que querían hacer algo distinto porque se veían en el futuro. O sea, ya en los próximos episodios se van a dar cuenta que ellos ya estaban pensando en, preparar la consola para algo mucho más grande de lo que venía. O sea, es como diciendo ellos. Porque es como siempre, te enseñan un poco el desarrollo de la máquina, porque ellos siempre están viendo como, 7 años, qué van a ser las cosas a cada, 3, 4, 7, 10 años en adelante. ¿Cómo van a ser las cosas en ese entonces? Chicos.
Sí, acá lo que me llama la atención es cómo una empresa vio una amenaza, siendo una desarrolladora de software, vio a otra empresa como una amenaza en hardware a la cual se le iba a meter, porque tranquilamente podría haber pasado de que Microsoft hubiera dicho, bueno, vamos a empezar a programar para PlayStation 2, que nuestro software de productividad ingrese en PlayStation 2.
Sí.
Y en lugar de eso dijeron, no, vamos a meter nuestra pieza de hardware, cuando en aquel tiempo IBM era uno de los principales fabricantes de hardware, ¿no? Eso me llamó muy mucho la atención, creo que es por ahí uno de los puntos que más destaco, de cómo vieron que Sony iba metiendo de a poquito piezas de hardware y alejaba la pantalla de un monitor en pos de la pantalla de la televisión como una amenaza y decidieron meterse ahí, apostando en un campo en el que no conocían nada que era el hardware. Ese creo que es uno de los puntos más interesantes. Y después la parte interna de la compañía. Ahora los próximos capítulos se va a ver mucho más, pero no deja de sorprender cómo aún una empresa tan grande puede estar tan subdividida y tan compitiendo entre ellos. Acá se habló de Windows CE con la gente del proyecto Xbox, pero vamos a llegar a otra escala cuando llegue el momento. Y es increíble que lleguemos al punto donde estamos hoy. Creo que eso es lo más curioso de todo. Además eran tiempos muy particulares de la compañía porque, como bien lo comentan, Microsoft era una desarrolladora de software de productividad. Cuando intentaban hacer juegos se hacían remeritas diciendo que sabían de juegos como para cambiar la imagen nomás, pero hasta Age of Empires no pegaron un juego realmente entretenido. Claro. Hacían juegos, pero no habían pegado un juego que sea rompedor, que marcara ritmo ni nada por el estilo. Y es curioso dónde se terminaron metiendo. Y otra cosa me llamó muchísimo la atención, la anécdota del emulador. Es buenísima.
Claro, cuando ponen Tomb Raider de Play 2.
Totalmente, es una locura. O sea, podrías haber puesto Age of Empires a ir a correr. No. Le corremos el software de la competencia. A ese grado podemos llegar. Es una anécdota cuanto menos curiosa, ¿no?
Sí, a mí me llamó la atención en relación a lo que dice Carlos de las internas que se van dando, que uno no las conoce hasta que no las ponen así, que te las muestran, te las cuentan y te cuentan los diferentes puntos de vista y demás. Digo, en una parte del documental dice que el 90% de las computadoras, eso ya lo sabemos todo, no tenían Windows. Entonces era imbajable, era intocable Windows. Y aún así, la cantidad de recaudos y vueltas, si se quiere, para tomar la decisión de meterse, ¿no? Porque está bien. Seguramente es una inversión millonaria, pero digo, uno creería que Microsoft es como, ¿qué lo compro? Esto lo compro, o esto, aquello, lo hago, ¿entendés? Como que no les significaría... al ser tan poderosa. Y aún así, ver que tuvieron tantos recaudos, que dieron tantas vueltas, que fueron tan precavidos, me llamó la atención. Yo pensé que había sido como más bueno, sí, está bien, la verdad, sí. Esto es el futuro, ¿cuánto hay que poner? Lo ponemos. Y no fue tan así.
No. Lo que pasa también es que venía de cara a un cambio de paradigma en la empresa misma. O sea, era volcarse, a ver...
Claro.
Desde el vamos son tiempos en los cuales era muy difícil que una empresa grande mute, y más siendo una empresa líder. Microsoft era una empresa líder, o sea, ellos mismos lo comentan, eran la gran empresa que odiaban hasta los gobiernos por monopolio, porque el 90% de las computadoras tenían Windows.
Claro.
Y ellos todos los años, cada 2 años vendieron Windows, o sea, sí. Era una compañía sustentada, la columna vertebral de la compañía era vender software. O sea, y de golpe meterte a hardware. Y justo estaba en la transición de la ida de Bill Gates, que su mano derecha era Ballmer, que era el que iba a tomar el cargo de CEO, entonces tenían que ser decisiones aprobadas por los dos. Yo leo chicos por ahí que dicen Ballmer odiaba Xbox. Si Ballmer odiaba el concepto, no hubiera probado el hecho de hacer máquinas, de hacer consolas. Simplemente era un tipo que, como todo empresario, no va a invertir una moneda si no ve un negocio. Tan simple como eso. Y hablábamos de cambiar de raíz la estructura comercial de una compañía, de la empresa tecnológica número 1 de la época. Entonces, pucha si no fue arriesgado lanzar Xbox, inventar Xbox. Sí. Bacana.
Y después, bueno, en cuanto al guión y a la producción que tiene, no el contenido, sino al meta de del primer capítulo y creo que por como pinta el documental en sí me parece una genialidad. Digo, la forma de contarlo, ¿no?
Sí.
Una cosa es qué contás y otra cosa es la
Sí,
forma
sí,
en que lo contás. Con animaciones, con millones de referencias a videojuegos. Eso está también muy, muy bien logrado, me parece. Ya pasó 1 horita desde que estamos en vivo, primer capítulo. Si quieren vamos al segundo. No sé por qué no se me está actualizando el chat.
Sí, deberíamos empezar con el segundo porque ahora sí viene la otra parte interesante que van a ver. O sea, ahora van a ver la otra parte complicada de lo que es el desarrollo.
No, vamos entonces.
The idea that Microsoft could ever compete with Sony or Nintendo.
Microsoft is going to make a game
Andrés,
console.
el sonido está fuerte y el subtítulo en inglés.
Vos lo podés cambiar tranquilo.
Sí, se cambia tranquilo, pero qué raro, qué curioso que se haya cambiado solo, porque yo pensé que...
Exacto, ¿no?
Eso es curioso. En español Latinoamérica. Y el sonido está muy fuerte y le bajamos un toque.
Sí.
Está bien.
Sí, me mató los oídos,
es para que estén atentos, para que no se me duerman.
Es en vivo esto, gente. La improvisación ante todo.
Sí.
The idea that Microsoft could ever compete with Sony or Nintendo.
Microsoft is going to make a game console.
It was seen as a bit of a joke.
Might as well call it Nerdbox, right?
We needed to prove our credibility. This thing is going to be the most badass thing you can imagine.
Dude, we need a metal X, and it's got to have a green eye, you know, shooting a laser out. I want it to blind people. Game developers are not going to be tolerant of any level of bull at all. I opened up the first machine, I'm like, what the? Oh my God! Like, what happened in there? Seamus is backstage soldering as the auditorium is filling up. And then it's in front of the boss. The boss is coming on.
The Microsoft brand is on the line, the Microsoft name's on the line.
Bill's not gonna be happy.
And it was terrifying.
He's screaming at us. You guys
Tiene vida como que tiene su carácter, ¿no? El tipo Bill Gates como que no lo querés ver enojado. Más allá de lo poderoso que es, digo, también su personalidad.
My career was over.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox. Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce
Y no te conviene haberlo enojado. Hay
Makes me very nervous.
justamente hay una...
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
Sí.
Hagaos, ¿lo escuchás bajo?
Porque estoy hablando bajo porque ustedes me dijeron o controle mi propio volumen o algo.
No, igual yo ya te bajé el volumen, así que...
Empezaba a hablar 10 veces más alto de lo que debería.
La masacre de San Valentín.
There's a mouse for everyone, whether you're an expert or first-time buyer.
¿Cómo estamos por ahí la gente?
I joined the hardware group back in 1987. I ran it for
Gente, ¿lo escuchan bien los chicos? ¿Me escuchan bien a mí?
into the group, and by 1999, we were doing $600 million worth of business a year.
Rick was working for me running our hardware business. Think mice, keyboards, we had some speakers, we had this thing called Interactive Barney.
That's super duper.
At some point, Steve Ballmer shows up and says, Rick's gonna go do this business exploration, I want you to help sort of supervise and support him.
Steve Ballmer tells me Xbox is
Se escucha bien, sí.
and is very convincing about it. Having been in hardware all of my career at Microsoft, I need to understand how this is going to be a good business for us.
Do you ever want to make hardware?
If you want to be a great software company, you have to be only a software company. You can't dabble in other things.
The idea of building a game console from scratch, the risk here was enormous.
Incluso en un momento el proyecto de hardware se le filtró. Tuvieron que hacerse los boludos. Me dicen, ¿sabes lo loco que suena eso?
We had no idea what we were doing. None. Like, couldn't have been less qualified to build a console.
Everything about making a console is hard, including taking an upfront loss on the hardware. Sony, Sega, Nintendo, they design their own hardware. They manufacture it themselves, and they sell it at a loss and make a profit on games. And that's how the business model works. So for Microsoft, that is an insane business to get into.
Our P&L said we were going to lose $2 billion or the privilege of maybe later on, somewhere way down the road, we'll make money. And once you started it, with all the commitments that you make, trying to convince the game developers to make Xbox games, you can't really stop it.
What have you done? What madness has claimed you?
We made it a point to Steve Ballmer to say, if you guys start this thing, don't come back 6 months from now and say it hurts too much.
Any new console hoping to have even a chance of success needed to win over a group of notoriously tough critics, game developers. And getting past those gatekeepers would require Microsoft to make a flawless debut at the world's largest game developer conference, GDC.
Games sell consoles, and so in order to sell consoles, we had to win the hearts and minds of the developers.
The only place I think we could have ever announced Xbox was GDC.
The next GDC would take place in March of 2000, so the Xbox team had only 11 months to design and deliver a functioning prototype.
Time is running out for Microsoft to get on the board. If they didn't announce by GDC 2000, they were going to be ceding too much of the playing field to Sony. They had to do it.
And there was still one massive problem to solve. Who was going to build the console hardware? The plan had never been for Microsoft to do it alone.
The only way that we could actually get Xbox made properly was to go to the people that were really good at building hardware.
Rick was trying like hell to find somebody to partner with us. People had expertise that he knew we didn't have.
Companies like Dell and Compaq and NEC and Toshiba. We start these meetings and most of the guys would look at me and go, who are you? And should I believe you or not? And I'm like, no, really, we're gonna do this.
And the OEMs all, laughed in his face. Like, we understand enough about the console business to know that all the money is made on the software. And you're coming to us and asking us just to make the hardware while you make the software. We're not that dumb.
Rick's point of view was, we have no chance of doing this ourselves. And so then the question became, how do we partner with Nintendo? Or maybe we should partner with Sega.
Sega seemed like a natural choice because of Microsoft's previous collaboration on the Dreamcast. But there was pushback against the partnership. Dreamcast had never been competitive with Sony, and Xbox needed to be unlike anything Microsoft had tried before. That left one last great hope.
With Nintendo's 64-bit technology, now Mario lives in a 3D world, and you can make him go wherever you want.
As we began to understand the business model, we really appreciated Nintendo. People don't buy consoles, they buy games. They want to play Mario, they want to play Pokemon, they want to play Zelda.
Accepting the award for Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time will be Shigeru Miyamoto.
And you look at Nintendo and you find the Spielberg of the video game industry and Miyamoto and you go, wow, this guy's unbelievable.
Thank you very much.
I knew I could convince Microsoft to outright buy Nintendo. I mean, it would be an amazing accomplishment because it's the national treasure of Japan.
So if you buy Nintendo, you get credibility in the Japanese market. You maybe even get Miyamoto.
Was there a way to make that happen? Because that would give us instant credibility.
If Microsoft were to acquire Nintendo, they would have gotten two things. One was the hardware, and second is a massive games portfolio.
From Rick's point of view, if you could acquire Nintendo, you would immediately have access to the best game library in the world, full stop. So I made an introduction to the people that ran Nintendo of America, told them what we were interested in, and then we made a trip to Kyoto.
And who do you think you are barging into my office?
But I could tell from the first meeting that there wasn't a chance this was going to happen. They were highly skeptical.
Guards! They were like not even remotely interested in selling the business. I never got past square
Hay
one.
una anécdota que acá no se va a mencionar claramente, que son las palabras del presidente de Nintendo en esa época, disculpen que no recuerdo su nombre, creo que era Mauchi.
Sí.
No lo voy a decir textual para que YouTube no nos baje el video así de manera agresiva, pero básicamente hablaba de succionar pelotas amarillas, digamos. ¿Sí? Esas fueron las palabras de campo, con el amarillo y todo. Así lo dijeron.
Y es que para mí ahí ya era un despropósito muy grande.
Que les podían dar pelotas amarillas. Así lo dijo el presidente de
Guy comes in
Nintendo cuando le
my
cayó
office and he sits down. I'm like, who are you? And he says, I'm Jay Out. I said, who's Jay Out?
Si hubieran ido por Sega, capaz que hasta te la creo.
We're
Pero
really on the
Nintendo.
cusp of this digital entertainment revolution. So while for 25 years now, Microsoft prided itself on making the world more productive. Now our challenge is to blend that with making the world less productive. You know?
He was seen as a futurist that had a lot of credibility internally at Microsoft.
There was, the famous internet memo.
He sent Bill Gates this memo that basically said, hey, Bill, we gotta wake up because this thing called the internet is coming and it is going to transform commerce, it's going to transform society, and it's going to be powered by broadband connections. And so we made a huge bold bet by putting a broadband connection in the back of the Xbox. Everybody thought we were nuts.
You have to remember, back in 1999, less than 5% of the US households even had broadband.
But I remember Jay saying, we're gonna bet on the future, not against it. He had a vision for where online gaming could go and what Xbox could become. And Bill paid attention to Jay.
But it's very hip to be on the internet right now.
With the right team together, Xbox needed the right operating system, and that was a little tricky. And political.
It's just amazing how popular PCs are.
Windows had been the catalyst for Microsoft's meteoric rise.
Games, word processors, calculators, calendars, all running faster than ever.
Bill Gates had been won over to the team's pitch on the understanding that Windows would power Xbox. But the team knew that Xbox needed to be leaner than a PC. Windows was an all-purpose tank. Xbox needed a street racer.
One of the things that makes Windows great is that you can do lots of things at once. You can be running Word next to Excel, next to IM, next to Photoshop.
And so the idea was, if we're going to put a video game console in the living room, it's going to run Windows.
Once or twice a week, we'd get pings from all sorts of different groups around Microsoft. Office was kind of the notorious one, saying, hey, I hear we're doing a console, I hear it's going to run Windows. What do I have to do to get a build of Office running on it? I bet people would like to edit their Word documents while sitting on the couch. What's the rating of this? Okay, so we had to do two things. One, we had to tell these groups off. That is not what this is. If you actually think people want to sit back on their couch doing spreadsheets, it's not going to happen. At the same time, we needed a lot of code from these groups. So we had to tell them off nicely.
You're dismissed.
The services that Windows provides are really valuable, but the most important thing for games is speed. If you have an operating system taking 15% of the CPU and half the disk, you're dead.
One possible solution was to use just the Windows NT kernel, essentially the brain of the operating system. This would leave more space and flexibility for developers to program games. There was just one problem with that solution. The Xbox team didn't have access to that kernel, and the Windows team wasn't about to share it.
Here we are in the computer room that holds all of our server machines.
If we'd have gone and asked the Windows team, they would have insisted that we take Windows as is, no modifications, subject to their approval, and we just could not bring that baggage over. So we had to steal it. We stole it. We stole it, yes.
I have it running on this machine here.
We actually grabbed it at night off of a server when no one was looking, about 3 weeks before a major Windows release was going to happen. We brought it back and just started hacking and slashing stuff out of it. We had to refactor and cleave off functionality to make this box so tuned that the games could be brilliant. What started out as a 4.5 megabyte working set for the kernel got that down to about 200K. So a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of what Windows is actually made it over to Xbox.
You could call this the evolutionary approach.
It becomes clear that what we're going to do is not what Bill and Steve thought they had approved.
Xbox will have the heritage of Windows, but not actually Windows itself.
The new operating system was streamlined, but nothing like the Windows-powered version the team had pitched to win the technology bake-off against Windows CE. With GDC 2000 just 1 month away, for Thompson and the team, it was the moment of truth. Time to call one final meeting. A do-or-die presentation to Bill Gates on Valentine's Day to ask if he could open his heart to a Windows Lite version of Xbox.
We had to go to Bill and tell him that what he wanted most out of this, he was not going to get. This wasn't going to run Windows.
I can't imagine how it could be better.
Oh, Bill's not going to be happy.
This was the final meeting to either approve the Xbox or cancel it. One of the highest stakes meetings I was at my whole time at Microsoft.
Which is the Valentine's Day Massacre. It's like a 4:30 meeting. Rick, Thompson, myself, Ed Freeze, Jay Allard are the 4 Xbox folks there. Steve's there.
There was a whole outer group of people too. So this room was packed.
Well, about 15 minutes late, Bill walks in.
He's holding the PowerPoint presentation and he walks up to the table and he throws it down on the table and he says, "This is a insult to everything I've accomplished at this company."
Leans across at me and says, "Why are you trying to kill Windows?"
You guys have lied to me. You guys have like played me for a fool.
I start to try to argue for this, why we can't have the normal version of Windows. Bill doesn't want any of it. He doesn't want to hear it. He yells at me, shuts me down.
You got a lot of alphas in the room and all alpha males, and so there's a lot of pounding the table and you're wrong, I'm right.
By then Jay is up, he's ready to fight, and so then Jay goes in, then Robbie tries to talk to Bill, and Bill yells at Robbie.
If I'd had glasses on, I would have needed windshield wipers on him because he was spitting at us so hard and so fast.
Bill would yell at us for a while about these different things, and then Ballmer would take over on the business case, and the business case looked terrible.
By now, and the reason it's called the Valentine's Day Massacre is because all Valentine's Day activities are now off.
The candles at home, they're melting, and we're all missing dinner.
And the meeting gets to this sort of crescendo. And I said, okay, well then let's not do it. We haven't announced anything. So that led to another hour.
And then somebody says, what about Sony?
Microsoft had owned the den and the office.
How cool!
And the thought of Sony owning the rest of the home is offensive to Bill. But the Xbox, it's the antithesis of everything that Microsoft is. It takes all of the hardware burden onto us, so it's really hard to make business sense of it. That's equally offensive. And what's going on with Bill and Steve was figuring out which of those was least offensive to them.
Bill kind of pauses and he thinks, and he says, I think we should do this. And Ballmer's like, yeah, we should do this. And then they start getting excited and it starts going back and forth. We should do this. We should let these guys do this. Bill's like, okay, we're gonna give you guys everything you asked for. Really want you to be successful in this project. You have all my support. And that part of the meeting took 5 minutes. And I turned to Robbie. I'm like, Robbie, that was the weirdest meeting I've been in at 15 years at this company.
All I remember is Kevin Bacchus coming by and basically saying, we're doing it. We're doing it.
The system was going to get built. Hundreds of millions of dollars would be spent marketing it.
Even Ballmer said, once we say yes to this, we're saying yes to this. This is real. This is as real as it gets right now. We're going to book the speech at GDC.
Bill Gates was going to go on stage in front of the world and announce it.
And it became very real when Rick Thompson sent an email saying that Xbox had been approved for an initial funding of $1 billion.
With $1 billion on the line and less than a month
Totalmente,
left
Martín.
until
Una sola
GDC,
palabra cambió todo.
Xbox's big debut had more riding on it than ever. The team set to work creating a prototype and recruiting game developers to the platform. A monumental task for a software company that didn't have much street cred.
When it came to console gaming in the late 90s, there was no perception of Microsoft. They weren't in the picture. But when it came to the PC side of gaming, Microsoft had a reputation.
Ed Freeze had built Microsoft Game Studios and kind of organized the studio structure by genre. We had like a role-playing studio. We had a sports studio.
We were doing golf. We had a basketball title and we had a baseball title.
But it was around the time we shipped Age of Empires that we started to really get respect.
You've built a glorious empire.
It was just a beautiful game. It was beautifully scored.
Age was a great game. It was a ton of fun. Everyone loved it.
Age of Empires is a grand franchise. But if you talk to somebody
La importancia de una franquicia, ¿no?
Mario Brothers, it's really kind of a different customer entirely. And I think that they didn't necessarily view Microsoft as being in the gaming business.
To recruit console game developers to its unproven platform, Microsoft had to innovate development tools that would rival the competition, making game developers an offer they couldn't refuse.
We were all about what we were giving the game developers to work with to create the greatest games ever made.
The PS2 was really, really unfriendly environment to developers. Seamus Blackley and Kevin Backus and Ed Fries, they were saying, we're going to fix this. So more of the money is going on the screen, not just trying to figure out the convoluted hardware. And that was like, really? I mean, it was like oxygen.
This was going to do things that the PlayStation can't, which meant to me we could tell more stories, create characters that people care about, and create worlds that would be very difficult to do on the PlayStation. It's time.
We know at this point we're heading toward Xbox announcement at GDC. Game developers have to be excited so that they could talk to their other friends in the games industry and tell them, you know what? Xbox is legit.
The innovations offered in the Xbox created a promising future for console game developers. But to deliver that future, Microsoft still needed to complete a working prototype to debut on stage at the Game Developers Conference.
When Microsoft first started talking about doing a game console, everybody's willing to listen, but you need to see it.
We had to create a prototype game console that was obviously not going to be the final design of the hardware because we didn't know what Xbox was ultimately going to look like, but at the same time, looked nothing like a PC.
I had started working with the hardware guys' rapid prototyping group, which was literally in the parking garage. And they had like built a temporary structure in a bunch of parking spaces and like made it like a little office. So I went to this area where the artists were, and they were having a remote control car race in the office. Around the desk, going right around. And that's how I met Horace Liu.
In a lot of ways, I work very scattermind. I don't really work on a linear path. Most of my days spent with markers and paper and just doodling.
¿Sabes qué es lo más irónico de todo de Facebook? Que nunca salió una consola de Xbox. Y sin embargo, sí salió PlayStation 2.
Board that had all these PCI slots on it and said, put this into something that is presentable on stage. And I still remember staring at it going, what do I do with this thing? The traditional Microsoft product was very ergonomic centric. The mouse, the keyboard. But the Xbox was very different. It was about storytelling.
There's a lot of people focused on what's this set-top box gonna look like in my living room. But that wasn't what we cared about. Horace was really interested in what was happening when you got sucked through that screen.
The role of the designer, it was how to tell the story at a glance. That Microsoft is about to go into a space that is brand new to what Microsoft was accustomed to. Telling people that this thing is going to be the most badass thing you can imagine.
I would go down and visit Horace, and there would be scraps of prototype drawings and other pieces of vision work that he would have.
The whole idea was his nuclear reactor almost, trying to hold this energy that's inside that is so intense.
He's like, dude, we need a metal X, and it's got to have a green eye, you know, shooting a laser out.
And he's always gonna use sound effects, so he's gonna be like...
I wanted to blind people, because that's kind of how Horace would talk about these things.
That sense of escape and that sense of capability and power is what we try to create with this green portal. And inside there, everything is possible. That was how we wanted people to feel when it's on stage.
You could have shown up to GDC and plugged in a PC and tried to tell people it was a console, and not a single person in that audience, I don't even think we would have believed that that was really going to be a console. So we knew we needed to show something beautiful.
People got to be able to tell in an instinct that this thing is called Xbox.
What we ended up building was a 40-pound machined aluminum X that had been buffed to a chrome finish.
These big, beautiful, shiny chrome X's, they were like these incredible sports cars.
We ended up taking literally a solid hunk of aluminum and carved it with a 6-axis CNC machine. That box took 2 weeks to carve and 1 week to polish.
Building those metal X's was very trying.
Drew and I just, after work, you know, get a can of kerosene, get a rag, and just keep buffing it. Rub, rub, rub until that thing was polished.
Somebody brought it out into a meeting and took a towel off of it and showed it to us, and I was like, that can't be in people's living rooms. Everyone's like, calm down. It's a concept.
And I'm like, okay, awesome about the green eye. How am I going to fit the components in there? And what we ended up doing is, if you look at a PC, there's like this main motherboard. So we stuck the motherboard at this, you know, on like one angle.
We had to shave off the edge of the motherboard because it just didn't fit.
We soldered the hardware together ourselves and borrowed space in the lab.
You know, I'm sure people looked at that and they're like, whoa, it's like this polished X. It's got this, you know, amazing green eye. But it was the world's messiest PC build. Like, it was components like just jammed in there. And you're like, is it gonna work? Oh, well, you know, work this time. I guess that's the one we'll take with us to GDC.
It's sometimes possible to forget about the people who actually make the games. And so we're here in San Jose, California for the Game Developers Conference to remind ourselves that without these people, we'd still be playing checkers.
Announcing Xbox at the Game Developers Conference was like every Christmas morning rolled up together.
Video game developers are upping the ante on creating realistic games. Microsoft upped the competitive ante, announcing a new concept, codenamed Xbox.
At GDC, the idea was that Seamus would go on and basically be the demo guy, talk about Xbox, show the demos.
But this was the first time that Seamus had stood in front of an audience of game developers and gamers since the launch of Trespasser.
Before he came to Microsoft, we knew Seamus from his stint at DreamWorks on Trespasser.
It was a personal passion of Spielberg. He was very involved in it.
I'm in Steven Spielberg's office, and we're going to do a game that could be a spiritual successor to Jurassic Park that takes all of the principles of game design that I thought were important.
Seamus really hit on this idea of trying to use physics to simulate a world populated by dinosaurs.
I wrote a big physics system in order to make an island that was completely physically simulated.
And then he's saying every leaf and every branch that you walk into in the woods is gonna move. And that was kind of a dream that we're like, yeah, that sounds good, but how are you gonna do that? You know, how are you gonna make that perform? Well, the end of the story was we're not.
And I made every mistake in the book. You can read about this online, all the stupid things that I did manage in that project. And we shipped it before it was done.
Como se nota que las ideas siempre estuvieron, ¿no? Las limitaciones técnicas era lo que te...
Of internet gaming sites, the first fan sites. I personally just got destroyed online, and I had never seen anything destroyed online. You know what that's like now. I thought my career was over. Everyone who was present in San Jose at the Game Developers Conference, they knew my failures with Trespasser. I remember sitting in my hotel room, and I had to convince myself to just go show my face at this thing, and it was terrifying.
The day of the unveil of Xbox, I took 3 Xboxes with me, like these metal X's, 1 for the stage and then 2 for as like, you know, what happens if this fails.
We hand carry these things down in transit because these things are fragile. The idea was showing live demos, proving that we actually had nothing up our sleeves.
The game developers are not going to be tolerant of any level of bull at all.
All the things on the screen were specifically to show game developers that this Xbox was far and away better than any of the other consoles that they'd ever seen before.
And they have to be done in such a way where it's clearly interactive, clearly real, clearly running on the hardware as advertised.
We hand carry them down, we set them up, we turn them on. The first one doesn't work.
I opened up the first machine, like I'm like, what the f is going on here? Like something jiggling around that wasn't quite right, and you're like, oh my God, like what happened in there?
So then we set up the second one, it doesn't work either. And the third one, none of them work. Seamus is backstage soldering, trying to get everything ready as the auditorium is filling up.
He was looking on the verge of green. He just looked sick. You know, I was like, well, maybe this is stage nerves, but then I realized, you know, well, maybe it's also because all of our demo machines were completely deconstructed.
We're panicked out of our minds because Seamus went on stage to talk to.
Sí que todavía el tipo tiene los prototipos.
If you took a
Tiene uno o dos
photo from the
prototipos que
stage of
en su casa.
GDC, you would see, you know, gamers and game developers, and they'd all look very excited. But underneath that layer are, the most critical people you've ever met, waiting to hate that thing that you created.
Kevin
Eso es cierto,
was underneath the stage with a video switch box
Se ve hasta
that
hoy
could
en día,
switch
tipo.
from the Xbox prototype that was on
Criticar
stage
es fácil.
in the demos to one that Drew was standing backstage doing everything the same way I was doing it, so Kevin could switch between the two of them in case it crashed. And then it's in front of the boss. The boss is coming on.
I'd like to ask Seamus Blackley to come on out and give us a look.
And then somebody decided we're going to make him put on a special leather jacket that doesn't really fit him.
We don't have the box, but we do have the leather jacket, so we're ready to go.
Well, we do have one box. This is our show box. So now, as I walk out on stage with Bill G, the full weight of my failed game, Trespasser, all of my dreams in the game industry, the ridicule that I thought I was going to suffer at the hands of every game developer who saw me fail to deliver this great thing, all of that pressure came to bear. Get up there, and I run the first demo. What I'm going to show you now is an example of advanced lighting techniques that are possible under DirectX 8.
We made a bunch of little toys that sat around your desk, like a little merry-go-round with dynamic lights.
Complicated shadows drawn across very complicated objects. There are reflections, there's environment mapping going on. And all this is happening at full hardware rate. Another great example of that is our water demo.
You can now see caustics on the bottom of a pool. All those things come from the power processing on a per pixel basis. And that's really what the big differentiator was for Xbox.
This demo took, I think, a day to get running. And I can't underscore the importance of that enough. This takes Xbox from being a programmer-driven console to being an artist-driven console, a design-driven console. And that's really at the heart of the entire program.
The demo, it had a joke in it.
There's a classic Microsoft picture in the background.
Oh yeah, baby, that's texture resolution right there.
These were really smart demos and really ambitious. But when we saw the physics demo, I was like, wow, how's that computing?
In my high school physics class, I was scarred with the image of chain reaction as demonstrated by the old ping pong ball and mousetrap demo.
Physics was something that everybody wanted to do.
Claro.
Seamus had tried physics with his Jurassic Park game, and it didn't work so great. But now you were seeing those ideas actually working right.
A great example of the CPU doing all of this collision, all of this physics at the same time that the graphics processor is rendering the scene for us.
Physics is cool.
The Raven and Robot video, you could see the photorealism.
The huge chrome robot that basically was motion captured by a female character called Raven.
The level of physics simulation that was happening there, how much the CPU was being taxed, you knew as a developer, this thing was really, really powerful.
I was like, wow, we have got to get onto this box.
I was very surprised by the Xbox. I was expecting it to be kind of cool, kind of like a stripped-down PC, but what I wound up seeing very much excited me.
¿Cómo?
These demos were
Voy a salir un segundo.
and so
Me parece un
critical
segundo.
to the importance of Xbox and people believing in it.
To get honest, candid feedback from our peers, it was exciting because we saw the enthusiasm for Xbox and we knew that we had accomplished something.
Xbox is really going to be the king of the game stations. This is like a PlayStation 2 on steroids.
People were kind of giving us high fives, saying congratulations, and I'm like, do we actually do this?
I've never seen so much advance in one particular piece of technology before, ever.
From that moment on, we had credibility with publishers and with game developers because it was clear we did know what we were talking about.
And the next thing that mattered was that Bill Gates showed up for it. That signaled to the industry and to the rest of the world, Microsoft as a company is backing it with all of its might.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Despite all the fanfare surrounding Microsoft's Xbox, industry analysts say the company is going to face fierce competition.
When Sony's newest video game console, the PlayStation 2, went on sale in Japan earlier this week, consumers were frenzied with excitement. They snapped up nearly 1 million units at $370 a piece in the first 3 days alone.
We were at a disadvantage compared to Sony and Nintendo because we didn't have the legacy of building fun.
And Sony, oh, they're movies, they're cool, they're awesome. And Microsoft is like, they wear khakis and they're boring and they're Office and they're Windows. And it's like,
For over a year, the team had referred to the top-secret new console only by its codename, Xbox. But now, they had a chance to christen it with a bold new name, one that wouldn't evoke Microsoft's corporate image.
Naming is the worst part of marketing. It's the hardest thing. Nobody ever 100% loves the name. Ever. Ever.
Marketing would go to the same brand people that they would use for naming components of Windows, people who knew nothing about games.
Paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to go through the most rigorous system of naming, tested against all of the right customers, and they came back with list after list.
We had hundreds of names that were generated.
Friction, Cyclips,
and they were epically terrible.
Norbo,
Infinity,
Zod, XOD,
Shock Factor. Oh my God.
Fireplug,
Equestria.
Sí, son todos una cagada los nombres.
Xantra. Xantra is absolutely a blood pressure medication.
Frontier,
Og, OG,
Velvet,
Zigzag,
Zimulate.
You see, anytime you're naming something, you have to play the kindergarten game that everybody plays with their children. You know, okay, I'm going to give my child this name. Now, how are people going to butcher that their first day in school, right?
Carpet Ride?
I was having conversations with Robbie about, Robbie, Xbox is a really good name. No, you can't call it Xbox. That's a code name. We don't name products code names. We need a new name. It's like, well, okay, we'll look again. I would look again and come back. Xbox is a pretty good name.
I remember our final meeting.
Está bien, no lo toqué.
Experts. They came in with the perfect name. We've tested this extensively, and it's a winner. We tested it against the name Xbox. It blows it out of the water. Great. What's the name? With great fanfare, they unveil 11X. You know, because it goes to 11.
Well, it's one louder, isn't it? 11.
I looked at the marketing people looked at me, and they said, all right, we'll get on Xbox.
Where can you go from there? Where?
I don't know.
Nowhere, exactly.
There was a big debate internally about whether we should call it the Microsoft Xbox or just Xbox.
We did a lot of blind research where we would bring in gamers asking questions about what should the role of the name Microsoft be on this console. First response when we mentioned Microsoft was they rolled their eyes. A video game console from Microsoft.
What? Microsoft? Doing a console?
First of all, it would take forever to boot up, and then it would probably blue screen.
And then we asked them questions like, hey, if PlayStation were an animal, what animal would it be? It would be a lion, the king of the jungle. If Microsoft were an animal, what would it be? It'd be a spider. It could kill you, but you also just want to step on it.
If the name of Microsoft smothered the brand, it just was going to be a non-starter.
The idea that Microsoft could ever compete with Sony or Nintendo or even Sega was seen as a bit of a joke.
You might as well call it Nerdbox, right? Bill Gates was the richest man in the world. They were such an important tech force, but what they weren't was in the living room. They weren't an entertainment company.
Among gamers, 0% of people believe we could do it.
I was a journalist, and I thought, I don't know how Microsoft is going to make a console worth.
Can you imagine walking up to Bill like, hey, you know what the biggest liability I have in my new product launch is? The name of your company.
Elegir los nombres son complicaditos.
Sí.
Lo tenemos a Carlos ausente durante un rato, dijo. Creo que va a estar usando un rato, ¿no?
No sé, dijo que sí iba. No sabemos cuánto. Estoy solito en cámara, pero no pasa nada. Bueno, segundo capítulo. Yo ahora voy a ir a buscar
una
algo.
Foto media rara ahí.
Yo ahora voy a ir a buscar algo para picotear igual. Esto va para largo, así que.
Sí, me dejaste acá hablando solo un segundo.
Interesante lo de... nada, sobre todo lo de la reunión, ¿no? Creo que es lo más... Lo que a mí más me llamó la atención. Esto que decía Martín también, de que bueno, solo una palabra alcanzó. Sí y no, porque a ver, lo dejaron en claro también cuando lo comentaban. Por un lado decir, bueno, si sigo dejando este bache, la competencia cada vez se va a hacer más grande porque sí, nosotros estamos en las computadoras, pero no estamos en la casa, en la sala de estar de la gente dando entretenimiento en el hogar, así, con la idea de familia, de televisión, sentados y nada. Entonces era como Colectiva Xbox fue la primera opción. Eso habría que preguntárselo a Gabox. Pero a la vez también era como, bueno, me corro totalmente de lo que fui construyendo durante tantos años. Entonces entiendo el quiebre o lo que te puede llegar a generar decir, bueno, ¿qué hago? No me meto en este mundo y dejo que la competencia siga creciendo con la posibilidad de que el día de mañana me coma. O me meto pero a la vez dejo de ser todo lo que construí hasta ahora. Que en realidad no es dejar de serlo, pero sino es como, bueno, abrir un camino paralelo. Eso fue lo que más me llamó la atención del capítulo. No sé por qué me recomienda el capítulo 4 en lugar del capítulo 3. Pero bueno, ahora buscamos el capítulo 3.
Si no temporalmente, ¿por qué no haces una playlist de los...? Sí que tiene que haber una playlist.
Tendría que haber una playlist. Este es el 4. Ahí está el 5. Ahí está el 6.
No,
Acá
el
estamos
va a
nosotros. Va a tener que entrar al
Nos miramos nosotros mismos.
Va a tener que entrar al canal.
Estaba en el episodio 3.
No, pero era de otro canal, Era desde otro canal.
Ah, bueno. No, entra al canal de Xbox. Entra al canal de Xbox. Fíjate en las listas de reproducción que tiene que estar el...
Acá
ahí lo tenés, la playlist. Ahí lo tenés todo.
Exactamente. Bueno, ¿querés contestar la Cronox si Colectiva Xbox fue el primer nombre que elegiste? Para el...
No, en realidad, o sea, más o menos como pasa en todos los temas de decisiones, o sea, como pasa con las empresas, o sea, siempre se escoge algún nombre que queda más largo y después es como que se reduce a algo más. O sea, originalmente se iba a llamar la Colectiva Xbox y nada, el diseñador directamente dijo, no, quitarle la L y dejamos solo, porque todo iba a ser como un diseño conjunto, era un diseño de una L y un círculo. Y el diseñador del logo, que es el que le dio la forma, o sea, la logo de Xbox en el medio, los colores de los joysticks dentro del círculo, el círculo que rodea la X, todo eso dijeron, no, la L está de más, o sea, borró la L y quedó todo. O sea, el logo es más o menos el mismo que se está usando ahora, solo que estamos usando la variante de la Xbox original ahora.
Claro.
Pero el logo... ya como que se tenía pensado, o sea, solamente se le quitó la a todo. Lo más difícil fue escoger el nombre, pensar el nombre, porque ya hay muchas páginas que tienen el nombre de Xbox de por sí, y la idea de estar atado a un país no era la idea tampoco.
Claro, Xbox Argentina o algo así, Xbox Arg, no.
No, ya existió eso, ya existió ese proyecto hasta que, bueno, quedará para un video relacionado en algo que haré independientemente de la historia de cómo comenzó todo eso y
el lore de Colectiva Xbox.
Cómo terminó. Un documental, hacemos un documental de 6 partes de cómo nació Colectiva.
Por favor, no me pidas este nivel de edición porque me muero. No estoy capacitado para este nivel de edición. No, apuesta que está muy bien hecho.
No.
El documental está muy bien hecho. Más allá de que me interesa el contenido y la temática, digo, también está muy bien hecho. Porque podría no estarlo y lo está. Sí, de hecho ahora lo cambiamos, ¿no? O lo volvimos a poner el viejo. Ahora no está con la X vieja por los 20 años.
Sí, ahora estamos con la X vieja, o sea, supongo que después volverá al diseño original por lo menos. Igual, ¿qué más? No, sí. Y... nada.
Pero ¿qué opciones se barajaban además de Colectiva Xbox? O Colectiva Xbox no se
No, en sí
barajaba
no
y
había
apareció de la
pasa
nada.
que buscamos una palabra que represente la unidad de personas que les gusta más o menos todo en general sobre la máquina, o que tengan una idea o un concepto general que se comparta sobre la máquina. O sea, en sí la palabra colectiva también representa como la unión de personas sobre una misma idea o algo así. Al menos eso creo recordar por el diccionario, y quedó eso. O sea, no hubo muchas vueltas con el nombre, como decir, o sea, ponerle comunidad a tal cosa, o no sé, apostar 10.000 variantes a páginas ya existentes. No, o sea, directamente algún nombre que no esté. Un nombre que no esté, o algún nombre que no suene repetitivo en nada.
Ahí le estoy preguntando a Carlos cuánto va a tardar en volver, porque quiero levantarme a buscar algo para comer, porque también tengo que alimentarme y no quiero dejar todo así a la penumbra. Pero bueno.
O sea, mira, te vas a buscar comida, haces entretenimiento, como diciendo, bueno, vamos a ver cuánto tarda Andrés en buscar comida. Dependiendo de eso, dependiendo de los segundos que tarde, los minutos que tarde, se le añaden más videos a su currículum de edición futura.
Podemos spoilear un poquito, total la gente de la que está acá es la que más nos sigue. Necesito que me confirmen esto, ya que estamos, que son los que siempre están. Yo estuve probando el evento de indies de Xbox, de las demos de indies de Xbox que hay. Y he jugado 8 juegos aproximadamente. Me faltan probar unos cuantos más. O sea, probé más, pero 8 juegos son los que seleccioné, mejor dicho. Ahí va. Para hacer un video. Mi idea es seleccionar 10 indies del evento y hacer videos sobre eso. Ahora, yo pregunto aquí a que ustedes me aporten su opinión. Hago 2 videos de 5 juegos, o sea, 2 partes con 5 juegos y 5 juegos, o hago uno con los 10 juegos entero, más compacto, más al hueso, si se quiere, y listo. Porque tengamos en cuenta que son demos. Hay algunas que son más completas, que te dan más tiempo de analizar el juego y ver muchas de las mecánicas y por dónde van las cosas. Y hay otras que es muy demo, digamos, de 30 minutos. Y no llegás a ver el juego en sí. Ves las mecánicas, ves la ambientación y un poco de la historia, poquito y nada. Y hasta ahí queda. Digo, hay demos que se puede hacer más contenido y demos que es muy poco.
Sí, un detalle importante, o sea, el festival de demos en sí termina el 21 de diciembre, ahora en Xbox. La idea era presentarlas, hablar rápido de las demos, pero bueno, la idea se fue demorando y va a terminar como una exactamente mini opinión, mini preview de exactamente estos juegos que van a salir dentro de algunos meses. O sea, por ejemplo, no sé, una especie de preview rápida, ¿qué opinamos de Tunic o algo por el estilo?
Claro, o sea,
a Andrés le gusta todo lo que... Andrés, dale cualquier cosa que sea relacionado a lo indie y te lo hace con amor.
Olvídate, eso
al menos que el juego es una cagada.
Probé un poco de todo, ¿viste cómo es? No me gusta ponerlo así en términos de es una cagada, porque todo un desarrollo independiente yo creo que merece un mínimo de respeto, porque nada, hacer un juego con nada o con poco ya es un logro. Pero es cierto que de los 35 que hay juegos para probar, yo quiero seleccionar los mejores 10. La idea es hacer, bueno, de todos los demos que probamos, estos son los que más nos interesaron, estos son posibles juegos buenos que nos van a divertir, que pueden interesarnos, que pueden ser futuras compras y demás, y cuando salga el juego, si se puede hacerle un análisis, también. Entonces, por eso digo seleccionar 10, y por eso la idea de hacemos un video con los 10 o hacemos 2 videos con 5 y 5. Acá Nacho dice parte 1 y parte 2. Parte 1 y parte 2. Martín Pérez Páez, nos dice 2 videos, más reproducciones, más interés para el canal y más money. money. No es tan así, pero bueno, sí, entiendo la lógica. Ayer me di el gusto de comprando 17 juegos en las ofertas. El Blasphemous era uno que quería. ¿Sabes que ayer yo me compré Blasphemous y Eldest Soul? Que también es en realidad no es un roguelike, es más bien un boss rush, porque es más bien de bosses que de dungeons, pero le tenía ganas. Así que después los voy a jugar. Yo jugué un indie que me gustó, pero no me acuerdo cómo se llamaba. Es como un Metroid de samuráis. Metroid de samuráis. De samuráis. No creo que sea Samurai Saber Shadow, porque no es un bueno, sí es un samurai, es más bien un ninja, es un samurai. Sí, parte 1 y parte 2. Bueno, lo hacemos en 2 partes entonces. Así que si León nos escucha, tiene que hacer 2 miniaturas.
Pobre León, ya le vas a cargar los proyectos los 2 videos de lanzamientos de juegos que tenía planeados. Cosa que es spoiler eso.
Y bueno.
No sé, porque quería aprovechar, o sea, ya que es 2022, video de lanzamiento de enero, video de adelantar qué es lo que viene en 2022, que no hicimos ese ejercicio el año pasado y tengo ganas de hacerlo este año.
Puede ser Katana 0, pero no es tan... Bueno, sí es indie, pero no estuvo en el festival. O vos probaste Cronos, ¿lo probaste en el festival o es un indie que ya está? Y ya... Un pack del Divinity Original Sin 1 y 2 está muy bueno. Los Divinity no los jugué.
Gente,
Ahí
volví, perdón.
Carlos.
Perdón por la ausencia.
Está perfecto. Esto
Factores externos.
Esto dijimos que va a ser relajado, que son como 4, 5, 6 horas que vamos a estar acá, así que yo ahora me voy a ir a buscar algo para comer. Estábamos contando de...
Pregunto, ¿el indie no será Bladed Fury?
Puede ser también.
A ver si suena. Si le suena, es un juego chino, pero es un hack and slash con estilo Metroid.
Estábamos hablando justamente del contenido de los juegos del festival de demos de indies. Sí. De hacer dentro de los 35 juegos que probé, todavía no probé los 35, he probado 20 y tantos. Seleccionar los mejores 10 y hacer 2 videos de 5 y 5.
Ahí está, ahí volví. No, se me desconectó en un momento. No sé cuándo se me desconectó porque estaba hablando. Decía, llegó Carlos, anda a buscar la comida rápido, anda a buscar la comida.
Lo único que hay que hacer, Cronos, vas a la parte de juegos, de demostraciones gratuitas y ahí están todas las demos de los indies. Son unos cuantos. Si quieren, recomiendo rápido ahora algunos, pero estaría spoileando el video. Así que me parece que no, voy a ser malo.
Linda locurita indie de vista lateral con Katana, lo que se viene con Trek to Yomi, ¿no?
Sí, ese lo tengo anotadísimo.
Locurita linda,
Sí. Tengo unos cuantos anotados. Es más, tengo un archivo de Word que se llama Teléfono para Xbox con juegos ahí anotados. Pero todo a su tiempo. Bueno, voy a buscar algo para... Mira qué bien.
Voy a buscar la comida rápida.
Voy a buscar algo para comer. No, unas galletitas.
Yo que estaba explicando que tenés que trabajar en 2 videos de lanzamientos para 2022, pero se ve que el joystick se apagó en ese momento.
2 videos para el de lanzamiento.
No, sí se escuchó, Gabo, eso.
Bueno, listo, más látigo. Ya hablaremos de eso,
Bueno, apago la cámara o la dejo prendida.
Lo que tenemos que armar es... Tenemos que trabajar en esto de la elección de los mejores juegos del año, hay que armar la votación y todo eso. Ya está, ya pasó la última gran oleada de juegos, ya creo que podemos empezar a hacer que la gente vote.
Ya, claro, esta semana ya como que prepararíamos la lista interna y después lo mandaremos a que voten y ponerle que en 2 semanas a partir de ahí, o no sé cuándo, cerraría la votación, o sea, ya poner los más esperados del año que viene, mejor juego según el género, quizás alguna categoría aleatoria. Es un tema de que todavía no pactamos la cantidad de categorías, pero sí onda que tenemos que establecer un límite de categorías sí o sí, porque si no el video es interminable. Imagínate, eran 50 categorías lo que tienen que votar, o sea, terminan matándonos todos.
Y bueno, después veremos, ¿hacemos una entrega de premios en vivo o armamos un video directamente?
Sí, a ver, podemos armar una
gala de colectiva.
O sea, podemos experimentar con estos streams porque está bueno. Más que nada es una interacción con el público para que vean las reacciones, además, viste, de sus votaciones. Sí. Algo que estaba esperando como despedida, ya que, o sea, tenemos pendiente la noche de Among Us. Incluso estaba pensando que el streaming de despedida del año sea jugando Among Us. O sea, traicionándonos y rompiendo la amistad. No, lo peor de todo de la otra noche experimental fue ver cómo básicamente, por las dudas o por el miedo, o sea, básicamente se incriminaban o exactamente cuando se ponían las votaciones. En muchos momentos había empate y después, ¡pum! Ya sé que me echaban a mí o echaban a Lore, por ejemplo. A Lore de golpe en una obtuvo como 10 votos para que le echaran y no era el impostor.
Pobre Lore.
No, o sea, lo que pasa es que también depende también del mapa que elija, porque son 4 mapas en sí, el de la navecita y el de la nave espacial y el que es como parece un dirigible o algo así, que es un mapa que en un momento se divide en 2 caminos, o algo por el estilo, son los mejores. Después hay otro mapa que estás como en un planeta o en cerca de un volcán, pero no nos gustó mucho. Y después hay otro mapa más. Pero nada, igual tenemos que elegir bien el número de asesinos dependiendo y configurar bien los asesinatos y todo eso, cada cuánto podés matar, porque si no se pone muy el tema de asesinos y de golpe son 3 asesinos contra otros jugadores y los 3 pueden matar así nomás y de golpe hay 5 cadáveres.
Auspicia el siguiente segmento.
Cronos, no dice. Ahí dice Cronos que el indie es Blind Fate Edo no Yami. ¿Vos sabés que creo que he visto algún trailer dando vuelta? Sí, está buenardo. Sí. Yo lo voy a bajar. No sé en qué momento lo voy a jugar porque estoy saturado, pero en algún momento lo vamos a bajar, seguro.
Bueno.
Sí.
¿Les parece arrancar con el tercero?
Bueno.
Vamos con el tercero.
Porque el tiempo es tirano, ¿vio? O sea, a mí me encanta charlar, pero no vamos a quedar hasta las 10 de la noche, sino.
Sí. Mandarle al tercero, empecemos con el tercero ya.
Qué propaganda esa, Escucha.
It's really good.
I love it. The ad was polarizing, and it did end up getting banned. Stations would not run the ad because it was, so shocking for people.
There was tension for the company to be doing this gaming thing because it was really different than really the image that the company was trying to cultivate. Some of the stuff like that, commercial, I don't think senior leadership saw until it was done.
We don't talk about Microsoft Xbox. We just talk about Xbox. Because Microsoft was good on the funding side, but bad on the branding side.
And if they wanted to go market it like they market Windows and they market Office, it was a deal breaker. It was not going to be successful.
The games industry did not speak the same language as Microsoft.
But if we were going to do this really hard thing and not lose billions and billions of dollars forever, we had to get it right.
People had to have the belief that they were working with the Xbox team. And if that meant there was something slightly unconventional that had to be done, the Microsoft bureaucracy wasn't going to get in the way.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
The Xbox is a breakthrough game console that ships in fall 2001.
Most console companies start working on the next console as soon as they finish the current console. So 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. So for Microsoft to go from announcing in 2000 to being on store shelves in the fall of 2001 is kind of insane.
Before Xbox landed on store shelves, the team had to run a gauntlet of very public deadlines. A hardware rollout in Las Vegas at the Consumer Electronics Show. A first glimpse of Xbox games at Microsoft's GameStock event in Seattle. And finally, an event that brought the entire global gaming industry together to see what was new and judge it mercilessly.
E3 is the biggest moment of the year for games. For new entrants, it was really important to show up and make a good impression.
That E3 was critical for the Xbox, but you know, a lot of what you're showing is beta software and beta hardware.
Hardware that's not proven yet, or probably not even finished.
A lot of things at E3 can go wrong.
Adding pressure, the lead executive on Xbox development, Rick Thompson, had just left Microsoft, which meant Microsoft's mission to quickly deliver an industry-changing game console needed a new leader.
The idea of finding somebody else externally didn't make sense. We had a schedule that is crazy to begin with. The project just didn't have the time for that. Nor did we think that somebody externally could sort of fit into Microsoft and make this happen. And so I concluded that it was something I needed to do.
A new challenger enters.
Sort of a fateful decision, because it led to the worst 18 months of my professional career.
It's a hard project. I mean, what we were doing is something that is intensely difficult.
Robbie was the grown-up. What's Robbie's role?
We were a young group of...
Y Martín, Geoff Keighley era periodista de videojuegos en esa época. Trabajaba, si no me equivoco, en Game Trailers TV. Creo que era ahí donde estaba pegado en ese momento.
What we needed more than anything else was we needed an adult in the room.
I was part of Office when it was smaller, and then as it grew big.
Robbie also has a sense of propriety, and I don't think we had a sense of propriety at all.
The opportunity here way outpaces that opportunity. I think is very exciting.
He was the one inside of Microsoft that Bill Gates trusted with all the complexity and the cost and the risk involved in doing something like this.
Robbie's a good guy. People can trust him. Doesn't break his word. However, everyone who comes into games can't be prepared for what it's like, because it's an entertainment business. The software doesn't just have to work and have the right features, it has to entertain also. This is hard.
I had no clue what I was doing. I didn't play games. The business model I barely understood.
We are launching an entirely new business competing against two established competitors in one of the largest entertainment industries in the world.
I was learning something new every single day. And that meant, obviously, I failed most days, too.
And I think the next 6 to 8 weeks are going to be super exciting. A little challenging.
I didn't think about how to plan for going from 20 people to 2,000 people.
We went from 4 people to a dozen people to hundreds to, honestly, thousands involved in some way with the creation of Xbox.
It was crazy. I mean, it was no time at all before I didn't know everybody in the organization anymore.
When I think about it today, it just makes my head kind of spin sideways.
Every week, I would hear about somebody I knew in the game industry that was moving up to Redmond to work in the Xbox.
We just said, this all has to get done. We need bodies. So we hired people in bulk. We brought in teams of people.
I remember thinking, this is a lot of people changing their lives for this effort. It's either got to be something that everybody believes in, and they're willing to uproot their families and get behind this initiative, or it's going to be one of the biggest cluster of all time.
It became clear that we needed our own place because we were just going to bust at the seams.
So Microsoft has this beautiful campus and all these beautiful buildings and everyone works together. We were not part of that.
We went to this campus called Millennium, which was still in Redmond, but pretty far away from Microsoft.
Part of that was we needed space, but part of it is like, we need a few miles away from main campus to get some breathing room to do something different.
We were deliberately a renegade team.
They were rebels inside of the Microsoft empire.
We were kids in our early 20s who loved video games and could not believe that Microsoft had given us jobs to go create them, and we were all kind of growing up together.
The thing about games is it's Hollywood for nerds. You have your star directors, you have your Ferrari driving rendering engineers.
Congratulations.
And after a full day of working on making games, we would get together and play games. And there was a little bit of a weird culture of not leaving, which I think was maybe not the healthiest.
Maybe like a college dorm room kind of vibe.
Your social circle was Xbox, your family was kind of Xbox.
But we all had a common purpose, a passion around games.
Being able to do something very different and revolutionary was where you were getting our energy from.
Because we were still young, we had moments where we were like, wait a minute, like, am I the best person to be doing this?
It was definitely a whole bunch of kids making decisions above their pay grade.
You had a bunch of passionate people who weren't necessarily 100% the most qualified people to be doing the jobs, running as fast as they can to make this thing happen.
We were young and we were naive.
You know, I always call it the best funded startup ever.
Me, in my 20s, you know, I had millions of dollars of budget, and there wasn't really any oversight. It was a little bit of the Wild West.
You know, I had to negotiate all the components that went in, hard drives, power supplies, circuit
Estaba
board.
pensando algo muy parecido, Mariana. ¿Quién no quiere trabajar así, no?
Deals that are hundreds of millions of dollars.
There were definitely some terrible decisions being made, but on the other hand, that level of freedom, you know, made Xbox happen.
What resulted was sort of a weird combination of craziness and genius.
My recollection of that time was being so fascinated by watching this big company around us try to wrap its brain around what it meant to be an entertainment brand.
We didn't have a lot of interdependencies with the rest of the company.
It was Robbie, right, that had to go over to main campus and deal with Microsoft people.
One day, some executives came to visit the studio, and one of those people who came was Bill Gates. I showed him my cinematic tools and how I wrote scripts and how I laid down cameras in the engine. Bill spent time with Marty O'Donnell, our audio director.
Chief, whatever you're gonna do, make it quick.
Raining aliens! Oh, Jesus, why you do this to me?
The hopes of all the Covenant rest on your shoulders, Chieftain.
He spent time actually watching Marty play some of the themes from Halo.
Dietat. Diepat.
He went to go see our art department where one of our 3D artists was sculpting a character in clay, making a maquette. And at the end of the Bill visit, we got in the conference room, the leads of the studio, and there was a pause. And you can see the magnificent machine that is his brain calculating down the Microsoft org chart from him at the top all the way down to the crazy artists in this studio in a gravel pit, literally. And Bill leaned forward and he said, "So there are artists who work here?" It really was a cultural change for the company.
Xbox was already forcing people within Microsoft to think differently, but what really mattered was changing public perception. Behind the scenes, software engineers were hard at work building Xbox's capabilities. Now, the hardware team had a chance to win over the doubters on a big stage at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas.
CES was a trade show where companies from around the world would come to unveil the latest in technologies.
A lot of buying decisions from retailers got made at that show for the holiday season, and so we had a lot of proving to do. The press was skeptical, gamers were skeptical. You don't know how to do this stuff. You've never done this before. Good luck. The gaming industry is not a believer.
While Microsoft works on the insides of the new Xbox, it focuses an equal amount of attention on the outside.
I was the creative director of Xbox.
Horace Luke is the man. Horace Luke is the man.
What Horace had to do was take the thing that we had produced in hardware and then figure out some wrapping around it. First time we ever showed him, like, hey, you're gonna need to put this board that we're about to manufacture for, you know, millions of consoles into something that looks good. He's like, what the
My office was where everybody brought their ideas, from the technology team to the design team to the management team.
At the time that we were building the original Xbox, there were no other consoles with a hard drive or an Ethernet port.
So how do we put something around this that vents heat, that survives a drop test, and looks cool?
You have to fit all of this, of course, into a box that's not going to be giant sitting in your living room.
It was a constant battle between the
pero
different
después te
groups.
sacan la Play
I
5.
went through thousands of different sketches, trying to jam it and shrink it in every way possible into a box.
I remember him saying, like, well, maybe we just gotta slim it down, like, you know, we'll just dress it in black.
Everything was very aggressive looking. The console itself was large. It was bulging on the top.
It looked like the engine cowling on a Dodge Hemi.
It was the physical embodiment of power. Like, no other console has ever been designed like this.
It was quite a miracle to fit everything in that box. Looking back today, you say the thing is huge, but in comparison to the PC of the 90s, it was tiny.
It is a small miracle that we actually were able to pull this off. And it looked awesome.
Era muy bonita. Para la época, ¿no?
2001 Consumer Electronics Show is packed with every new gadget and gizmo about to hit stores.
CES 2001 in Las Vegas, in the Convention Center Hall. Bill Gates was there.
CES will actually give us a better idea of just where Microsoft is going to fit into the gaming market.
For the very first time, Microsoft was going to get to show off its final Xbox hardware design.
Good morning. Welcome to CES.
Everybody felt like we were on the verge of doing something special, historic.
For the first time, let me now unveil Xbox.
But when you show up as the third entrant into the space with well-established competitors, you have to break out, you have to be bold.
How do you unveil a product in a way that might surprise the world and get the world to see Microsoft doing something differently?
If you smell what the rock is cooking.
We decided
Best crossover ever.
There was honestly some disbelief, like, you know, Bill Gates, The Rock, like, what's going on here?
Thank you, Bill.
It was really like muscle-bound Hollywood meets, you know, gamer geek of the tech world.
Just might appear that The Rock and Bill Gates don't have a heck of a lot in common.
El mando era un incordio, Cronos.
The
Olvídate.
Rock's here to say that can't be farther from the truth. The Xbox is everything The Rock is. Cutting edge, powerful, exhilarating.
And they were funny together. Like, it actually worked.
And they looked like they were best friends.
I mean, The Rock doesn't impress easily, Bill, you know that, but I'm pretty damn impressed with what we're seeing here today. And considering that this Xbox at this moment is only running on 1/5 of the system's power, it's very impressive. Bill, do you have any idea what The Rock would be like if he were only running on 1/5 of his power?
Well, I would think that...
It doesn't matter what you think, Bill. No, I'm sorry, Bill. It's just a force of habit. Rock apologizes.
It went well. We showed nothing, technically, but it started to build the excitement.
We gave it 5 out of 5 stars. We really like the Xbox a lot. You throw in an 8GB hard drive, a 10100 Ethernet adapter, and you basically have the most powerful system on the block. The Xbox is really slick.
With excitement building around the console, Microsoft was under tremendous pressure to build a portfolio of hit games before the Xbox launch.
By the time they had announced that they wanted to do Xbox to the time when we needed to launch was an incredibly short period of time. We didn't really have the luxury of saying, start building a game from ground up. That was almost impossible. What we were looking for were games that were partially in development, ports already in development. We went out and started to look for developers all over the world.
A barnstorming tour across North America, Europe, and ultimately Japan to create some sort of excitement around the console and convince game developers in particular that we could be successful.
All right, boys, let's roll.
One day we presented a new idea from a small game publisher that had come to us and said, hey, we want to dust off one of the 2D games that we had done for PC. We're going to really invest in it. We think it's going to be really exciting.
And these newly important executives in Xbox who would review all the pitches from publishers and developers, they said, I don't think that game they're going to be able to make the transition from 2D to 3D.
They felt that it was complicated. They didn't really understand the user interface. They thought that it was based on a game that hadn't been all that successful. To my surprise, it was rejected.
And that game was called Grand Theft Auto 3.
It ended up selling 14.5 million units. It was the top-selling game of 2001 and would have been the top-selling game of 2002 if it wasn't beaten by its own sequel.
It was the pass heard around the industry. Despite seeing
Por eso los GTA 3 y el Vice City tardaron en llegar a Xbox. La cuestión de que hubo un acuerdo con Sony.
We needed a vibrant
pero culpa de Microsoft.
lineup
¿Cómo le vas a decir no creemos que ese juego que ves en 2DS pueda pasar a 3D? O sea, tenías a los desarrolladores comiendo de tu mano porque tenías las herramientas más fáciles para programar, la consola más potente del mercado. Te van con una idea y le decís, no, pero ¿cómo vas a pasar eso al 3D? O sea, se tirotearon solo, dentro de la misma compañía se tirotearon solo.
What you're seeing is a sneak peek at what's to come on Xbox. We're going to start off with a game whose vision was really just too big to fit in the PS2, so we brought it over to the Xbox.
Our characters certainly aren't the muscle-bound superheroes, that we want to be. They're more like the poor, sad schmucks that most of us really are.
Getting Oddworld, that was important. It was an established PlayStation franchise, beloved by the console game community.
That's the last damn Gambit there is!
We had a chance to work with an amazing
Pensar que Oddworld Inhabitants pensaba que Oddworld lo iba a voltear a Mario.
These things we call puzzles, and they were like me, and Munch was like, you got to come over and do this for me, So and then Abe's like, come on guys, let's go. And they were really vulnerable characters living in extremely dangerous worlds that you're trying to keep them alive, but when they get whacked, it's hilarious.
Next, we're really happy to announce our new relationship with one of the
Salió hace poquito el remaster, lo compré, pero no lo rasqué siquiera, la verdad.
Pero dicen que no está tan, no. Falta ahí.
Lo que pasa también es muy jodida la nostalgia, Andrés. O sea,
Project Gotham Racing was based on your style of driving as much as how fast you cross the finish line.
For us, it was an opportunity to make this amazing, really accessible, fun, arcade racing game.
It's a really important part of our launch. And
Gotham
that
Racing,
was
qué
just the
joda,
beginning.
Hardcore, freestyle, snowboarding. This is only one mountain of 7 international mountains we'll be bringing to you in AMP.
That double-ended axe is pretty wicked looking, and we can tell this is a hand-to-hand fighting game.
Playing a football game, you want to kick your buddy's butt so hard he's going to wear it for a helmet.
And that's it for our show today. I hope you got to see everything that you wanted. Did you see everything? Oh, I feel like I am forgetting something. What was it? Oh, Halo. Hey, how could I forget Halo?
Hey everybody, so I'm Jason. I'm one of the co-founders of Bungie and the lead on Halo.
O sea, Martín, que en el fondo creo que ni siquiera, o sea, como compañía, Microsoft no entendía la industria del videojuego. Recién ahora que tiene a cargo gente que ha jugado toda la vida, la entiende la industria. Yo creo que el problema real fue ese en realidad, no entender la industria del videojuego.
In order to fix the bug and keep the company above water and working on new games, they needed a serious cash infusion.
Apparently they had this thing called Halo. I hadn't seen it yet. Some of my guys had. They had multiple games in development, but all I wanted was this new thing that they were working on. So we did a deal and bought out the company, and they started to work on Halo.
That's really when true development began on what the game would be. When we were purchased, Halo was not a game.
Joseph Staten, a ese señor hay que hacerle un altar después de hacer de lo que era el año pasado de Halo Infinite lo que terminó siendo.
Control a space marine who moved fast and could jump into a sophisticated vehicle and haul ass around this alien world, and that was it.
What do you think, Jason?
People knew about Halo. They knew that we'd been acquired by Microsoft. They knew about Xbox. They knew we were still working on the game. That period of getting Halo from a series of prototypes to on a disc playable by an Xbox was just a mad rush to get this game.
Perdón, no puedo escribir, no tengo chat a mano, pero gracias, Ron.
Excitement that we had something special.
It makes me very nervous to actually play this for you. Welcome to Halo on the Xbox.
We started off that demo showing you flying to the land in a Covenant ship, running around the environment, getting in a vehicle, doing all those, building block Halo things. But we had our test environment, what we called a B30, the island map in the middle of the water with Halo in the background. it was just fun to play.
Woo!
GameStock was that real first coming out party for us, and it was just that moment where I think the whole organization began to wake up to, oh, there's something really special here.
Thank you, that's it. Good night.
Xbox had made a high-risk bet on Halo. At the time, first-person shooters were considered PC games. The only right way to play was with a keyboard and mouse.
At the time, people thought, well, how are you going to translate, mouse and keyboard game into a console game?
Dual-stick first-person shooters had almost never been done on a console.
I remember right before the demo, Ed was very clear. He's like, hey, when you're playing, make sure that people see the controller. What we need to demonstrate is you can play a shooter with thumbsticks, maneuvering around the environment.
You can go back and you can look. Adamant blog posts that shooter games, like Doom, would never work with a game controller.
Can people actually play a first-person shooter on a controller like this? Is the audience going to accept it?
While gamers wrestled with the idea of a first-person shooter on a console, critics also keyed in on a not-so-tiny issue.
I don't like the controller. Unfortunately, it's big. I think it's too big.
The Duke, they call it. The Duke wasn't a small controller. It didn't feel cheap. I felt like you could kill somebody with it.
You had to have gorilla hands to work with this thing. It was the industry's biggest game controller.
The Duke controller was like a newborn baby. I mean, the thing is like 9 pounds, 3 ounces. You had to kind of hug it.
As an adult with big hands, you can hold it farther back and it's really comfortable and cool.
Te pegaban con uno eso en la cabeza y te mandaban al hospital.
No, vos sabés que me acuerdo, mi hermano jugó GTA con el Duke. Era imposible jugar. Había secuencias en las cuales vos tenías que asomarte desde el auto para disparar para afuera. Y sacabas el personaje o sea, hacías que sacara la mitad del cuerpo para disparar tocando el botón blanco. Vos fíjate dónde está acomodado el botón blanco. Y después tenías que usar, no me acuerdo si el gatillo o uno de los botones frontales para disparar. O sea, había movimientos antinaturales para usar un joystick y después de usar el Duke, lo usabas así. Era cualquier cosa.
Claro.
Cuando hicieron la revisión, los botones negro y blanco fueron abajo. En la zona donde están los botones A y B, ahí abajo en un costadito. Pero hasta eso estuvo mal pensado en un primer momento.
May 17, 2001, Global Gaming's biggest event, E3, kicked off in Los Angeles.
E3 is clearly the Super Bowl.
Sí, creo que el término perseverancia es uno de los que mejor le cae, ¿no?
It was the most important public test for their new console before a looming November launch date.
We're trying to make an impression at E3, and we don't know what hardware we're going to be able to show. And are we going to try to show a lot or a little? Should we show games at all?
We were heads down, focused on having all of our games prepped for E3, and it nearly killed us.
It's Broadway, it's opening night. You're going to read the reviews the next morning, and you're either hot or you're a flop.
I was pretty eager to get to E3 and get hands-on with the Xbox. But your first time making hardware is painful. And what you demo and what ends up on the store shelves are often very different things. And so I was really skeptical that this Xbox is going to be ready.
It's a pleasure for me to be the first to welcome you to Los Angeles for what I'm sure is going to be quite an exciting week. So it's 8 a.m. in the morning. The hardware team is literally using duct tape to get the box done. Sony had their event the night before and a party afterwards. This was going to be our coming out party, and we now have a hungover media group at 8 o'clock in the morning coming to see Xbox. That is not where you want to be.
We've made Xbox a reality. And you can see here, if I slide this down, Xbox itself. Now live and ready to go.
I walk out on stage, and I do my first line.
And in fact, if I press this little button here on the front,
and then I, hit the magic button that's supposed to start the Xbox.
You'll see Xbox will actually start up. We can bring that video up.
Oh no.
We can bring that video up.
And nothing happens. Nothing happened.
Well, if we could bring the video up, Xbox would be live and starting and running.
I didn't know what to do, so I just went on.
So it's with great confidence that on November the 8th, in the North American market, you'll be able to go into retail stores.
In less than a year's time, you're going to release this thing into the wild, and people are going to be able to play it, and you're going to love it. And it doesn't turn on.
It was a devastating moment.
As the hardware planner, my heart just sank.
And you'll be able to get a box just like this with Xbox in it.
It was a disaster.
A legendary sort of press
A mirado del lado positivo, no puede haber peor E3 en la historia de Xbox que el primero.
We had a box that worked, and we needed to get their hands on these
De ahí
games
solo te queda
as
subir.
we could, so we could wash away that moment.
O sea, de ahí solo poder mirar para arriba, olvidar.
But the disasters kept rolling.
Ahí todavía no terminó, eh.
The Xbox wasn't done yet. The graphics hardware that they were running on was running about half the speed of what we expected the final product to be at. Basically, I'm making excuses for it was slow.
Microsoft had never had a meaningful presence at E3 before. The booth was packed.
We decided to show Halo because we feel like we have to show what's going to be our key title.
In terms of the games we were working on, Halo had the biggest role. And so it was the E3 demo on the floor.
So many people were coming in with huge curiosity about what it was capable of, and I was completely disappointed. I'm like, the frame rate's terrible, the split screen stuff, it's kind of cool, but it just doesn't feel like it's powerful enough.
On the show floor, the unfinished game seemed to fall short of its original promise of revolutionary gameplay.
So now you have a bad launch event, and the key title that's going to carry the day looks bad, and people start to think we're crazy. Shortly thereafter, E3, Peter Moore, he's at Sega, and he says, hey, I want to give you our feedback from E3.
That E3 was critical for Sega to stay alive.
In February of 2001, Sega made the decision to discontinue the Dreamcast and focus exclusively on software. Part of that transition included a huge bet to focus on making games for Xbox. But a disastrous showing at E3 from Microsoft meant danger for Sega.
As we were moving from being a first party to a classic third party publisher, we absolutely needed somebody like Microsoft to get us through this difficult period.
And so Peter comes up to me. He looks at me and says, well, here's our feedback. Retailers aren't going to stock you, developers aren't going to develop for you, and consumers think the product's not very good and it's too expensive. I took it very personally. I'm the leader of the team, it's my responsibility, it's my obligation, and I felt like I failed. This is my resignation letter to my boss, Rick Paluzzo. I wrote this on Friday, May 25th, 2001 at 2:02 a.m. It starts off, my status in Xbox, importance high. This is not going to be an easy email to write, and frankly, I've postponed doing it several times. The short summary is that my direct involvement in Xbox needs to end, and sooner than either of us would like. I think this is both in my best interest and the best interest of Microsoft.
But Bill Gates and Microsoft CEO Steve Ballmer did not accept Robbie's resignation.
They just encouraged me to get it done and said, you've done a great job, keep at it, we're with you. I mean, there wasn't much more they could say. Right? There's no advice they could give me. They were too far away to say, hey, go do this. The only person who could figure that out was me. I never told anybody on the team. Rick and Steve and Bill. They're the only people that ever knew. That gives you the sense how personally challenging it was for a person who hates losing.
Electronic Arts is one of the biggest game makers in the world, and its CEO, Larry Probst, was quoted in the Financial Times as saying this, that Microsoft has a lot to do over the next few months. They are on a death march now.
I don't think anybody had an easy ride to launch.
All we're thinking about is getting the device done so that we can make launch day. If you didn't have console units on retail shelves for a holiday, you missed a year. That holiday was vital.
There were a lot of late nights. We were trying to engineer and design something that we'd never done before.
We're building the technology, we're building the hardware inside.
The Xbox circuit board is about yay big. It had probably in the order of 800 parts.
Parts of the Xbox were coming from all over the world.
Like Hungary and Mexico.
You know, there were people who went and lived in China, in a hotel room, for weeks on end.
We would be flying back and forth with hard drives to get stuff back to test.
Microsoft had never shipped a console before. It turns out there's a lot of regulation everywhere in
Qué
the
distintos
world.
que eran los
You had to
tiempos,
be
¿no?
certified by the right agency and approved.
Their approval took longer than we expected. Parts wound up getting delayed from suppliers.
It was every day, come into the office, see a fire, try to put the fire out.
We were tracking the hardware, tracking the components, tracking our launch dates at such an accelerated pace.
It was chaotic.
Chaos, total chaos.
People themselves were doing Herculean things.
We would sleep at the office.
This was all happening in real time.
El crunch.
Sí, obviamente.
Xbox was the toughest job I will ever have, or have ever had. I will never do it again.
Every day was a challenge, both sort of technically and professionally, but also personally.
You know, you were lucky if you had a personal relationship that survived launch. Mine did not.
It's kind of like you're on this horse that's bucking and you're thinking, okay, is this ever gonna stop or will this be the end of me?
8 to 12 weeks before launch. We're coming in way hotter than anyone expected to.
We doubted whether the hardware was going to be done in time. We're not sure any of the games are going to be done in time. The ship is still on fire, the plane hasn't landed, all the metaphors for crashes you can think of. But in the end, that team believed.
There's no second try at the Xbox, so this was a Hail Mary culture. And if we were able to succeed, it was going to be absolutely epic.
It's a touchdown.
November 15th, 2001, Xbox was released in Times Square.
We painted Times Square green. Everywhere you looked, you saw the Xbox green logo.
Xbox was up on all these big billboards. One of those moments in your life you're never going to forget.
Creo que hay una historia, si no me equivoco, que cuando fueron a pedir permiso para Times Square, justamente fue el 11 de septiembre el día que fueron a pedir permiso.
I show up in Times Square,
Mira
go
vos.
straight to the new Toys R Us, and I'm looking for the line. I'm prepared to stay there all day.
We worked with the city to open up the WWF restaurant across the street from Toys R Us Times Square. And that's where all the gamers came first.
They have Xbox consoles set up everywhere. They pretty much just allowed all the gamers to hang out and play and test out all these games.
Bill wanted to be on site. He wanted to help hand over the first console.
Bill Gates is down at a gaming system, shook my hand and said, "You ready to play?" And then we were playing Fusion Frenzy. And Bill Gates made a comment that he had actually taken 2 weeks off of work just to practice this game. He wanted to beat the gamers.
Does anyone know what the shoot button is?
Pasa, Marty, son cosas que pasan en el sistema.
He couldn't beat me. I absolutely took pleasure in beating Bill Gates, yes.
Thank you for that. Been waiting a long time.
Everybody got a tag on their wrist, and when your color was called, we brought you across the street to Toys R Us, and Bill was there to hand out the very first Xbox.
Tonight's kind of a celebration. It's after a lot of hard work.
So they count down. Bill Gates has it rung in on the register. Price is up there, $299.99.
Qué barata que salió, ¿no?
One hits, and he hands me the box and says, "Don't worry, I'm buying it for you." And I turn around with even more excitement and raise my prized possession over my head.
Edward Glucksman became the first gamer in the world to ever own an Xbox. It was a magical night.
I'm a 20-year-old kid looking for a console. That's all I wanted to do. First time going to the city alone, I managed to get sent home in a limo.
It's a celebrity. Every night. That's right.
Qué zarpado, ¿no?
They actually did it. You know, Microsoft actually built and delivered this thing.
The feeling was like, crying level of exhaustion and intense pride for the thing that we had made.
There's never been a prouder moment in somebody's early career. I still have goosebumps today thinking about it.
I tell people that faith is a force multiplier. That team believed. And because that team believed, Xbox got done. If that team doesn't believe and they're just there doing their jobs, we never finish.
That small group of big personalities managed not only to convince Bill Gates and the board,
that we wanted to get into this nascent industry. But they also managed to get an entire organization of game people created and pointed in the right direction.
Go to the subway. The whole station is covered in Xbox logos. I had to sit down and started to cry, and even Kevin got emotional.
It was an impossible task that we should not have been able to do. I was tremendously proud of it. But at the same time, that was the end of that special moment in time that we were all able to be part of. It was the end of an era.
With the Xbox out of their hands and into living rooms around the world, Kevin Backus and Seamus Blackley left Microsoft for new adventures in the game industry.
Microsoft Xbox went on sale at midnight, but when it comes to video games, it's not the system that counts, it's the games.
Nobody actually really cares about the hardware. All they care about is the content.
To be successful, you have to give the gamers that platform-defining title. That you had to go out and buy an Xbox if you wanted to play.
Halo was like this gem, like this was going to be the diamond we offered up at Xbox launch.
But remember, Halo showed up at E3, 6 months before the game was supposed to launch, with pretty serious frame rate issues.
Why is it running like internet video from the early 90s?
We got hammered for how it showed up on the floor.
This is our lead title. Are we going to actually launch something that is this terrible game?
I think there was a bunch of panic. People didn't see what they expected.
That was the part where people actually got super worried.
There was an incredible amount of pressure on Halo. If Halo wasn't a hit, then the future of Xbox really was in doubt.
Tercer capítulo.
Y ahora se tiene que poner automáticamente el cuarto. Quería.
¿Vamos con el cuarto rapidito o charlamos algo?
Bueno.
Como quieran,
No, charlamos un poco así, o sea... Dejar que se siga solo, supongo que seguirá solo el cuarto capítulo. Ah, mira, está o sea, ahora te falta añadir el quinto, está ahí el sexto, y esto ya está.
Lo que no sé si voy a tener que cambiarle el idioma, pero bueno. Ahora chusmeamos eso.
Bueno, ya lo veremos cuando comience, o sea... Igual... La intro es casi la misma en todos los videos, o sea...
¿Cómo estamos ahí, gente, en sus casas? 2 horitas y media, todavía nos queda la mitad para ser exactos. ¿Cómo estamos? ¿Cómo la están pasando? ¿Se me quedó dormido alguno? Este episodio en particular a mí me gustó mucho. Porque es más cercano, se va cada vez acercando más a lo que yo pude vivenciar, ¿no? A una experiencia más.
Sí. Aparte de que ya abandonamos la parte conceptual y empezamos ya a lo que todos vivimos, ¿no?
Claro.
O sea, sí.
Qué loca la experiencia del chabón este que fue. Termina siendo el primer chabón. Así, ¿no? Suena... Uno le puede poner mal todas las flores que quiera. Pero suena copado decir, es el primer persona del mundo que tiene una Xbox. Es como, guau, y no te lo saca nadie ese título. Pero interesante esto, ¿no? Que
no.
me gustó un testimonio de uno de los últimos que decía, funcionó algo que no debía haberlo hecho, y eso me quedó como que ellos mismos ya decían como, loco, esto no va, y si no pasa una cosa pasa la otra. Y la mochila que debe significar poner la consola en venta y ya, viste, decir, bueno, me saqué una mochila.
En 11 meses hicieron el trabajo que normalmente lleva años. Y siendo gente que no estaba acostumbrada. O sea, una locura total. Va más allá de los juegos y de todo eso. Digo, una consola se lleva años de desarrollar por gente que está experimentada, que ya tiene la costumbre de hacer este tipo de cosas. Esta gente en 11 meses creó un hardware desde cero.
Sí.
Increíble.
Y lo que decían a lo último, ¿no? Sí, le das el hardware, pero la gente quiere los juegos. O sea, está bien, a vos te costó muchísimo hacer el hardware, ¿no? Porque lo vimos en los 2 capítulos.
Sí.
Te costó muchísimo, pero después, una vez que salió al mercado, a la gente no le importa lo que tardaste en crearlo, ni lo que sufriste, ni lo que puteaste, ni lo poco que dormiste. Quiere juegos. Y me recordó mucho en parte a esta generación actual. Cuando salió era como, bueno, ¿y qué hay para jugar? Era como, sí, salió, todo muy lindo, pero estamos jugando juegos. Ahora ya se puede estar hablando de que ya tenemos juegos Next Gen, o sea, Next Gen ya no, en realidad, de generación actual. Y vimos en los Games Hour que muchos de los juegos directamente van a ser de esa generación. Que bueno, uno también dice, bueno, pucha, yo todavía tengo la One y no voy a poder jugar esos juegos. Obviamente tenés muchísimos juegos para jugar todavía. Pero es parte, es parte de la evolución, creo yo, del desarrollo, ¿no?
De todas maneras, a ver, en la generación actual, bueno, vos por lo menos comprabas la consola y ya todo el catálogo que tenías de atrás, que si por ahí no jugaste todo, te queda backlog, lo podés disfrutar con mejoras. Van saliendo juegos de multiplataforma, qué sé yo.
Sí, lo solventás.
Lanzar Xbox de cero fue claro, lanzar Xbox de cero era lanzar el catálogo propio de lanzamiento y que después fuera llegando. O sea, era mucho más complicado. También los hábitos de consumo también eran distintos, porque vos te comprabas un juego y te duraba 1 mes, 2, o sea, pero digo, había que darle un atractivo a la consola. Y llegó Halo.
Sounds terrible.
It seemed like Microsoft bit off more than they could chew.
And each build didn't seem to be improving at all.
Like at some point it wasn't about making Halo perfect. Honestly, we were just focused on how do we get this thing on disc in time for launch.
There was an incredible pressure on Halo.
This is our lead title and this is what we've got.
If this thing fails,
claro, es lo que yo decía, Claudio. O sea,
sí.
El chabón lo dijo muy claro, funcionó algo que no debía haber funcionado. Porque ya era tanta la negatividad que había que decís, esto no va, esto no sale, esto no sale, esto no sale.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul. A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Capítulo 4. Qué bueno, ¿y ahora qué?
Soon you will be food.
On Halo, we were doing the thing that people weren't quite sure would even work on a console, a first-person shooter, and the frame rate was terrible.
All of a sudden we were in a new area, console games, and
ahora sabes que eso ni si ahora se quejan cuando se cae de 30 a 28.
Totalmente.
With Halo and Xbox's fates intertwined, something drastic had to be done to get the game right. So, in a last-ditch effort, Ed Freeze and Bungie essentially put the development team under arrest.
Ed Freeze had put Halo behind the curtain and won't let anybody see it. Won't let anybody talk to the Bungie team.
He's like, you guys seal yourself off, literally and metaphorically, and deliver a great game. Like our doors, I don't even think Ed could get into some of the Bungie doors.
I kept saying, hey, Ed, when can I play Halo? And he goes, well, not yet.
When we only had a couple more months before we had to get this thing into boxes.
Good to see you, Master Chief. Things aren't going well.
We had to stand up a complete game that was performant on new hardware. We had to create a compelling story with characters. We had to cut levels, take shortcuts. Just a mad rush of long days, sleeping under desks, full-on old-school crunch to get this game done.
Crunch.
The one positive thing that comes out of crunch is ideation and invention and polish. Ultimately, that was one of the things that Bungie took very, very seriously, was polish.
For us at Bungie, this was a passionate effort to make the best game possible. But when you show up as Microsoft, you are open to a whole different level of criticism.
Yeah, that's cool. All right.
And Halo had the burden of showing up excellent in all ways. But we had no idea Halo was going to be a hit. We hoped people would like it. Here we go. But the rubber hits the road when you meet the gamer for real.
Halo? Yeah. Halo.
I remember very vividly going to local launch events.
Hold it up!
Starting to look at chatter online with fan sites, and then game reviews, and then comments, and realizing, oh my god, people like it.
How the hell are we gonna beat this game?
Halo, which had problems entering the fray, came out on day one, and it was amazing. It was really amazing.
I just felt that sense of possibility.
Damage Jenkins, fire your weapon!
That you could go anywhere and do anything on this beautiful, lush planet filled with things that were trying to kill you. They just did it so well. The controls felt natural. You could tell like that it was going to be a breakthrough for first-person shooters.
I didn't care that I wasn't using a mouse. I was using a controller. I was in the Halo universe, and it was fantastic.
It was a bit of an epiphany of, oh, like you can do that? Like you can play this kind of game on a console? Awesome.
Halo was a phenomenon. That dual player mode was wow.
Landing on the beach with a warthog trying to protect Marines with Master Chief. It just blew me away, man.
Sí, Claudio, hay bastante backtracking, se nota, pero bueno.
And it's gonna run me over and kill me, and it skids to a stop right in front of me. And I live. It was like I was there. It was like I had.
Digamos también de que es bastante común en la época. O sea, para mí uno de los juegos más grandiosos de la primera época fue Ninja Gaiden Black y tenía backtracking a dos manos.
And that was something that I always envied and admired.
Halo forms so much of the backbone of, I think, what Xbox is.
Watching the feedback we were getting on Halo, the stories people were telling, it was a cultural moment.
You getting Halo? Oh yeah. Good, just checking.
Without Halo, you know, we're not here.
Halo, Combat Evolved.
Microsoft estimated that they have sold 1 million copies of Halo in the US alone. 50% of Xbox owners are also Halo players.
Xbox was the Halo box. That's what made it work.
Halo broke ground in so many ways, in game control, camera control, storytelling, even art style. It inspired a lot of people to tell a different kind of story.
It changed the game for Xbox, but I also think it changed the way we look at first-person shooters.
First-person shooters had only really largely existed at scale on PC, and mapping those controls to the controller, they just did it right. It just felt right.
No one had done it that well before. No one had nailed it. They just nailed the controls.
So before Halo came out, the conventional wisdom was if you wanted to play a shooter, you had to do it on a PC because that's where you would have the precision with a mouse and keyboard to aim, make the small movements to land that headshot on your enemies. What Bungie did with the help of Microsoft's playtesting and user research labs was figure out how to get something that would approximate that feeling on a console where all you have is the two sticks to move and aim. They weren't the first to do a shooter on the console, but they did it best by far. And the influence of what Microsoft and Bungie were able to achieve is still being felt.
Sí, desde luego, Claudio, pero la jugabilidad estaba en otro nivel. O sea, hay conceptos como la asistencia para apuntar que no existían en esa época. Halo las puso sobre la mesa, entonces no.
Multiplayer was transcendent. It was just something that you didn't experience on any
Y creo que la llegada del Flood fue un punto de quiebre en el juego. O sea, poca gente sabía de la existencia de ellos, veías el Covenant Y de golpe te encontrabas con una facción nueva, un giro totalmente radical a la historia que enganchó muchísimo. Bueno, y esto.
Claro, el multijugador.
A network of computers in a local area, which means you have to be face
Ah, el
to face
famoso LAN.
and nose to armpit.
El famoso LAN.
And it's a fun experience. You can all be in a shared virtual world and run around and do things that you couldn't through a modem just because you're all there connected and it's higher speed. Microsoft ushered that in for consoles.
Manually plugging machines together to play games was not a new concept, but it had always required a lot of technical know-how. Now, the communal gaming experience wasn't just for computer games. It was for everyone.
Right now, we have this game going here, which is 16. Downstairs, I was just down there. They probably by now have at least a 16 game going on. They're bringing in more stuff.
It was a communal party player atmosphere that you could have with a massive group of people and have multiple consoles all connected.
We'd get together at like 8 a.m. and play 16-player Halo all the way till 8 a.m. the next day.
I remember running an Ethernet cable up the stairs so I could have a friend bring his over and play.
I'd go to my buddy's house, and we're on 2 different floors. We're in 4 different rooms because screen looking's a thing.
Man, the fights were legendary.
Hola, banda. Qué locura linda, qué locura linda.
Make a little flyer at work, like Halo LAN party this Saturday. Bring an Xbox, bring a controller, bring a TV. That changed everything about my social life for probably 10 years.
And these, by the way, weren't small TVs. These were the big cathode ray TVs that you had to.
Ay, lo que es cargar esos televisores, la puta.
Qué hermosa locura, qué hermosa locura, pa. Olvídate, a ver, no era tiempo en los que en una casa había 2, 3, 4 televisores, ¿no? O sea, está bien, esto está hablado por ahí a una escala de universitario y qué sé yo, pero ¿qué es eso, boludo?
Es una época que ya no volvería.
Es un descontrol total. Mirá que
fue algo hermoso.
Mirá que yo he tenido amigos con Xbox, y he llegado a llevar mi consola para jugar en red así, pero no a esa escala, obviamente. Pero sí he jugado uno en una habitación y otro en otra, lo he hecho.
The initial concept for Xbox Live was one of those magical ideas. So it gets to go in a special folder that I call epic pitches, because they're pitches that even though they were in their infancy, they planted a seed of ideas that turned into something that had an impact on the entire industry. Maybe an impact on global culture.
We built an Ethernet port in every unit, and the idea is now we can actually have a networked community of gamers from living room to living room around the world, no matter what language you speak, no matter where you are in the world, and we can all be part of one bigger community. And that vision was like awesome.
There definitely was some skepticism about the idea of playing multiplayer games over the internet.
When we were scrambling to get Xbox done. And Xbox Live is like a vague fog in everybody's head. Nobody knew how that was going to work and whether it was going to be a good ecosystem and whether the quality would ever be there. And it became a huge point of tension in terms of how it was designed and how it was going to work. But we're going to do it.
Microsoft is putting literally billions of dollars on the line to back us, but the program was fraught with risk. It required technology that really hadn't been built anywhere in the industry before. And those kind of tech investments are always risky.
With so much riding on the success of Xbox Live, the team couldn't afford to develop it in a corporate vacuum. If they wanted to deliver a gaming experience unlike any other, they needed gamers to tell them exactly what they wanted.
We went out and talked to a whole bunch of gamers around the United States. One of the things that came back was that voice communications was going to be imperative.
You know, it is a good day to die, cheesemaker.
Nobody wanted to sit there and text with a typewriter, just taking out their buddies.
First thing was you had to get this starter kit. It had a headset in it. It's like...
You were talking about console gaming. What are you supposed to do with a headset?
the Xbox Communicator. It lets you talk to other gamers while you're playing.
This broke down the barriers of how you could speak. You simply banged on your headset and you could talk to anybody in the world that was on the platform.
Your defense is offensive.
Your defense is offensive.
Building that global couch where people can talk and kind of virtually elbow each other with 4 gamers on 4 continents and have it all perfectly fluid through headsets, just as if they were sitting in the same room together. This was before Skype. So the notion of low latency, great quality voice, we had to go build out that tech.
I like this one. You did your own digital personal ID, remembers your moves. That's a good idea. Yeah.
We're creating this giant gaming universe for gamers to play in over generations. We knew it was important to have this one identity that linked to you, where you could build your legacy in gaming.
Your gamer tag. It's your identity on Xbox Live. The legend you build for yourself in this brand new gaming universe. Remember, you're building all your stats and friends in that name.
Rather than have a gamer tag for Madden, a separate gamer tag for Halo, it's like you just want to be known as one thing.
My gamer tag is the real B.
My gamer tag is Cowboy22.
A gamer tag is Hero Protagonist.
It's King Doug.
The Spaceman.
Xbox Live wanted to bring that fundamental instant fun into the world of online gaming.
You will never be without a game to play, anytime, day or night.
It was a revolution in online gaming.
The team was finally feeling confident. They had the technical know-how to build Xbox Live. But on the other side of that challenge was another, even bigger question. If they built it, would gamers pay for it?
The technology was in the box, but the commitment from a player, we just didn't know how it was going to fly. That firstly, someone's going to pay $50 a month for broadband, but they also have to go
$50 por mes.
it's worth it.
I've never been shy to share my opinion. And there was one time where I was talking to Jay, and we ended up arguing about it all the way into the hallway. And it was me saying, this Xbox Live idea you have is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Like, I hate this idea. Somebody's going to pay $50 for multiplayer games when they can get it for free.
And people did laugh at that and said, why would you pay for access? Because you're already paying for your game.
It wasn't just me. It was like an entire division worth of people saying, what are you, nuts?
So this experience had to be amazing. That was crazy to people. Like, who's going to play multiplayer if they have to pay for it?
Microsoft is taking the Xbox game system to a whole new level.
Xbox Live. Future of video games arrives today. Microsoft is putting the Xbox online. Today, the Xbox goes live.
Matt is at his home in Indianapolis, Hasselbeck at his in Seattle, and they're about to play each other in a video game using the Microsoft Xbox console.
Oh, sit
Vaya,
down.
ya estás afuera.
Son, don't your coaches tell you?
No hace falta que vayas a Discord,
Red zone. That is quarterback 101.
Last night, we had gamers all over the country playing against celebrities here in LA, where we had our big premiere party.
We're checking the perimeter. All right, so here I go.
Xbox Live launched exactly 1 year after.
Era una locura, jugaron.
Qué loco, todo esto yo y creo que muchos nos perdimos. Acá no tuvo ese impacto ni a palo.
That's the idea, man. It's just like doing RoboCop.
I'm gonna open up a can of whoop ass and see how it tastes.
The 2 launch titles that I have such fond memories of: Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, which was a port of the PC game, and Mech Assault, which is a third-person action-oriented take on Mech Warrior.
Just the light bulbs went off, just the magic was there.
Live let us add the element of community and human society to game design.
It was just immediately clear to me that this was going to be like the thing for video games.
What Live did for Xbox was it created this community that once you got into it and attached to it, it was very hard to leave.
I met so many people online playing games that I never would have been cool with based off of us playing each other, me beating him beating me, him having some great plays.
And there's an extraordinary number of like 50-year-old males that play Xbox Live together. And they will not go to another system because their buddies aren't going to go. So they're only going to buy a system to hang out with the guys so they can play while the kids are sleeping, and they're going to play Call of Duty or something, right?
Every night, me and my homies be on a party with about 15 or 20 of us.
Hay que tomar esa imagen del
Talking about what happened in the day, and playing the game, and it's just like
el padre jugando con el bebé ahí en los brazos.
for some grown ass men.
Sí, hay mucho material para sacar acá.
How many Xbox Live subscribers we were going to have, you know, month 1, month 2, month 6, etc.
Hey, we got 50,000. Hey, we got 100,000. Hey, we got 1 million. Hey, we got 2 million. It just kept growing.
And that happened like I wouldn't say instantly, but pretty damn close. It happened very, very fast.
Xbox Live was unprecedented. Everybody else's version paled in comparison.
What you think of gaming today, being on a headset, talking with friends, playing games, that just seems commonplace now because it is commonplace now, but Xbox made that possible in a big way.
Xbox Live could be considered one of the very first social media platforms.
Before Facebook, even before MySpace, Microsoft really did pioneer the very first interactive, dynamic social platform.
Quite frankly, Microsoft proved to the world that online multiplayer was going to be the key to the future.
Gamers flocked to Xbox Live in numbers that even took optimists within Microsoft by surprise. But while the platform was teeming with newly devoted fans who loved sniping their college buddies from different continents, there was one consistent complaint. What happened to the game that put Xbox on the map? Where was Halo?
When we started working on the second Halo game, the weight of expectation came crashing down on us.
Halo 2 had to be a blockbuster movie, and that was always a danger, is what if we just pushed to do this big AAA spectacle and miss the heart of what made Halo's success in the first place?
God damn, we have a lot of work to do between now and E3.
Everybody on the team had a different idea about what being more excellent would be. We loved that you could get into vehicles, for example, but it frustrated us that you couldn't, tear someone out of a vehicle and jump into their vehicle and take it over. So boarding vehicles became a huge design initiative.
Look out!
We were really good at coming up with great ideas. We weren't quite as good at production discipline and figuring out how to right-size all those ideas, fit them into a box, timeline, and ship on time.
When I got there, they had reached a point in development where they were basically going to have to cut half the game and in some ways start from scratch on a lot of the promises that they'd made themselves.
Within a year, it became clear it wasn't working. Just the way the game felt, Jason really wasn't happy with. He looked at the game and he came to me and said, you know, we have a problem. I'm going to have to rework a bunch of the work, and it's effectively going to add another year to the schedule.
Jason, help. There was a lot of pressure. How can we ship a better game than Halo? And from Microsoft's point of view, Xbox's point of view, how can you ship that game as quickly as possible?
This is now by far the most valuable franchise that we have. You know, this is Halo. We can't screw this up. Jason's saying he needs a new year. Time for me to step up and do my job as a boss.
I do know that Ed went to bat for us.
Ed was very much a purist. He was about creating great games and giving the dev teams the time they need. And that is at conflict sometimes with actually making a profit.
So to me, it was a no-brainer. But Robbie wanted to put it in front of the other leads on the team because Halo was so important. It's going to affect, you know, the Xbox Live team and what they do. It would affect the continued marketing of the platform, things like that.
Microsoft back then was a technology company. Software shipping on time at quality was a big part of the rhythm of the business.
So we go in and we have the meeting, and Robbie basically goes around the room and takes a vote. And it went around the room and everybody voted to keep it on the original schedule. I walked out of the room and basically I just threatened to quit immediately. Robbie gave in, calmed me down, and he agreed, and he gave us the extra year for Halo 2.
Ed got the Bungie team the time they needed to finish the game.
Y sí, fue así como pasó en sí.
Really, that Bungie meeting was the beginning of the end for me. When I walked out of there, it wasn't just that I was mad, it was the first time I could imagine leaving the company. I mean, I'd been there since I was in college. I had a lot of stuff going on in my life. About to turn 40, I had been at the company a long time and made plenty of money, so I didn't need to be there. within the next 6 months, I quit.
In January 2004, Ed Fries resigned from Microsoft, while Bungie set out to finish what they'd started, creating a sequel to one of the most popular titles in console history. The extra year Fries bought them turned out to make all the difference. Not only did it elevate the game, it built fan excitement to a whole new level.
The lead up to Halo 2, I had never experienced anything like that in my life. It was genuinely a pop culture event, and I don't say that lightly.
7,000 stores are opening on midnight.
They've been waiting a long time for this.
They were chanting, Halo 2!
Halo 2!
Halo 2! Just felt like something new was going
Fucking
on
jugar
in
Halo.
entertainment.
Sí, ¿no? Ay, no sé, como que me dieron ganas de jugar Halo.
Xbox's Halo 2 is expected to generate more revenue in 24 hours than day one sales of any full-feature movie in entertainment history.
Halo 2 is probably, one of the biggest phenomenons to ever hit my life and a lot of people's lives.
It was the biggest day in entertainment history.
Halo 2 sold 2.4 million units in 24 hours.
Here was a video game for the first time really crushing movies. It was a coming-of-age story for the video game industry.
This game is simply the best game on the planet.
I played Halo 2 with my friends literally every night for at least a year. That's how transformative Halo 2 was for me, and what it did for Xbox Live. There had been nothing like that ever.
With the innovative success of Xbox Live and a full-blown cultural phenomenon in Halo 2, it seemed like Microsoft's bets were paying off. Xbox was even surpassing Nintendo in US sales. On a winning streak, the team put their eyes on an industry-changing follow-up to the Xbox.
Shannon.
When I arrived at Microsoft, it was my job to think about the way that the gamer was going to be using this 2, 3, 4 years after launch, and how do you continue to deliver content. We started
Acá llegó el señor
to
Moore.
plan this multi-billion-dollar investment that became the Xbox 360.
Xbox 360 is the new entertainment system that's designed around high def, wireless, and always connected. And it doesn't stop there. It's totally personalizable, so you can change the way it works and the way it plays and find your friends no matter what you're doing.
When they unveiled the 360, I saw a very powerful console with a stunning interface, with a focus on being online, always connected. This was all stuff that they had sort of experimented with the original Xbox and Xbox Live, but now they were building it into the core experience of the console.
Xbox 360 was 5 to 10 times more powerful than the original Xbox. To achieve that, we had to push technology and solutions that didn't exist in the previous generation. We had to go explore things that had never been done.
As opposed to leveraging a lot of off-the-shelf components and existing technologies, we're actually building.
Siempre me gustó el diseño de la 360.
Sí, es lindo.
El primer modelo fue para mí el mejor en cuanto a diseños. Era el más atractivo, era llamativo, era una cosa difícil de explicar, pero
Whatever big wild dreams you had.
ya me voy a poner a llorar, si no.
We needed to create a leapfrog product that said, hey, this is even more powerful. This is the most powerful console on the planet. And so we evolved the Xbox from a powerful console that plays all the games you love to a console that connects you to all your friends and connects you to a lifestyle, this digital entertainment lifestyle.
We involved movies, we got content generated that you could access, music.
The magic in Xbox 360 is it does so much more than the original Xbox did.
Xbox 360 Guide, it is your launch pad to all of your digital entertainment.
Here you can store your pictures, videos, and music.
We've also added a new concept called achievements, sort of a record of everything you've accomplished across your entire library of games. With Xbox 360,
Acá tendría que aparecer
technology
Kashi.
that will enable people from every age and every corner of the planet to gather together in new ways.
Y
A product
aquí
with games at
comenzó
its
el...
core, surrounded by limitless, connected digital entertainment.
Es curioso, a mí los logros... Tipo,
Everything
Es una temática que me gusta, pero es muy, no sé. Yo trato de no caer en querer sacarlos todos, porque si no, la meta es distinta, ¿entendés? Pasa la meta de entretenerme a completar lo que tengo que completar. Como que cambia el punto de vista a la hora de jugar. Si me pongo a decir, tengo que sacar los logros.
Connect other devices to it, you can play your photos, you can do this at the other. They targeted a broad range of gamers. They were building this thing to be future-proof.
Microsoft's new Xbox 360 will be first to hit stores' shelves this fall.
It's huge. It's a big, big statement for us. The next generation of consoles starts now.
We wanted to try something new with the Xbox 360 launch.
Xbox moves, man! Favorite game. Where are you guys from? Did you drive far?
Well,
yeah.
from Indianapolis, Indiana. And Kansas City.
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, Hollywood. I came in from Minneapolis. Land of Florida.
Yeah. That's the only way to get it on the 360. You hear me?
Hey, this is Xbox Live's Major Nelson. We're here at 0 Hour in the Mojave Desert.
Hey guys, you ready to go?
Tonight marks the biggest gaming event of the year, and it starts right now. 0 Hour was this in-person fan experience in the desert in California. I was at G4 at the time.
Que no nos dan camperitas a
Claro,
nosotros.
mal, el tipo regalando camperas ahí.
For Xbox fans.
Qué lindo.
We had a hangar in the middle of nowhere and decked it out with hundreds of gaming stations.
We are seconds away from this hangar opening and all of these people getting a chance.
Yo creo que tampoco, Cronos. Nunca saqué todos los logros de un juego. Ojo, cuando un juego me gusta mucho y ya lo terminé y lo rejuego, sí ya lo rejuego con la lógica de, bueno, a ver qué me falta completar para los logros y demás. Pero siempre algo me queda. Pero por lo general, la primera vez que juego el juego no le pongo énfasis a los logros, porque si no siento que redirecciono la jugabilidad. Es como, bueno, si el primer nivel lo tengo que pasar sin morir, es como que ya estoy pensando en pasarlo sin morir y no en disfrutar el primer nivel, que es el primer contacto con el juego.
I waited in line in like freezing rain for like 3 hours outside this Best Buy to try and get a slip so I could get an Xbox 360. I was so stoked when I got it. I took a selfie.
They had a great launch lineup. They had the gamer in mind first.
It had the features that I would want in a console. They had the games for casual gamers, for hardcore gamers.
The Xbox 360 marketplace was where you could buy digital games. Sure, you had Steam and people could do it on PC, but this was a managed, curated portfolio, much like is an app store today. And we were one of the first ones to have it.
I start downloading games, and I download Joust, Robotron, and Defender, and like, all of a sudden everybody's having fun because these games are amazing, and I'm like, okay, we were sitting here at Grandma's house, and we were bored, and I just got on the internet and downloaded games, and now we're playing video games and having fun. This is the future. This is the greatest thing in history, and this is what this console transition is about.
I can view my profile so I can see, what games I've got, and it's got the whole achievements thing here as well.
It was the first console with achievements. We take that for granted now, but all the little bonus points and your gamer score and your rating.
You achieved something in
Sí,
the
había.
Something is whatever the developer decided. Hey, did you scale this mountain? Did you open this door?
Los logros secretos, después todas las páginas que se formaron respecto a eso.
Claro,
Los
cómo
foros.
completarlos, cómo sacar los logros más difíciles.
Había empresas que no se dedicaban a hacer logros muy complicados directamente, o sea, porque no tenían demasiada imaginación quizás, o sea, Most Wanted de 2005, por ejemplo, los logros eran vencer a cada uno de los líderes y listo,
Claro.
ya está, le sacaste los 1000 puntos.
Sí, cuando pasabas el juego ya lo habías hecho. Claro, hay logros que son tipo obligatorios, tipo logro, termina el primer nivel, y sí, más vale que lo va a terminar. Pero después empezaron, claro, a hacer los rebuscados. Y lo hace interesante, le da una vuelta a tuerca más. Pero para mí desde la rejugabilidad, no desde una primera jugabilidad.
They had arrived. They had to gain the trust of developers. They had to make a statement with the gamers. They had to show that they belonged at this party. And the 360 was a beautiful iteration of all the lessons that they had learned with the original Xbox.
think 360 was finally that moment that Jay and Seamus and everyone, you know, dreamed of.
Gamers were looking to see whether we would get it right this time, and we thought that we did. We needed to be seen as the start of the next generation, and this all needed to come together flawlessly. Unfortunately, that's not quite what happened.
This is called an E74 error. Contact Xbox customer support.
It was in the forums, and I started to notice that something wasn't right. I think there's something going on here.
The criticisms that we're reading about are coming from the games press, who are hearing from gamers who are saying, I'm having a problem with my box.
You can feel the top of the Xbox, it's pretty hot.
We can hear retailers starting to say, there's an issue here.
With 360, Microsoft had built something amazing and special, but this problem was something that could kill the Xbox and all the work that they had done to get to this point.
Tampoco así, ¿no? También están re locos ya, boludo. Tipo, así como son re fanes. Bueno, sí, supongo que parte del fanatismo también te lleva...
No, créeme, hay muchos videos de esos. Hay muchos videos de esos ahí.
Sí, pero yo no rompería nunca una consola porque no funciona o dejó de funcionar. La guardo en un cajón y listo. Soy yo. Este capítulo también estuvo muy interesante porque lo de la gestación de Xbox Live es uno de los hitos que, bueno, ya lo hablamos mucho, ¿no? Pero es uno de los hitos para mí más interesantes que tiene Xbox. No sabía, por ejemplo...
Documental de los 20 años de Live.
Claro.
Basta.
No sabía, por ejemplo, que Halo 2 había sido el primer juego en superar a la industria de cine en ventas. Eso no lo sabía, por ejemplo. Es un dato interesante.
¿Cómo? No entendí esa parte.
Halo 2 se convirtió en el primer videojuego en superar a estrenar algo audiovisual o multi... No sé,
rompió una barrera, sí,
claro.
sí. Después los récords se fueron partiendo con... Sí, continuaron los años y los juegos fueron rompiendo más récords, hasta el punto de que los juegos le compiten a las películas, o sea, porque después Halo 3 rompió el récord, luego de eso GTA 4 rompió el récord, luego de eso los Call of Duty rompían récords estrenando, qué sé yo, $500 millones en cuestión de días, cosa que las películas hasta hoy en día, no sé, creo... No es tan común. No, para el debut más grande. Sí, ahora sí, en algunas películas sí, pero tampoco es tan loco, o sea. Todavía, pero hace mucho que no tenemos algo que... Hace mucho que no tenemos noticias de un juego que llegue diciendo, no sé, rompió tantos récords de ventas. Porque ahora se basa más en jugadores activos.
Coincido con lo que dice Chajariense, que creo que apareció hace poquito, así que bienvenido. De que sí, es un palo en la rueda. Qué lástima.
Este episodio. En los subtítulos hay que alterarlos. El quinto episodio ahora trata sobre el problema de casi terminó matando la marca.
Claro. El anillo de la muerte.
El primero. O sea, hay cosas muy interesantes que dicen que hay que prestar un poco de atención, pero... reproducirlo nomás. Continuemos. No hay que cortar la emoción.
No hay que cortar la emoción. Aparte la gente tiene cosas que hacer, tampoco queremos extendernos demasiado. Nada, obviamente muchísimo para analizar del documental. La idea acá es pegarle una primera vista, por lo menos yo y los que lo estén viendo por primera vez que nos están acompañando, disfrutarlo y después, bueno, habrá que ver, obviamente. Es un contenido muy rico en análisis.
Mine just crashed this holiday season. Get one back, turn it on, didn't even work.
No!
Again! People spent a lot of money on a console, and we're getting 2 and 3 of them back.
Whether they were friends, whether they were family, whether they were people on the street, it didn't matter. It was all over the place.
I was mad as Then it became the media saying, this is a piece of hardware that has been rushed to market, and as a result, we're seeing unprecedented failure rates. It's broken.
Everything that I've worked for the last couple of years is trashed.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future. Truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood. The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper! It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul. A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Without a doubt, the most Herculean feat of the original Xbox was that it survived. Looking at the history of the video game business, you would have given them 1,000,000 to 1 chance. So the achievement is that we made it to Xbox 360. And internally, it's fun to laugh at lots of the missteps.
You'll see Xbox will actually start up.
Like, we can laugh at the Xbox didn't turn on at the original unveil.
We can bring that video up.
But with Xbox 360, honestly, even with the benefit of time, nobody laughs at the red rings.
To understand the red rings of death, you've got to go back to the beginning and all of the work we did with the Xbox 360 to build it from the bottom up. We were absolutely focused on getting out ahead of the PS3. We needed to be seen as the start of the next generation.
The 360 was 5 to 10 times more powerful than the original Xbox. And so to achieve that level of performance, we had to push technology and solutions that didn't exist in the previous generation.
This was an incredibly hard, complicated program. The circuit board itself is a completely custom design. And we were building these chips, which was a new process at the time.
We did our own internal design instead of buying off-the-shelf silicon.
We're bringing up new hardware with software that isn't quite done yet on new test systems that we're developing in real time.
And that had a domino effect on the whole product.
The design was coming together kind of late.
We were launching in November of 2005, and we did not see our first silicon from the CPU until February of 2005. It's just ridiculous.
That's 9 months before launch. That is an absurdly short time frame. The normal time frame would probably be like 2 years.
And so we're faced with finishing the design and ramping our production lines at the same time.
We wanted to launch it worldwide so everybody had it at the same time. But that's a big challenge because you also need to have enough units to restock in retail so that the countries you do launch in aren't out of inventory.
We need to get our yields up, and so we're cranking up production.
At the highest manufacturing output, I remember hearing numbers like a console would come off the line every 4 seconds.
But as we're ramping production, we start to see reports of these issues that are coming up. Lots of inconsistencies. Consoles would fail.
Igual el diseño es cierto, muy lindo, eh.
If you build 100 of these things, only 50 or 60 of them would work, which is really, really bad. Like a real robust yield rate would have been 90, 95.
This was the fog of war that we had to see through, and that was, is there something wrong with the design of the product, or are we testing it incorrectly?
Because we were trying to ship in high volume, there wasn't much time to think about it because there was so much to be done. One way of dealing with the failed consoles was to put them into these nice boxes and stack them so that you would get back to them at some future point in time. In a way, we were kicking the can down the road a little bit.
We're developing what we call a bone pile. At the height, we created a bone pile that was over 600,000 units deep. And so it's just like the Lucille Ball episode where the chocolates are coming off the conveyor belt, and they're coming off so fast that they can't do anything with them. That's exactly what was going on.
The thing about building consoles is Christmas doesn't change. So your schedule is paramount, and there's just so much pressure to get it done by November.
After a hectic lead-up to production and months of intense troubleshooting, engineers finally managed to solve the technical issues that had plagued the 360. As consoles started to pass QC, the team was finally able to chip away at the bone pile in an effort to meet the demand, which, at the time of launch, was ravenous.
So here is ready for Xbox 360.
Outside the Best Buy in Midtown, it's raining here in New York, but these gamers don't care. They've been out here in the rain since early this morning, and they're not leaving until they get an Xbox 360.
When the Xbox 360 launched, there was a palpable excitement for this console.
The Xbox 360 finally got out of your dreams and into your car. Microsoft had their fingers firmly on the pulse of what gamers were expecting, and they clearly had a vision of what gaming would be for the future.
We got in with something that was unique and revolutionary, a gorgeous design of the concave elements of the 360.
It really felt, in some ways, that Xbox had actually just arrived.
This new world of online, this new world of social engagement, this new world of building communities. We at Microsoft had absolutely nailed that experience.
The demand was really, really high. We were selling every single unit we could ship into the market.
Now, I know there are a lot of fans out there that want a 360. There's a shortage out there. You know, is that a marketing strategy, or can you not produce enough? What's the real story on that?
We are making as many as we can, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're flying them in.
Ultimately, we got through our challenges of production, and we just need to be able to catch up.
By hitting the market a full year before PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 had a head start on the competition. But Sony was still the undisputed industry giant, and they had every intention of keeping it that way.
It was the year after we shipped, when PS3 was coming
Oh,
out.
acá fue un momento clave.
Sony had such credibility that they had cultivated from the PlayStation 1 to the PlayStation 2. So they were riding on this tidal wave of success and goodwill from gamers.
Coming off the PlayStation 2, Sony had done everything right, the most successful platform in game industry history, and really just needed to stay to the playbook. In contrast to that, you just witnessed Microsoft coming to market at the right price a year before you're able to come to market. So you know you're facing formidable competition.
PlayStation 3 is the best-of-breed computer entertainment platform.
PlayStation 3 was positioned as a premium product from the get-go. This was going to play games, but it would also play, so it was seen more as kind of an entertainment machine.
We knew they were going to be somewhat arrogant.
The next generation doesn't start until we say it does.
¿Se me trabó a mí
They
o
would
a todos?
price their console
No sé.
to where they
No,
felt
ahí.
they needed to have it because they felt that they were untouchable.
This is sort of pre-live streaming era, and a bunch of us were huddled around one person's laptop, like a 15-inch laptop screen, streaming Sony's press conference.
And then they dropped the price.
In North America, the PlayStation 3 will be available at retail for $599 US, $659 Canadian.
Wait a minute, did $599?
$599. Nobody was prepared for that. Back then, consoles didn't launch at those kind of price points.
It was like, holy cow, we just got handed this generation. We were high-fiving each other, people were crying.
There were just all these ways that Sony had put their own foot in their mouth.
Sony said it would be a privilege for people to work extra hours to afford their overly priced console.
You have an over-engineered machine that's going to be incredibly expensive to manufacture.
And that opened a window for Microsoft to be able to sort of say, hey, like, we have a great system that's going to play all the games you want to play. We've got better online for cheaper.
Thank you very much, and have a great show.
Becoming CEO right after the launch of PlayStation 3 was like being made captain of the Titanic right after it hit the iceberg.
After Sony's announcement, we could not wait to get on stage the next day.
Couldn't be more excited to be here because we're delivering the next generation of gaming right here and right now, with titles that are nothing short of spectacular.
We had a lot of PlayStation fans.
Sí, lo dijo, todas las caras de los tipos, o sea, la cara de Murray cómo saltó ahí entre todos los que estaban.
With the help of our incredible partners, we're delivering on that vision with Xbox 360, with a high-definition gaming experience more powerful than anything else in the industry.
Yeah, we were riding high, we were celebrating. I'd say the morale is extremely high. We had so much pride in this product. Everything was great. And then the storm hit.
Before launch, engineers had worked around the clock to fix 360's early technical issues. But by June 2006, there were reports of an entirely new, never-before-seen problem. Distress calls flooded into Redmond. Something had gone terribly wrong.
It was in the forums, and I started to notice that something wasn't right. There was chatter about console failures.
Dude, what? Your Xbox. You might want to take a look at it.
Over time, we kept hearing more and more about it. We'd go to a launch event for a game, or we'd go to meet with games journalists. Then they would all start talking to us about it. Like, before we can talk about new features, we want to know, is this fixed? But we had no sense of how big of an issue it was. We didn't even know how to deal with it. And then we saw more reports of it.
Microsoft have been in the news with their latest computer system, but it seems the last big product they launched can have some problems.
That's the first time I've seen this. There it is. Mother.
The Xbox 360 had a really cool feature where there were 4 green lights around the Xbox emblem.
Each of those lights corresponded to a specific controller, and so that's how you knew what player you were in the game.
We also used the ring to tell people when there were issues.
It's like the check engine light on your car.
And this is what we called a core digital error. And this was an indicator of the system detected a major issue.
The error state was just that there was no communication. So the machine was just basically telling you, I can't do anything.
This would show up as 3 segments in the ring being lit red, which would come to be known as the red ring of death.
It's the red ring of death. Red ring of
death. I got red ringed. Everybody got red ringed.
What the? Are you kidding me? When that motherfucking red thing come up and then the whole game freeze.
Me salvé de eso, por suerte. No tuve que. No pasé por eso.
It was. Oh my God. It was terrible.
No! Red ring of death! Again!
We have no Xbox. I'm calling support.
You wait on hold for a while. They let you know they really appreciate your call. You wait on hold a little bit longer, and then they go,
okay, we're gonna get you a replacement unit. It doesn't show up for a week. All the enthusiasm's gone, and then here's the new console, and it was just like, wow.
This is the 4th Xbox. Microsoft.
Effectively, the failure rate was near 100%. It just became an epidemic.
It was a red ring of death. Consoles have a dragon's spring. It was a red ring of death. No freaking way! And I'm so pissed off. Grab the phone, dial tone, call it Microsoft. Now they'll see the dark side of me. I'm on hold. It was a red ring of death. The glitches that went down with Xbox 360, I was mad as I'm like, get this fixed or I'm leaving. I'm joining the enemy. And as simple as that.
Faulty piece of manufacturing from Redmond, Washington, thanks to Microsoft.
I feel kind of sorry for it. Not really. I deserved it.
It's a big deal because it's just sort of the passion that gamers have for their hobby. Like, you don't want to be away from your console any longer than you need to be.
We felt the customer's pain. I had 3.
O sea, ahora nos reímos de la situación, pero
house, and it does make you think, okay, I work
no era nada gracioso.
This experience is not a pleasant experience, and sending your Xbox back.
Ahí volvió
Microsoft's gonna
Carlos.
ship you a cardboard coffin, and that's what gamers were calling them online. Did your cardboard coffin arrive?
I finally got my coffin.
but hopefully I'll get him back.
And you'd put your 360 in it and ship it on back to Microsoft.
I remember going out to curb and like meeting the UPS guy and looking in the back of the UPS truck and seeing wall to wall, Xbox returns.
The fact that it was happening to more and more people, and Microsoft was shipping a lot of hardware, that just combined to this feeling that, hey, like, are you guys really taking this seriously?
They're continuing to sell defective hardware. So a consumer could walk into the store today, buy a 360, take it home, and it's a ticking time bomb.
Is there any speculation out there what the problem is?
There's a lot of speculation, but because, well, among other things, there are 500 million transistors and 1,700 parts in each of these boxes, so the speculation could go anywhere.
Whenever we had new game launches or new system updates, I would be out meeting with the top games journalists, showing them all the new stuff. And I'm trying to sell them on the future, and they're like, dude, my console's not working, like it's broken.
For those who have experienced the
para la parte
flash
más
what causes this
épica.
exactly?
That's kind of part of the problem, Kevin.
Sí.
Microsoft has been very vague
Justo.
about the specific causes. They won't cite any specifics. They won't say
Tres
exactly
tuve yo
why.
en un ciclo de vida completo. Tres.
¿También llamabas y te mandaban otra?
No.
Acá no, ¿no?
No, acá olvídate. Es más, me acuerdo con qué juegos se me murieron las máquinas y todo. Lo primero fue jugando Tales of Vesperia y la segunda fue jugando Diablo 2. Diablo 3, perdón.
We'd fix the ones in the bone pile, we'd send it back out to the customer, and it turns out that wasn't the problem, and it would break again.
And I'm saying, man, this is not going to end.
After the third or the fourth issue that we ran into,
Yo, a mí nunca me tocó porque no tenía Xbox, pero sí recuerdo un par de conocidos que les pasó y me han contado.
We made the call to shut down production.
We went lying down at the factory. We wanted to figure out how to solve it before we built any more units to go to
Y coincido con lo que dice Yajariense, ¿no? Que era una buena generación para sacarle ventaja a Sony. Lástima que pasó esto.
These were the darkest days of my career.
Hicieron todo bien. O sea, todo bien salvo diseñar la consola, digo, pero cuando hablábamos antes del peso de los juegos, le hicieron perfecto, o sea, le faltó Japón que los abrazara como desarrolladores, nada más. Porque mirá que invirtieron plata a Japón, pero no lo pudieron.
It's a thing. It isn't just a phrase.
Todd had to manage the very complex process of what we call root causing.
Yo justo
until
estaba
we knew what was
acomodando.
going on.
2006, bueno. 2007. I dedicated a lot of my life to this Xbox in order to fix this problem.
Breakthrough came when we understood that the connections that were being broken were not located on the motherboard, but they were actually located inside the components.
No, aparte lo que veíamos cuando Sony tiró el precio de la consola, se hundió sola. Ya tenías un hardware buenísimo, ¿no? Una máquina re potente, tenías la internet con Xbox Live para jugar con la gente. Ya tenía buen catálogo también, salía mucho más barata.
Once we figured it out, how in the heck are we going to fix this?
Peter Moore and the executive team faced a big decision about trying to fix this with all these boxes that were out there in the wild.
This was something that could tarnish the brand. They needed to do not just something, they needed to do the right thing.
If we're going to save this brand, we need first
Y fue todo un tema. Decí como, o sea, si no hubieran tenido los juegos, como dicen, si no hubieran tenido el contenido, si Sony no hubiera puesto ese precio, la generación se terminaba ahí para ellos. O sea, el software fue lo que sostuvo todo, más los servicios, más el online, todo.
I remember sitting at a whiteboard writing out some simple math on repair rates times $1 times a customer times an amount equals a number. And that number became pretty big. And I remember feeling in my stomach this is going to be a bigger issue than I thought.
By the time we looked at the cost of repairs, the lost sales that we factored in, we had a $1.15 billion problem.
Peter had to go to Steve Ballmer and basically say, hey, bad news, I need $1 billion to go fix this issue.
I'm expecting to be ripped to shreds.
It is a make or break
Igual me lo hubiera odiado la
situation.
marca.
If Steve Ballmer does not give Peter more the money to go fix it, Xbox is dead. Like, there's probably no question about it.
To the credit of Steve, and I can still see him looking at me right now, he said, do it. Just do it. We'll figure it all out. We'll take the hit.
Microsoft will spend at least $1 billion to repair serious hardware failures with its Xbox
está lo que decía vos
360
sobre
video game console.
que el chabón no odia a Xbox, sino que por ahí no comprendía al principio cómo era.
Kudos to Microsoft for stepping up and putting their money where the red ring of death was.
It was one of the times when I've been proudest to be part of Microsoft because we made a mistake, we owned it, and we did the right thing for consumers.
Without that money spent, without them taking the problem head on, there's probably no Xbox right now.
Ese final Arkham.
On our fans and our brand. Took the hit.
Mostrame todo menos el final de Arkham.
Sí, bueno, nosotros tampoco hacemos bien diciendo que es el final, ¿no?
Bueno, ya tiene muchos años este juego. Ya tiene muchos años el Asylum. Es
When the
linda igual,
360 died on me, I was pissed that it died, but I wasn't pissed at Microsoft. I just really wanted to get the 360 again and start playing again because it was just awesome.
Was frustrating, but they had hooked us. So
Es literalmente eso.
you know they're not going to leave. They're going to work with you through the difficult times.
That was a good sign that people love the thing that you're building. But even $1 billion mea culpa may not have been enough had it not been for two X factors: a library of celebrated game titles and support from game developers who loved how easy it was to program.
Qué loco se ve jugar con cable ahora, hoy en día, Todo ese cablería ahí.
Unexplored.
Como le di hasta los primeros Gear con mi primo, le damos la 360 a morir. Encima la poníamos en el nivel más difícil, nos costaba un huevo pasar.
And it became this poster child for HD graphics and HD fidelity.
Like, this is a game that people are going to immediately gravitate to and go, oh my god, I can't believe the 360 looks that good, especially when they compare it to PS3. Because this game looks better than anything on PS3 right now.
It was the fastest selling Xbox 360 game. It sold like 1 million units in the first couple of weeks, and that really propelled the 360 in a big way.
Gears of War may just be the great hope to turn the 360 into a must-buy console.
It was a very different type of game for Microsoft. An M-rated game with over-the-top violence.
Everyone loved the signature weapon, the chain gun, the Lancer.
Gears of War was about appealing to a hardcore gamer.
The people that play Gears, they have so much passion, and that people get tattoos, and it's just the deep connection they have with the franchise and the game. It's unlike any other franchise that we have.
That is satisfying. And all of a sudden you see this tide turn of every publisher is then developing for the Xbox 360.
Ahí está. Ahí cuando decís, bueno.
We secured a lot of big games for Xbox 360. You know, we published titles like Mass Effect.
Yeah, Splinter Cell from Ubisoft, of course.
Epa.
We really had this incredible portfolio of games. We were the shooter
Con su
box.
remake ahora en breve. Bueno, no sé qué tan breve, pero...
No, falta rato por eso, pero bueno, pero está en camino, digamos.
Estaba en salir. Rápido no.
Falta rato, pero bueno, está en camino.
Sería ideal para el 20 aniversario, pero no.
No.
Forza was built as a direct competitor to Gran Turismo. We're going to go off and we're going to build a great, epic, big racing simulator game.
You had cars that had amazing reflections of the sky. They had reflections of other things. You had particle effects. You had a lot of things that just made it look much more real than any other game.
To this day, my son can recognize cars by the engine sounds because he played so much Forza.
Wow.
If you look at Xbox 360, that was a moment where we got it exactly right. It was just an incredible run that I don't know that has ever been topped in the history of gaming. And then, you know, at the center of it all was Halo 3.
It had been 3 years since Halo 2 smashed industry records, and Halo fans were clamoring for the next chapter of the epic space saga.
I think that we were really surprised by the success, the huge success of Halo 2. And so as we were leading up to the Halo 3 campaign, I think we did kind of look at it all up from our marketing team as more of a Hollywood moment.
With Halo 3, we wanted to get out in front and make people aware that video games are not something that are just for the boys. Video games have
¿Vos, Carlos, los jugaste todos en su momento?
An exciting day for video game fans and for Microsoft.
Sí. Al primer Halo lo jugué no su día de lanzamiento porque no tuve la época original el día de lanzamiento, pero lo jugué en esa misma gen. O sea, habré comprado la consola un año y medio después del lanzamiento.
Pero bueno, pero lo jugaste en su
viví.
momento, claro.
Sí.
El impacto lo viví.
Sí, los viví.
¿Y cuál decís que es el mejor?
Me marcó mucho el primero porque fue revolucionario. Era increíble lo que estaba jugando. Y a mí el 3 fue el que más me gustó en su momento. La escala. Escala épica que ningún otro Halo tuvo. Reach fue buenísimo, qué sé yo, pero a mí Halo 3 es allá arriba.
Halo 3 really started to make gaming the mainstream cultural phenomenon.
Its first day sales could outdo not only the final Harry Potter book, but the debut of Spider-Man 3.
When everything was tallied, we had generated over $170 million in revenue in the first 24 hours, setting a new record for the biggest day in entertainment history.
It was just an amazing moment. It was one thing after another. We had games, we had Time Magazine. Everything started clicking and it felt like something's happening.
We delivered the right content, the right hardware, the right games, at the right price, and we were showing massive momentum. The ship had sailed and sailed magnificently and kept sailing full steam ahead.
Sí, lo que dice Claudio también es a mí Gears también me marcó bastante por lo que contaba de jugar con mi primo, pero además esto no lo sabía yo de que Gears sale cuando la 360 estaba ahí reviviendo, si se quiere, entonces ayudó mucho el impacto que generó Gears a que, según lo plantearon acá, como que 360...
No, pero fue casi de lanzamiento, o sea, no fue de lanzamiento, pero no tenía tantos años la consola con salida de Gears.
¿Pero ya había pasado lo del anillo? Porque acá lo planteaban como que sí.
No,
entonces yo entendí más.
No. O sea, pasó, Microsoft lo reconoció y demás un buen par de años después, Yo me acuerdo que compré la consola, mi 360 me la trajo, mi primera 360 me la trajo un amigo de mi hermano de México y tomó el avión 2 días después del lanzamiento de Gears, o sea, vino con Gears de México, me lo trajo. Y la gente estaba en pañales, o sea, hacía poco había salido Los Planet, por ejemplo. No es un juego tan de mitad de generación. De hecho, hay hasta anécdotas detrás del desarrollo de Gears. Básicamente dicen de que Epic fue a las oficinas de Microsoft con 2 versiones de Gears. Una con 128 megas de RAM y otra con 256 megas de RAM. Y cuando vio Microsoft cómo podía correr el juego con 256, se tiró de cabeza por 256 megas de RAM a la consola. O sea, es parte integral del desarrollo como hardware de la consola Gears. Bueno, esto es...
For the first time, we were realizing that
television
digital video content was going to be a big deal.
Sí, ya lo habían presentado ahí al muchacho también.
Xbox 360 was a big part of putting Netflix in the living room.
At the time, Netflix was a mail order DVD.
Esto quizá pocos lo saben.
Sí. Yo lo aprendí por la facultad.
Mira.
Que Netflix antes era como un...
Era un blockbuster.
Claro, un blockbuster, pero a domicilio.
Sí, sí.
De hecho, el creador de Netflix fue a hablar con los de Blockbuster para que le dé la licencia de distribuir todas las películas que tenía Blockbuster. Le dijo, nada, ¿cómo que la gente ver? Lo sacó cagando y mira, Blockbuster cerró y Netflix.
And it's like, what should we do next? Well, we brought HBO, we brought Twitter, we brought Facebook. Today, that may not seem that revolutionary, but at the time, the idea to be able to do that all in one box had just never been done before.
Our Xbox Live community, the digital streaming services, the gamer tags, the achievements, the experiences, they were things that we would hear consumers say they loved and competitors say they were envious of.
Xbox Live really proved that people wanted digital content. I think that created this sort of ripple effect that affected Nintendo. They knew that they probably needed to shift on how they did some things. They weren't just going to give you another console, they were going to give you a console that did something different.
This is Mike. By day, he's Mike the businessman. But when he picks up the new Wii remote from Nintendo, he's Mike the warrior superstar athlete man.
Holiday of 2006, Nintendo released the Wii and turned the world upside down.
Literal.
We're confident because for pick up and play games, there's nothing like it. For baseball, for tennis, games like that, it's fantastic. But with the nunchuck, what you're able to do in a first-person type of game is a huge step forward in control.
Nintendo came out of left field with a device that wasn't based on technology. It was based on a simple entertainment experience of being able to play a game without being a button masher on a controller.
It really resonated with a mass audience, a wider audience. All of a sudden, parents are playing video games with their kids again.
Suddenly, you heard people talking about video gaming as something that was good for you.
Wii Fit is about bringing fun into
video gaming as an approachable thing that everybody could do.
They went after senior citizens. They went after female gamers. They went after people who are not traditionally gamers.
Clearly, they expanded the audience and they took gaming to mainstream entertainment.
Totalmente.
I remember Bill putting a lot of pressure on the Xbox leadership team. How did we miss motion gaming? What can we do to catch up?
We need to compete. We need to advance our game strategy. We don't want to do a Wiimote ripoff. We want to do our own thing.
Don also had this vision for controller-free gaming.
What would it be like if instead of waving something, we were recording movement? We were recording state of people physically through a camera.
The controller, he thought, was this impediment to more people playing games because you had to kind of learn this device. And his view was like, hey, if people could just like swat at things or move things or drive a car like this, it's kind of crazy, but it's like if you could drive a car like this, that would make more people more willing to play video games.
We set out to really make the console approachable to a whole new generation of people, to a whole new set of people that wouldn't otherwise think about gaming as something that it was for them.
We had already been doing some technology exploration where we could map people using depth sensing and RGB cameras and microphones and stuff, and you could have that by your television. Rather than holding something, you could still get these similar type of experiences.
The idea that we were going to use IR kind of display, projection and reflection to measure movement was pretty magical.
Every step of the Kinect process was an inventing step.
A lot of this work, we had to figure out how to hack our way into it.
We prototyped probably 30 activities. We found that the whole body activities were actually the most fun. And so that's what we ended up focusing on, to create something totally new for gamers.
We launched Kinect and it was a game changer.
I don't think anybody saw it coming. It was something completely new and unexpected.
So you can see if we wave our hands, it's tracking your full body.
That's
and now
crazy.
we're playing.
Okay.
So if you lean left and right, jump, jump, jump.
In your opinion, John, how does this compare to the Wii and the Wii Fit?
Oh, completely blows it away. And this extends far past just gaming.
It's crazy. It's minority report status. That's how I see it.
When I saw the Kinect, I thought, oh,
Kinect, man. ¿Cómo lo jugó mi hija este juego en su
it's
momento?
going to be amazing to have you in the game.
Because it's motion gaming, people think, oh, it's like the competitors. It is a completely different thing, and you have to play it to understand that.
The games were really fun. It really unlocked a new game experience for people.
Fireball!
Start getting people all cheering and yelling and, you know, encouraging the person who's actually playing to try new things.
The idea that, like, you would have people over for dinner and then afterwards everybody would want to turn on the Xbox and go play ping pong or go play Kinect Sports or go play a Dance Central. That just gave Xbox 360 a whole nother sense of purpose.
Eso sí lo reviví. El hecho de lugares donde antes no se jugaba, casas familiares, caer y que digan, bueno, jugamos un rato la Kinect. Encima la jugamos un rato la Kinect, no la Xbox. Era como, ¿viste? Como que no.
Didn't work with Halo, but Kinect was an amazing
No había otra forma de jugar
tool
videojuegos.
for
Era
so many
con la
things
Kinect.
like research and how we think about augmented reality and virtual reality experiences.
It's been fun to watch innovation of computer science come not from academia or industry, but to come from gaming.
And it turned out that Kinect creative community just went on to do incredible things with this device.
People got into hacking the Kinect early last year. Smartly, Microsoft responded by welcoming that and encouraging more development.
People were taking all the IR data and the voice data, and it was a rich source of creativity for other types of applications.
What is neat is the technology that is used in video games now and how it can be applied to other things, not just gaming.
And they're calling it the Kinect effect.
Microsoft's Kinect could revolutionize medicine.
Being used to aid the rehabilitation of stroke patients, also by people who work with autistic children.
Kinect today is mostly used outside of gaming. So gaming has created this piece of technology that today drives the industry forward.
With Xbox 360, we had an amazing product that had finally broken through. The ecosystem was healthy. Consumers were engaged. In North America and Europe, it was the top-selling hardware device.
Xbox 360 has been the #1 selling console every month for the last 6 months.
It was a pretty great second
En los
iteration.
tiempos que Microsoft daba ventas, ¿no?
Against all odds, the Xbox 360 basically won that second console generation.
By the end of that generation, I think people had sort of felt the pendulum had swung from PlayStation dominance to Xbox dominance.
There were more players than ever playing Xbox. The brand really was in a terrific place.
And there was no chance. There's nothing Microsoft could do that could possibly torpedo the success they had with the Xbox 360.
We're about to change entertainment forever.
Again.
Because we're going to take all that we learned
In more than 30 years of innovation and use it to change
Television, TV,
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 Qué bien
Television, television, television.
Watch TV. Team Xbox is on a new mission. This is it. Xbox One.
I cannot believe this press conference.
We've got this vast amount of gamers that are increasingly loving
Ay,
Xbox,
Dios
and
mío.
we're building great experiences that they've never seen before. And now we're going to be the connected TV, so we're going to have the set-top box for the living room. And it turned out like nobody wanted that.
Oh, hell no, Microsoft. Hell no.
Nos queda el último.
Qué locura, por favor.
Nos queda el último capítulo.
2013 fue una época muy complicada.
Y hay que ponerle otra vez los subtítulos. No, vamos a cambiar.
Subtítulo como siempre, te cagaron.
No sé por qué no se debería guardar, ¿no? No es culpa esto del documental ni nada, es como que YouTube no pareciera no guardar.
Arriba.
Pareciera no guardar la configuración que uno le pone. Bueno, palabras, algo antes de arrancar el último. ¿Algo que quieran comentar?
No hay mucho que decir.
Igual ya esto, no sé si todos, pero yo ya esto sí, ya sé cómo vienen, por dónde van los tiros.
Ya esta era,
Sí.
claro, lo que ya todos más sabemos.
Yo ya sé lo que viene, lo que va a pasar y todo.
Igual hay muchas cosas que seguramente no se van a comentar hasta dentro de varios años, porque a ver, la mayoría del documental se enfoca en la primera consola y el nacimiento de la marca. O sea, muchas de las curiosidades que van a ser de 360 o de One o de otros factores van a ir saliendo cuando se cumplan sus respectivos aniversarios, supongo, porque no todos los secretos van a ser revelados de una.
No, y aparte...
Hay cosas que se van a seguir.
Aparte,
sí.
que, o sea, ya si este es el último capítulo y recién ahora estamos entrando a la One, es porque, bueno, te das cuenta que los primeros 3 capítulos eran a la creación de la consola y el lanzamiento de la primera consola. Después fue uno con la Xbox original, otro con la 360, ahí un poco en el medio con el anillo rojo y todo, y ahora ya, o sea, sí, obviamente tiene mucho más.
De todas maneras, me parece muy positivo que lo hayan armado así, porque no es tan fácil acceder a documentación o información de cosas de hace 20 años.
Sí.
O sea, digo, vamos a ver hasta el anuncio de Xbox Series acá. Pero eso lo tenemos, todo el mundo lo tiene al alcance de la palma de la mano.
Sí, y aparte lo tiene más fresco, lo tiene mucho más fresco.
Claro, ¿viste? Entonces, en ese sentido, está re bien armado el documental.
Bueno, nos vamos con el último entonces.
Vamos.
More interesting, Microsoft's Xbox announcing some landmark news today as it moves into the media business.
It's time for a new generation of Xbox!
And now, Microsoft wants to appeal to more than just gamers.
It can also control your TV and cable box and
everything from your movies to video conferencing on Skype to doing all kinds of things.
Casual gaming, television, social, music, and video.
The game console will transform into a next-generation entertainment hub
for both gamers and non-gamers alike.
What if I told you that going forward our competition is not going to be Sony and Nintendo, but television and media? Oh God.
There's a new contender in the video game
Y pensar que en la generación anterior la derrogante fue Sony, ¿no?
Claro.
Taking over the living
Curioso.
room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
On May 21st, Microsoft will unveil its latest Xbox system. Xbox has been the best-selling gaming console for 27 consecutive months. We're expecting a slew of entertainment options, including possibly taking over your cable box and also delivering web content in easy and attractive ways.
It was exciting to think about what a single-purpose, dedicated entertainment console could be. So we picked that as a path with Xbox One. We wanted a broad device that touched all parts of gaming and entertainment.
Come on, put your hands in.
We wanted to bring new audiences
Nilo.
to Xbox. People that were outside of what traditionally was thought of as our core gaming audience. That was really the intent at the time.
Within the company, there's always a sense of do more and grow. But I think Dawn was looking for, like, what's that next big leap after Connect? And I think there was a sense that TV could be that thing.
Microsoft's gaming platform is becoming a true entertainment hub. It just announced that for the first time, people are using the Xbox more for entertainment, TV, movies, and music, than for playing video games.
Having our team think not only about gaming, but television, movies, stories that lived inside our gaming community was something that I believed in.
Okay, this is an interesting idea. Microsoft's going to get behind linear entertainment as well.
Xbox Entertainment Studios. The idea was to take Xbox the brand from gaming to Xbox the brand as entertainment.
Movies, music, television. There's going to be a number
No,
of
es que, a ver, la visión tampoco fue errada, la visión de Microsoft. La visión general, digo, no fue errada. No fue errada. Primero que el mundo no estaba preparado para eso. Y segundo, creo que equivocaron el orden. Vamos a ver un poco más, pero creo que ese es el gran problema, el principal gran problema.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the entire team, we're thrilled to unveil the ultimate all-in-one home entertainment system.
We did a stream from around the world and invited a bunch of media and influencers up to watch.
We gathered everybody into the conference room. We have it streaming on our television. We're all really excited.
Team Xbox is on a new mission to become the all-in-one system for every living room, the place where your games, TV, and entertainment come alive.
We're driven to build a future-proof system that brings together the cloud, smart devices, new content.
We are really excited to bring the world of Halo to Xbox as a premium television series.
We're sitting there listening to it the whole time.
Hasta eso está saltado hoy por hoy.
Said like they're not even talking about any of the games yet. Are they going to talk about games?
With Kinect, we made you the controller.
This is human control for a human experience.
It was all about entertainment, even a partnership with Steven Spielberg, and they showed a TV guide at the reveal event. I mean, that was really like the vision.
This is the beginning of truly intelligent TV. Xbox, watch TV.
You said television. We wanted to hear video games.
You know, we showed a few games, but core gamers were left unsatisfied.
We're all in the green room, and as each person would get off stage, you know, the execs in the room would ask what the pulse is on social, and it was not good.
This is not going well. This is not going well at all.
I am really, really disappointed.
I think I'm gonna go into mourning now. That's how I feel about you, Xbox One.
There were hypercuts released minutes after the initial unveiling of the Xbox.
Watch TV. TV. TV remote. TV. 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 TV.
Television, television. Television, TV, TV.
Television, television, television.
That was not the right way to unveil the next generation of gaming.
Wow. That was the worst gaming event that I've ever watched, ever.
Probably could have done a better job of reassuring people that we were committed to excellence in gaming.
The response was so negative, and that was when I knew our lack of focus was going to hurt us with our core audience.
I can't even start.
The Newcastle reveal really was about showcasing the entertainment proposition that was going to come with the Xbox One.
We knew that E3 coming up in a few weeks was about games. We'll talk about all games when we get to E3.
In hindsight, definitely not the right decision. You don't tell console gamers to tune into something and then not show them the games.
The next evolution of gaming is a voice remote control for your television.
Yo creo que está a la par, Martín. En la primera época no prendió, esta no mostró juegos.
Microsoft saw an opportunity to right the ship just 3 weeks later, on the game industry's biggest stage.
This is an exciting day for our teams. And as we've been promising, it's all about the games. We're excited to share with you a stunning lineup of world premiere gameplay and announcements.
The ball's in Microsoft's court, and they come out and they show some games. And then right at the end of their press conference, I remember looking up at the teleprompter.
Xbox One will launch this November in 21 markets around the world at $499 in the US.
$499.
At the time, the ideal price point was $399. Anything that over $399, you're in for a real struggle. The issue was that with Xbox One, Don's view was the new Kinect was going to be required as part of the box. So it was no longer just a peripheral, like the original Kinect. Now you were going to be forced to buy one.
This is a terrible mistake, a huge mistake.
But definitely caused a disconnect. Why are you charging me more money I don't want this.
Kinect had so much promise. It just wasn't ever going to be a thing that hardcore gamers wanted.
Especially when it upped the price by $100. And then, later that day, Sony announces the price of the PlayStation 4.
I'm very proud to announce that PlayStation 4 will be available at $399.
Se la devolvieron.
We were surprised by
Pero se la devolvieron en grande.
You know, then it's like that's a pretty big headwind to come back from.
You have essentially the same hardware, but one device is $100 cheaper. Cool, I'm gonna go with that one. And that's where they lost.
360 set us up for being the best box for developers, the best box for core gamers, and we then flipped it around and said, this isn't a dev box, this isn't a core gaming box, this is an entertainment device. People didn't know what to think, they were just confused.
You know, they wanted to push into this digital future. The idea was all connected all the time. The console would have to be able to check in with Microsoft servers or else the games wouldn't work.
Your content is available and it's stored in the cloud.
There were going to be benefits to this, but Microsoft did a bad job of messaging those benefits.
You don't always have to be connected, but for a lot of things like multiplayer gaming, for streaming content from the internet, you're going to need an internet connection. That's the world we live in.
One of the biggest points of confusion was how the new, always online device complicated the selling, trading, and gamers' biggest concern, sharing of games.
We knew the digital age and era was coming. We knew it. The original concept was you were going to have to be connected to play your games. You're going to play your games on your Xbox One. Here's a disc. Load it in, and you were going to have to get a license for that disc. But you had to be online to buy the license. So it's a great way to not have people do big downloads, but here's the disc and just pass it around. That's it. Simple as that. Well, that wasn't clear.
Seems like every single outlet got a slightly different statement on used games.
Yep. You can't share games between friends.
You don't own the game you're buying.
Yeah.
Don't pretend like you own this thing that you just paid for.
And then stuff got really ugly.
Sony came out guns blazing with the
Se
immediate
la devolvió en
response to the
grande.
Xbox One.
This is how you share your games on PS4.
Thanks.
One person just hands another person a disc, because you weren't going to be able to do that with this always online Xbox One.
Your game is your game. You own it. You can sell it. You can trade it in. That was that was brutal.
As a team, you've got to take some bets on things that you believe in and put that thing out. Clearly, in hindsight, it was wrong. People didn't want to spend $499 for a box to plug into their television to watch TV.
They weren't wrong. Microsoft wasn't wrong that gamers wanted and expected more from their consoles. Absolutely. In fact, it was Microsoft's fault, if anything.
They were too far ahead of where their users thought they should be. And there was this whole backlash that they didn't expect.
In 2013, the world wasn't ready for it.
We got pushback from consumers, for some journalists, questioning whether we'd made the right choice as a company. It was a valid criticism, but it was a very binary choice, and we chose to bet on online.
It was a dark moment for us, and very, very, very painful.
News raced around the tech blogs Monday that the man behind Microsoft's future console, the Xbox One, is leaving the company.
I wish that I would have had an opportunity to stay to execute on the vision and the capabilities that the team had created. But I ended up in the summertime announcing that I was going to be leaving.
I just remember getting an email from Steve Ballmer that essentially said, Don Mattrick has left. I think we all just sort of looked at each other and were like, okay, so what happens now?
There was no fear, no failure. But the rules have changed.
was a long road and a long path from there, but the team didn't give up, didn't want to quit, didn't feel like we couldn't overcome this, and we still had to come out and deliver the console.
Well, it's here. Xbox One, finally on sale.
We had a line of people at the launch event. People were excited about it. We had kind of an early signal that maybe things are okay.
The NPD Group has revealed that Xbox One led console sales in December, and with its $500 price point, the Xbox One led annual hardware sales on a dollars basis.
But by April, we were outsold 6 or 7 to 1 in the market, maybe 8 to 1.
This was really bad, catastrophic bad.
The reality is, when you have moments like this, the future of the brand is at stake. You question whether or not you're gonna be here in 5 years.
It's never a given that you're gonna get to make another generation of a console.
Brands die every day. No one's playing on an Atari anymore. Like, nobody is playing on a Sega Genesis. We felt like our future was at stake.
I think Microsoft learned the hard way. If you take your eye off the ball, and if you don't put gamers and games at the center of your ambitions, it's gonna come back and bite you.
Our fans had lost faith.
It's collapsing.
How do we earn the trust of customers? One thing that was very clear, more of the same was not going to work.
Today, Microsoft has announced that Microsoft Studios corporate vice president
Phil Spencer is the new head of Xbox.
Let's talk about your new role. What are you going to be doing?
The emergency glass was shattered, and Phil was pulled out and put in to right the Xbox ship that was sinking.
He was there early days, studied under Ed Fries, so he knew exactly what made the original Xbox work. He was a gamer, but he was also a longtime Microsoft guy, so he's sort of the perfect hybrid.
He is a proxy for gamers. They believe in Phil.
I play lots of games with Phil on weekends and evenings, and he's always thinking about the player first.
Having someone lead the platform who comes from that place.
It was a big turning point for us. We needed somebody that could lead us, that we trusted. We cared about the team.
I had no training in running a team of that size, or the platform team, or the hardware team. So I knew that it would be a challenge.
One of the things that was really hard about the Xbox One launch was Phil had more than a broken business. He had a broken culture.
There were people who would literally come up to me in tears.
Who had killed themselves to try to get a product into market. The product did not make gamers happy.
So I knew we had to get the team on board. We have to believe in why we're here.
The first thing that Phil did was he went after culture.
I wanted to try to continue to see Xbox be an important brand in gaming, but it's not just about me. As a leader, you realize that if we can't empower our great people to do great things, that we should give up. I knew that this effort would take the entire team, and it was going to be incredibly hard.
Under Phil's leadership, and with a green light from Microsoft, the Xbox team launched a plan to pull back from the edge of console obscurity.
Xbox had a lot of plates to spin. They had to gain the trust of developers, they had to make a statement with the gamers, reverse all the messaging that they made, and that's not a switch that you flip overnight. That can take years. Years.
I don't think there was a question around where I wanted to focus.
We know that day one customer every year has to be the gamer. You expand from that gaming audience out.
With Phil being in charge, it sort of cemented putting a game face back on Xbox.
Marty, big news today.
Yeah, bombshell.
Microsoft announced that a connectless Xbox One is coming June 9th for $399.
Yeah.
One of the decisions that we had made is that we were going to offer Xbox One without Connect and lower the price by $100.
This is what everyone wanted.
Xbox Entertainment Studios, which is better known as the TV division, has been shut down.
Shutting down Xbox Entertainment Studios was really just trade-offs we had to make.
all of the investments that you're making in that entertainment, the movies, the TV shows and things, are going to come at the expense of making the same investments in games.
Qué
And
mal que estaban
we still
pensado
had
todo,
more
¿no?
games we needed to make.
Microsoft has announced a new platform for independent developers looking to bring their games to Xbox One.
Game content is the thing that's going to drive our success as much as anything else that we do. We needed external independent developers to be successful on our platform.
Independent developers have fundamentally changed the way we play games this generation.
The smartest move that Microsoft made was they took Chris Charla, who was a developer, and said, we're going to allow self-publishing, and this is the guy who's going to really help them.
Players don't care if it's from a big company or a single person. They just want to play fun games. And our job as a platform holder is to make that happen.
This is a guy who was a developer, a smart guy. He understands the community. He's been there himself. He was great in that role.
Major League Baseball publishes a baseball game through the ID at Xbox program. Fortnite from Epic came through the ID at Xbox program.
We have the ability to get, our small, cool little ideas up on the big screen. It's just an amazing experience that none of us really saw coming.
Back when Microsoft said Phil's going to be in charge, our faith went way up that things were going to change, and then right away they did. And then when Microsoft showed that they were making these moves, you were like, this has all the opportunities to really go the right way, but the gamers were still upset. And you're like, well, look, it's a big ship, but the changes they just made, give them a chance.
While lowering the price of Xbox One and reprioritizing developers were major steps towards getting back into the good graces of gamers, a desire to enlist an entirely new generation of players inspired Xbox to go somewhere it had never been before.
Let's go to a place where everything is made of blocks, where the only limit is your imagination.
The team said how many kids have their first experience with any video game with mom or dad's cell phone in the back seat playing Minecraft.
The company best known for Windows and word processors will pay $2.5 billion for Swedish game developer Mojang. That is the company behind the wildly successful, ever popular Minecraft game.
No, they're gonna mess it up.
Right after the acquisition, all of the public perception when you read about it in the press was that evil Microsoft was going to come ruin Minecraft.
Can Microsoft keep its hands off Minecraft and just keep that pure experience?
There was an assumption, again, that old console war thinking, that Microsoft would pull it off of any platforms that weren't Windows or Xbox.
And there certainly could have been a decision that, look, we just paid a bunch of money for this game, we needed to go help Xbox. So
Es como el documental va y viene en la historia. A Minecraft lo compraron en la época de 360.
But I'm
Mojang,
grateful
mejor
that
dicho.
Phil Spencer understood that what we had was a cultural phenomenon, and what we had acquired almost as much as a game was the community that came with it.
The world is changing, and the idea that limiting the places where people can experience your games is not always right.
Whether you're playing on an Xbox, PlayStation, an Android, iOS device, our goal is to continue to evolve and innovate with Minecraft across all those platforms.
The decision to make Minecraft accessible across all platforms surprised the industry. But Xbox had something on the horizon that would upend it.
Wondering what's going on, eh? Wonderful. Let's get started.
With all of the things that we're trying to go do, creating Game Pass was a decision that was going to be disruptive to the industry.
Oh, hey! Game Pass was the first service where you'd have access to a library of games and you could download and play the games in their full fidelity locally.
We heard from people who said buying multiple $70 games is actually just economically not possible. And people wanted to play across devices.
With Game Pass, you now have a shared library with your friends, and you can just decide to say, hey, let's go jump on and play this.
What we learned as part of it was kind of not necessarily something we do at the beginning, but became this part of the journey, is it also created enormous value for publishers.
Developers that might not have had the front row or front seat, they're in there, and they're on the same level as Halo.
When you're building a game, if you're not a known IP, it's really easy to get lost.
The biggest thing about Game Pass is the amount of players
I can put a game into Game Pass and 10 million players can show up the next day who might not have decided to plunk down $60 for my game.
It lowers the barrier to entry. It makes it easier for you to experiment and choose.
The people that subscribe actually play more games.
It's just like flick, flick, flick. Oh yeah, I'll play this one for a while.
And now you see other companies considering and moving in faster to the Game Pass model. Game Pass is probably the future of how we distribute games.
Teléfono para Sony.
Game Pass revolutionized the landscape of video gaming. But in order to get the most out of the tsunami of new content they were providing, Xbox knew it was time to up the ante.
When we launched the original Xbox, we had this tagline, "There's no power greater than X." And we were the most powerful. And we owned that.
That's what our gamers expected from us. That's what we had delivered early on.
We were always the most powerful console.
And we lost that with Xbox One. As we thought about broadening what the Xbox One did, we had sort of lost sight of, first and foremost, this is a gaming machine.
The PlayStation 4 was a technically superior experience. You know, one friend tells his friends, hey, it's better on PlayStation 4, you should play it over there, and that just spreads.
You know, if we were a car company, we always made the fastest car, and that's what was where our brand was. But for us to get back to what we were always about, we needed a console that would be more powerful than any other console.
It was about reclaiming the horsepower narrative.
So Phil delivered Project Scorpio, which they called the Xbox One X.
We went back to our
Bueno, mira,
roots of being the
esta es
most
una
powerful
parte del
console
documental que por ahí se nota como demasiado comercial.
More power, more pixels,
Sí.
more frame rate.
¿En qué sentido lo voy a
It
decir?
was all about core gaming goodness. True
La máquina que
4K
mejor le funcionó a Microsoft fue Xbox 360, que no fue la más potente.
Powerful console. They win back a lot of gamer trust with that.
This monster was almost
Y acá en ningún momento nombraron eso. Digo, hablaron de One X y ahora van a hablar de Series X. Pero el éxito grande vino con 360, que era menos potente que PlayStation 3. Mucho más fácil de programar, y ahí estuvo la ventaja.
Claro.
How do we deliver the best games to people? Yeah, the games that our players love.
We said, you know, content is critical.
And one of the best ways to get the best games is to invest in studios.
That's what we like to see.
But making games is hard, it's complicated. It's about, hey, can a group of people actually effectively create something together?
We have to be really thoughtful and mindful about respecting the culture and the heritage of the studio, but also infusing, you know, kind of the power of Microsoft. There's no magic formula for that. You know, I think that's more of an art.
Igual está bien. Entiendo la lógica de esta última parte, hacerla más comercial, porque es lo que también tenés que vender la máquina que tenés ahora en la calle.
Tenés que vender la marca en ascenso.
Claro.
Digo,
People
se
wanted
entiende.
more, and so we bought Lionhead. Those were good years. The game was great. Just everything came together. But after Fable 2, Connect came along, and the Fable Connect
Tengo que hacer
marriage just
un
never
mea
really
culpa
took.
y
And
decir
then
que
Fable
no
Journey
jugué Fable.
was a passion project for a lot of people.
Apa. Rosa lo blasfemo, eso. Malísimo.
Son juegos que requieren más tiempo por ahí del que a veces tengo.
We acquired Lionhead.
Sí, es
Los voy a jugar
cierto,
todos
pero-
igual. Una vez que arranco yo sé que los voy a jugar todos. Como todavía falta para el nuevo, que no sabemos si es un remake o
What did
una
we
nueva
learn?
entrega. Pero
How do we not repeat our same mistakes?
You acquire a studio for what they're
les voy a dar seguro le voy a
And your
dar.
job is to help them accelerate how they do what they do, not them accelerate what you do.
Además no, yo la lógica de juegos que aparentemente envejecieron mal o no tan mal o bien, no me molesta, no es algo que me moleste. Entonces no
pero Fable envejeció muy bien, ¿eh?
no tengo problema en
Jugablemente no.
2017, we knew studio
Es un juego muy sólido en
acquisition
mecánica
had been huge for
Fable, ¿eh?
us. The studios we had were creating amazing games, but we wanted to have more. And the challenges that we went through with Lionhead taught us what to do this time.
Welcome to E3 2018. So with the many failures of the Xbox One, we're a distant second to Sony. But to their credit, they had been doing everything right. The potential is there, at E3 2018 to regain that foothold in the upcoming next generation.
We know that exclusive games from our Microsoft
Se me acaba de caer un ídolo, señor Cronos.
turned so many of us into Xbox fans.
The first and greatest instance of us showcasing what we do for players is what we do with our studios.
Phil, check out the credit card.
¿Cuántas horas son más o menos cada uno? 40.
No, el primero debe ser unos 20, 25, no me acuerdo ahora, pero no es tampoco tan. Sí.
We were done. Content is king.
Ninja Theory, Compulsion Games, a brand new Microsoft studio. The Initiative, Playground Games.
Yesterday was a huge moment. You brought not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 new studios.
The acquisitions kept coming at a blistering pace.
We'll be acquiring In Exile Entertainment, Obsidian Entertainment. We doubled the number of internal studios to 15 internal studios and made a big group of acquisitions.
Double Fine Productions.
Buying all those studios, Microsoft focused back on the hardcore gamer.
We're highlighting
Si no hubiera sido por la pandemia, lo podrían haber anunciado así lo de Bethesda, ¿no?
Xbox Game Studios and
Sí.
over
Bueno,
30 games
no,
from
fue antes de la
Miri
pandemia,
in
Andrés.
Xbox
¿Fue
Game
antes?
Pass.
O sea, porque
Sí,
yo con la
fue
pandemia
antes,
tengo como
fue antes.
un lag mental ahí que todavía nunca entiendo bien qué parte de mi vida ha
Se
ocupado.
consolidó en septiembre del año pasado, pero fue
And it was a big one.
antes, me parece. Me parece.
Ahí tenemos, 21 de septiembre de 2022, de 2020.
The move adds 8 more studios to Xbox's first-party portfolio, including Bethesda Game Studios, id Software, Arcane, Machine Games, Tango Gameworks, and
Bueno, pero en septiembre, claro, se oficializó como así.
Broadening the
Claro.
opportunity for people to participate in what is one of the world's greatest
Se anunció en
entertainment
2019.
and leisure time activities.
Ahora se me mataste.
It's bigger than anything else we've ever done in gaming.
No, Andrés, fue durante pandemia, tenés razón.
Microsoft's history
Claro,
still blows my mind.
tenés razón.
And so
Sí, sí.
now more than ever, like our commitment to games is absolute.
Microsoft's commitment to keeping fans on their toes was also absolute.
welcome to the Game Awards 2019. I'm Jeff Keighley. World premieres are a big part of this show, and you guys have a lot of expectations on the internet for things. There are lots of rumors, lots of leaks.
It's pretty rare, I think, nowadays that any new tech doesn't leak and like nobody knows that it's coming.
And then sometimes there's surprises that come out of nowhere. Enjoy this.
Bueno, esto es lo que hablaba Gauss la otra vez, que no se había filtrado nada.
Nada. Se dice que cuando fue el ensayo previo, Phil Spencer tenía otras líneas de diálogo, o sea, habló otra cosa, o sea, a ese nivel lo cubrieron.
Whoa, is this Elden Ring?
Even the video was deliberately designed, talking about Power Your Dreams and the visuals of that.
Let's have a surprise.
BioShock?
And then, wait a minute, what was that?
Wait, what?
I just saw a car race through, and then there's like a soccer scene, and then by the time I saw Master Chief,
That's Halo!
Halo. That's what I want.
And finally, you would dream where you are now.
seeing the streamers that were streaming and their reactions, that element of surprise is so magical and so powerful.
That's it. Oh, it's Scarlet.
Oh, yeah! Xbox! This is not the new Xbox console. Wait, this is not the new Xbox console. What? They're showing their new box? What the heck?
For 18 years and 3 generations, we've designed Xbox consoles to power your dreams.
Oh, my boy!
You dog.
The Xbox Series X, it was nutso because I had no clue it was coming, and I was there.
Our fastest, most powerful Xbox will set a new bar for performance.
Games are going to look better. You know games are going to play better.
It is, in fact, the most powerful console you can have in your living room right now.
Yes! Yes! When we talk about freedom to play, Project Scarlet is the formation of our future in cloud.
Microsoft, meanwhile, launching a video game streaming service. All your games can be streamed right into your phone or your computer.
The same way the original Xbox bridged the gap from early adopters with broadband. This powerful beast
A mí la S me encanta, la X también me gusta, pero la S es como una cosita linda ahí. Como todo eso ahí adentro, tan potente y tan chiquito.
Where you can play any game with anyone on any device. It is the next instance of what it means to game anywhere.
We're streaming from data centers around the world to people's cell phones. We have thousands of people doing it in 3 continents. Like, that's just crazy.
And I'll be damned if it doesn't actually, I mean, it works. It actually works.
Where are we? I'm a big believer in the technology access story of Project xCloud. Think about the way you could unlock community.
One of the things we were really focused on with this generation was making Xbox available and appealing to the widest audience.
I think we have some unique responsibilities to bring people from different backgrounds into the experience. And in order for us to succeed in that, we need to have the right services and content and creators building things for all kinds of players.
It's about creating an opportunity for those that would not have had it otherwise.
2.5 billion people on the planet.
Sí, Cronos, fue un anuncio de prensa así como que nadie esperaba lo de...
That is the scale of opportunity a company like Microsoft should go after. Being bold and making bets is part of the culture of what it means to be here. I think that's true now, and it was true from the beginning.
Where are we going?
Back to where it all began.
And we had some guys at Microsoft came and said, we should do a console. A Microsoft console?
It's insane to launch a game console. When you're Microsoft, you made frickin' Windows and a spreadsheet. Bill Gates took a bet on us.
Being able to do something very different and revolutionary was where you were getting our energy from.
Are you ready?
If you think about where we were 20 years ago, when I first moved into the games group, my dad was horrified because gaming wasn't a career and gaming was something that nobody did.
One of the most incredible things is this turning point in how gaming is viewed. That evolution of people suddenly seeing the value of the community that comes with gaming.
There's a fundamental change to the way we think about human interaction.
There he is.
We can have deep, meaningful relationships with people a world away that we've never met in person.
11 years of playing together. 11 years. We finally see each other.
Even in recent history, you know, throughout 2020.
Curioso que acaban de mostrar un juego que no sabemos ni siquiera si está vivo ahora.
The pandemic got
¿De qué
people to
estamos hablando de
rethink how they think about video games.
Beyond, claro. No sabemos si está vivo realmente.
Yo creo que sí.
And at the core, that's what Xbox is about.
As Xbox continues to grow,
Igual no me ilusiona mucho la idea que hay detrás del juego, así que...
It goes beyond how many units they sold.
Amé el original, pero...
Which generation they won or were dominant in.
Muy lindo juego. Yo lo jugué en la Play 2 en su momento y ahora compré la versión HD la otra vez de 360.
Sí, sí.
Le tengo ganas de dar otra vez. Y encima creo que lo pagué 15 pesos, no tiene sentido lo que lo pagué.
Sí, no, es re barato, es un juego barato. Sí.
Por lo que es el juego es como comprarías 10.
Y es de esos juegos que cuando salieron la prensa los dejó pasar así nomás, y la gente lo hizo perdurar, ¿no? A la gente le gustó.
Y hasta ahí llegó.
Pero veámoslo otra vez.
Sí, claro.
No, ya nos van a matar. Ya nos van a matar.
Si vos prendés la cámara, yo me pongo de fondo, así sin mostrar la cara lo podemos hacer.
Enseguida abrimos el Among Us y listo.
Ni hablar del pobre Andrés, que se bancó como un campeón casi toda la
Sí, ya tengo que ir a buscar algo, tomar algo de comer porque estoy. Pero bueno. Nada, me encantó igual, es cierto que está muy bien. Es como para verlo por ahí más tranqui, más digerirlo un poco más.
Sí. Es toda una experiencia.
Pero claro, pero la idea también era esta de verlo con ustedes. Con la gente de la comunidad. Pasar una tarde agradable. Creo que se cumplió. No sé qué tienen para agregar los chicos acá en comentarios. Vamos a hacer un pase ahí. Mira cómo hago. ¡Bum!
Lo pausamos.
No, ponemos nuestra serie de noticias que salió hace un rato nada más. Nuestra serie de noticias.
Ahí.
Dejamos en serie de noticias en bucle.
De foto solo publicitada. Lo dejás ahí, o sea, a propósito, ahora que tú sacás el tema de Splinter Cell.
Si no vieron el resumen de noticias, terminamos este directo y vayan a verlo porque fue un resumen de noticias ultra express que tuve que hacer. Me levanté temprano, temprano, tampoco muy temprano.
Sí, no voy a mentir. Dudas porque había más cosas que agregar, pero bueno, quedarán para el próximo series, quedarán para el video de lanzamiento de enero, quedarán para el video de lanzamiento de 2022. Bueno, eso es una idea que todavía hay que desarrollarla.
Pero bueno, me levanté, lo hice y me preparé para el stream de ahora. Así que hoy fue un día 100% colectiva Xbox.
Andrés se puso la 10.
Pero bueno, ahí hablábamos justo del remake de Príncipe de Persia. Pero nada, a mí me gustan estas cosas. Me gusta buscar alguna excusa para charlar un poco con la gente que nos sigue siempre. La verdad que se agradece. A los que están siempre, a los que pasaron un rato y después se fueron.
La gata, no sé quién preguntó por la gata, pero acá está.
Hoy habían preguntado como a las 2 de la tarde. Se agradece a los que pasaron y se quedaron, a los que pasaron un rato y después se fueron, también es entendible, ¿no? Para por ahí quien ya lo vio o lo quiere ver a su tiempo y demás. Se entiende que vayan a hacer otras cosas, pero se agradece. Nada, divertido, qué sé yo. Es cierto, hay mucho para analizar, mucho para agregar. Podríamos estar comentando, no sé, un montón, obviamente. ¿Ustedes ya hablaron de esto en el podcast?
No tuvimos tiempo, la verdad.
No, el documental fue como una charla, o sea, fue como algo así nomás que lo hicimos para el tema de cierre, hablamos 10 minutos y nada más. Yo, la verdad, o sea, porque fuimos opinando entre episodio y episodio, hablamos un poco sobre la marcha, o sea, realmente esto es más algo que la gente tiene que ver con calma y se pueden sumar al debate, pueden comentar lo que ustedes quieran. Ahora, es importante remarcar, como dije en el podcast, el documental marca los lados positivos, los lados negativos. No tuvieron miedo de hablar de todo lo malo que pasó, de burlarse de ellos mismos, sabiendo que, como el recopilatorio de televisión, o sea, todas las veces que dijeron televisión a lo largo del... ¿Cómo se llama?
Sí, de
la conferencia, que fue algo... La verdad, son como historias mixtas y uno ya se tendría que ponerse a recordar, por ejemplo, cosas de hace años, o sea, qué era lo que hacías en ese momento, cómo era tu sensación en ese momento. Ese tipo de cosas mucho no lo hablamos porque la verdad pasó mucho tiempo con todo esto, o sea, solo desde la experiencia en redes sociales. Que nada, 2013 fue el año como que todo se estaba dando vuelta. O sea, directamente, o sea, tener un mes antes una reunión, una juntada, todos jugadores de Xbox emocionados, que amaban el ecosistema, y al otro mes tener el evento de revelación de la Xbox One fue como...
Sí.
no sé, cambió todo, las cosas venían abajo, había mil memes, había gente que venían a traer el bardo directamente por cuestión de todo y ver cómo poco a poco se fueron dando vuelta las cosas. Pero bueno, eso lo dejaremos para otro documental, en parte.
Bueno, no sé si qué podemos comentar de lo que está por venir en estos días. A mí me gusta también darle un beneficio a los que se quedaron hasta ahora y decir, bueno, yo ya comenté lo que se viene de los videos de los juegos indies. ¿Se puede comentar algo más de lo que se venga? Tenemos que armar, habíamos dicho...
Yo estoy jugando de GUM. Tenemos que armar algún videito de GUM.
Sí, de GUM se merece un videito, definitivamente.
Sí, lo estoy jugando. Sí.
Está muy lindo.
Y hay que ponerse las pilas con el tema de la votación de los juegos del año y demás.
Eso iba a decir yo. Lo vamos a hacer. Lo vamos a hacer interno. Claro. ¿Cómo lo tienen pensado? Lo pregunto así, sin que lo hayamos hablado previamente, porque...
No, pero está más o menos charlado. Gaba, ¿querés explicarlo vos un poquito?
¿Cómo? Perdón, por el televisor no escucho también. ¿Lo volvés a repetir?
El tema de la votación de los juegos, ¿cómo se va a implementar? O sea, la gente va a poder participar.
Básicamente, para compartirles un poco la proyección que tenemos, la idea va a ser, a partir de mañana, internamente vamos a dar a conocer un documento con categorías, nominados y todo eso. Es algo que solo va a ver el staff. A partir de ahí vamos haciendo el proceso de eliminación de diciendo esto sí, esto no, esta categoría no, esto sí. Y después de eso, la idea es, si no lo podemos lanzar antes de Navidad, que sea después de Navidad, que ahí comience todo. Al menos esa es la idea, o sea, no lanzarlo entre medio de las fiestas. Aunque... Por otro lado, irónicamente, el cumpleaños de Colectiva Xbox es el 25 de diciembre. Así que...
Y eso es cierto.
No sé, podríamos lanzarlo tranquilamente ahí. Como una especie de celebración o algo por el estilo. Pero... esa es básicamente la idea, es mantener que ustedes vean el documento. Para hacer un documento de Google, lo que van a votar, un documento con encuestas, solo pueden seleccionar una casilla por categoría, o sea, van a poder votar toda la encuesta directamente, pero solamente se permite una vez en total hacerlo con la cuenta que tengan registrada. Después de eso, en algún momento recopilaremos todos los votos, después de cuando termine todo, y después de eso pasaremos a hacer un video o un streaming, cosa que lo vamos a tener que hablar entre nosotros a ver cómo lo hacemos, y le haremos alguna presentación, le pondremos algo de humor. Lo llenaban de patrocinadores, le ponían 10.000 trailers a todos, hacían los propios Games Awards. Pero la idea es que el proceso de votación se mantenga abierto por lo menos 2 semanas, al menos eso es lo que recuerdo que habíamos pensado. Y que después de eso podamos hablarlo ya en enero de 2022, o sea, en los primeros días, tranquilamente, o sea, que vengan todos los juegos, que la gente juegue tranquilo, en su tiempo, viste, no lanzarlo de manera apresurada y que se incluya todo lo de 2021. Ahora,
la idea es que la gente participe, que la votación sea la elección de la gente y que sea lo más menos influenciable posible, ¿sí? Les vamos a dar las opciones, que no sepan qué va ganando o lo que sea, cosa que cada uno vote de acuerdo a su criterio realmente, y después compartiremos el resultado de esa votación. Obviamente a nivel interno vamos a elegir las nominaciones, más o menos haremos un listado, pero esa sería la idea, claro. Sí, lo del 25 de diciembre, Cronos está bajo discusión. No sé si pagan horas extra por trabajar un 25 de diciembre, así que lo vamos a tener que charlar a eso.
No sé, o sea, directamente eso lo veremos. A ver, igual también estamos en también tengan en cuenta, esto es una de las prioridades que tenemos ahora. Ahora hay también otros proyectos en los que estamos trabajando. Y queremos ¿cómo se dice? Queremos hacer algunas cosas medianamente especiales o queremos llegar a ciertos tipos de charlas, los cuales en algún momento se van a enterar de lo que hemos estado haciendo. Pero nada, todo a su tiempo con respecto a eso. Otras cosas, bueno, intentaremos sacar, como digamos, algunos análisis pendientes todavía que tenemos por ahí. Pero eso ya es una charla que se ve aparte, lo vemos más tranquilo en esta época del año, porque más que son las fiestas y está todo sobrecargado, las fiestas es demasiado tiempo en la vida personal de la gente porque tiene que ir de un lado al otro, hay quilombo en esto, hay fila acá, fila allá, hay que pagar esto, hay que... No, apartame la carne, no, ¿qué vamos a hacer en la fiesta? Uy, no sé, no tengo ganas, no, tengo que viajar hasta acá.
El Viteltoné.
No, es un quilombo.
Son fechas complicadas, gente, son fechas complicadas.
Sí.
Y bueno, ustedes saben que esto nosotros lo hacemos poniendo el lomo de vocación y corazón puro y bueno, hay veces que lo que pasa por fuera del canal en estas fechas absorbe mucho tiempo, ¿sí? Entonces, bueno, vamos a seguir lanzando cosas, vamos a seguir haciendo cositas, pero bueno,
o sea,
veremos cómo lo vamos compaginando.
Y claro. O sea, miren el lado positivo, o sea, como un poco nos decíamos entre nosotros, o sea, al menos no vamos a caer en esa época en donde básicamente no tengamos nada de qué hablar, porque hasta febrero no se activan los lanzamientos, realmente en enero hay cosillas que se lanzan, hay lanzamientos, hay juegos, hay novedades, pero ok, no está esas bombas como en octubre, noviembre, que se lanzaron una cosa tras la otra, y ahí es donde... o sea, así que sí, directamente vamos a tener cosas. Algunas cosas llegan con retraso, como ya lo dijimos, pero son también proyectos que son personales para nosotros porque son juegos que amamos mucho y onda que tomamos un tiempo extra para editarlo y que salga bien en lo posible. En otros casos es una cosa también que nos pasa cuando nos toca tener que hablar de algo que la verdad no nos gusta y... O sea, es como que es difícil sacarlo para nosotros. Mientras más lo odiamos, más difícil es tener que hablar de eso. En otras cosas también, bueno, ya le aprobaron la idea a Andrés de, bueno, 2 videos de indies sobre como una mini preview de demos. Así que nada, pobre Andrés. Y eso que no le spoileé algo que le quería comentar.
Sí, eso. Estoy deseoso de cortar esta transmisión para ver qué tenés para comentarme. Gracias, Secundino.
Bueno. Nada. Pero nada, es eso.
Bueno, estamos por llegar a 5 horas de directo. Un placer, gente, la verdad.
Es un directo, o sea, quizás cuando hagamos el directo Among Us, quizás estemos en la misma cantidad de horas, no sé, porque...
Ese seguramente diría yo que va a ir por Twitch, ¿no? ¿O estoy equivocado? ¿O lo hacemos por acá?
Yo creo que sí, tenemos que empezar a apostar a Twitch, o sea, creo que Among Us vendría a ser la bienvenida para...
Porque más gameplay.
Una reiniciación para Twitch en un intento. Estamos atrasados con Twitch hace tiempo, o sea, tratar de restablecer...
No nos da el cuerpo para todo, la verdad es que es eso, no es que tengamos, no es que sea falta de ganas o falta de ideas, es falta de tiempo. Lo que decía Carlos, piensen gente que somos personas que no viven de esto y trabajamos, tenemos un trabajo aparte, estudios aparte.
Trabajamos y nos divertimos.
Claro, entonces no se puede de todo, pero siempre tratamos de dar lo mejor en cada cosa que hacemos para este canal, como el día de hoy que nos pareció interesante ver esta serie.
Sí, me encanta como el trailer de cuando hablamos de Yakuza ponemos el trailer de PlayStation, o sea.
Detalles de editar en 2 horas.
Ya está. Ya, no podemos decir nada, o sea, igual no voy a decir nada porque igual ya lo vi.
Igual es el de IGN, pero bueno, se ve que es el de IGN.
Sí, igual, mira, si ya apareció Trenton en el video de el coso de Xbox hablando, eso tampoco no lo señalamos mucho, o sea, la gente que vino a hablar al video porque son gente que son ex empleados de Sony, personas que han trabajado previamente con Microsoft años antes.
Sí, gente vinculada.
No es fácil para todos tampoco, o sea, como diciendo, te animás a estar presente o una cosa así, o viste que el tema de Don Matrix, una cosa que...
Yo pensé que no iba a salir.
¿Cómo decirlo? Después de lo que pasó, o sea, es como que, o sea, el Don Matrix...
No sé si lo van notando, pero a mí en 2 minutos más el sol me pega de lleno en los ojos.
Se te acaba la luz.
Está bajando el sol y me está pegando. Me estás torturando, Gabo.
Bueno, no me dijiste que estabas frente al sol, pero bueno, vamos a cortar por ahora. Espera, ¿por qué no apagaste la cámara y te moviste con el...
Bueno, ¿qué quieres? Que vuelva a apagar la cámara. Vuelvo a apagar la cámara.
No, yo decía, pero bueno, igual...
Dale.
No, igual ya está, yo ya me quiero ir a hacer mis cosas, muchachos.
Yo no pensé, pasa que no te veo con la cámara, o sea, solo veo el cuadrado como...
Lo cierro, si no, lo muteo y listo, lo cerramos así, sí. Lo censuramos.
Cerrar las ventanas, vamos.
Bueno. Pobre.
Nada, bueno, se vienen cosas lindas.
Sí.
Se vienen un par de pendientes, porque ya sentí nombrar la palabra pendientes varias veces. La gente que nos sigue periódicamente sabe de a qué nos referimos. Pero me puedo justificar un poquito en esto de que no es fácil y lleva mucho tiempo tirar el centro y cabecear. Es complicado. Agarrar el juego, jugarlo, escribir, analizarlo, escribir, después grabar la voz, después editarlo. Es como complicado. Entonces, es lo único que me puede servir de excusa. No me sirve una excusa para 4, 5, 6 meses. No es una excusa para 4, 5, 6 meses. Pero bueno, es lo que puedo hacer.
A ver, a todos nos pasa que tenemos un juego que hace meses que debió haber salido un video y no pasó.
Sí. Totalmente.
Incluso ideas... tengo que trabajar en algunas ideas aprovechando ciertas situaciones que son ideales para sacar los temas. Y hay montones de proyectos que fueron directamente como cancelados, por así decirlo, o se reformularán en otros videos donde, bueno, la producción de esto no pasó video, así que directamente se dividirá en otras ideas para futuro. Y se tocarán los temas en distintos videos. Como por ejemplo cuando quería hablar de la competencia de Forza en tema de video, se quedó un hermoso guión, aunque sí el video iba a ser bastante largo, un hermoso guión repasando toda la competencia principal de Forza, menciones el nacimiento de la saga, las circunstancias que lo llevaron a dominar el género y nada. El video no va a salir en sí, o sea, se va a dividir en otros proyectos o ideas. En cambio, la idea de los juegos están desapareciendo es algo más atemporal, se puede aplicar para cualquier cosa y eso sí va a salir.
Bueno, entre promesas y promesas nos tenemos que despedir. Porque yo no comí nada desde las 10 de la mañana y me voy a caer desmayado acá en cualquier momento. Nada, gente.
Te mueras todavía.
Un gusto, la verdad. Gracias a los que se quedaron. Nada, la pasamos hermoso, por lo menos desde mi experiencia. Así que despídense rapidito.
Dale, bueno, me despido yo entonces, Andy. Gente, muchas gracias por acompañarnos, por estar del otro lado, como siempre. Si algo tiene la gente colectiva es aguante, así que muchísimas gracias. Y bueno, seguiremos en contacto en lo que queda de este año, el año que viene y todos los que vengan por delante. Muchas gracias por estar del otro lado, che, en serio, y que tengan un lindo fin de semana ya que estamos, ¿no?
Gabox.
Si no los vemos, felices fiestas.
Bueno, exactamente, gente. Si no nos vemos, felices fiestas. Estén atentos que capaz que por Twitch hacemos alguna cosa divertida con Among Us. Atentos a todo el contenido de Colectiva Xbox, que vamos a seguir haciéndolo. Si no vieron el serie de noticias de hoy, véanlo porque le pusimos mucho amor. Y nada, eso. A seguir creando contenido de calidad, divertido también y al servicio de ustedes sobre todo, que es a quien más nos debemos. Así que nada, muchas gracias, felices fiestas si no nos vemos y recuerden nunca decir game over.